Welcome, day three. We just remind ourselves of that brilliant start from the Kiwi openers, Latham and Conway putting up 165 together, and no chances whatsoever for Pakistan with the ball in the last two sessions on day two. Welcome to KFC Presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. It's the first test. We're into day three at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. Let's have a quick look at the match summary. Pakistan won the toss, 438 with the help of Babers, 161, 100 from Salman Agha and Sarfaraz 86. New Zealand in reply are 273 runs behind. Well, welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, starting off day three, and lots of hopes that Pakistan can find a breakthrough with that 165-run opening partnership from New Zealand. I've got my guest, Waqar Yunus and Bazid Khan alongside me. Good morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Starting off with you, Waqar, we've been waiting for a follow wicket, but that's really not happening. Flat wicket, good batting track, we've discussed all that, but we need to discuss something as a fast bowler, where to find that penetration.
Look, you got to keep it simple. I mean, we saw Wagner trying to bowl all those short deliveries, and it wasn't really coming up. It wasn't rising at all. So I think the key for the faster bowler is to bowl like Tim Southee. Just be disciplined. Just keep bowling that fourth stump for fifth stump channel and control the run rate. And that's the only way I feel on this pitch you can manage, because they don't have that pace which can really sort of trouble the batsmen, and full marks to the New Zealand openers. They played like champions. They were solid, and the defenses were really good, and hardly just gave Pakistan a chance.
When you look or compare England openers versus New Zealand openers, you feel that they were more aggressive. That's why more chances were coming Pakistan's way, and this is more conventional Test cricket way, and they played Abrar and others well.
I can sense a lot of disappointment in your voice as you say that they were more aggressive. Yeah, it's more conventional. Yes, England are on another level. We've been spoiled the way that they played. There's no other team in the world right now who plays like what England does. The only thing that Pakistan should focus on is there was way too many areas where these openers were able to get off strike or rotate strike. Yes, they hit boundaries. They haven't gone at a rollicking rate of 6 runs and over, but it's all been too comfortable in terms of, especially against the spinners. You found, yes, there were these boundaries, but you found them being able to play the sweep shot, being able to rotate strike, coming down the track and just pushing it and getting off strike. So you couldn't consistently build pressure on one particular batter.
When you look at Pakistan's start, we were expecting that they will start with Abrar. That didn't happen, but they started with the two fast bowlers. Mir Hamza got a bit of movement, but only for a couple of overs, and after that, everything was pretty straight line.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch is really dry. I don't think you're going to get much out of it. And also, don't forget, Pakistan started bowling right in the afternoon when the pitch was really flat. Although England, when they started their first inning, there was a little bit of moisture. It helped a little bit of pacer also, and the spinners, but it was not there for too long. So, as I said, it's all about being disciplined and bowling in the right area, and make sure that don't leak too many runs. Because if you start giving runs, like Bazid says, start allowing them to sort of rotate the strike, then you're in trouble. I mean, they've got 10 wickets in hand. They're 273 runs behind. I mean, the game is on. They'll probably feel that if they get lead, it'll be, going fourth day, fifth, they might start spinning.
Okay. Start of day three, let's join Simon Dolan. He's got the pitch report for us. Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, New Zealand start day three on 165 without loss. What have Pakistan got to look forward to? Is the pitch deteriorating at all? I can't see too much, but you want to see a little bit more. I found a little hole over here. Just where one bit of turf has just been taken out, you want to see a lot more of that. You want to see deterioration, and you want to see the odd thing happen from a bowling point of view. We've seen that a little bit. We've seen the odd one keep low and a couple bounce. Let's have a look at these. Ish Sodi first up gets one to really shoot along the ground. Then Abra gets another one to shoot along the ground. This is to the left-hander though. He wants right-handers, and then Ish Sodi gets one to bounce. A little bit more trajectory. When we see the trajectory of that third one from Ish Sodi, it is a little bit loopier. It does get a little bit more bounce, and it comes up and wraps the batter on the gloves. You want to see a little bit more of that. I think New Zealand will feel comfortable that they've got 3 left-handers in their top 5 with Nichols to come, because that seems to be a better option. When the right-handers start to come in and the ball keeps low, then the LBW comes into play. One thing that Pakistan will have to remember this morning, go back to yesterday morning. Babar Azam started on 161, didn't add to his overnight score. That's what Pakistan will be looking for this morning, an early breakthrough. Can I see too much danger for the batters? Not really. If they get through that first half hour when the pressure's back on, they might prosper again today.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, we're talking about that ball that kept low, almost ankle height. Bazid, you mentioned yesterday, bowling from that university, and especially when Abrar was bowling, that's probably that one spot over there. Did you see that variable or that drastic variable bounce when New Zealand spinners were bowling?
I'm not really. It's all about the moisture on that very first session where the ball turned. It is that end where the spinners prefer to bowl at, from the university end. And there's a bit of development also for the left-arm spinner just outside the left-handers off stump. And the balls that have misbehaved, very rare. So we picked out about 4 or 5 in over 2 days. So that is rare. But the balls that have misbehaved have been from that particular end. Also, the newer ball also exaggerates that bit of variation in bounce.
Okay. Time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll teach you how to pick Abrar. All right, welcome back once again to Innovex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We're talking about how to decode Abrar Ahmed if you want to pick him. There's a bit of a piece, and the expert advice, Uruj and Harris are out there. Let's join them. Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, we continue to decipher and break down Abrar's action and his 3 deliveries that he's bowled. I've got Chris Harris here with me to talk me through. Chris, firstly, how difficult is it when you fresh onto the scene and you haven't really played him? I thought New Zealand did a fine job taking Abrar down.
Yeah, they did a wonderful job. In this modern game, there's going to be a lot of research done by the top order, especially of the New Zealand batters, to see Abrar's action. The toughest job he's got so far against New Zealand is it's not really spinning, so that's making it really tough. But he's got the genuine off-spin option, which I think is reasonably easy to pick up. It's the leg spinner and the wrong one. The leg spinner, he's more of a finger spinner, so it comes out conventionally, but it's the wrong one that they've got to watch for. We saw the very first ball we bowled to Conway go straight along the ground. That's going to be tough for the right-handers. Fortunately, New Zealand have got 3 left-handers in the top 4, but his wrong one particularly is the index finger slips off the ball, and most batsmen tend to watch the back of the wrist, because when you're bowling a wrong one, it tends to come out a little bit higher and from the back, and you see that finger come off and then it come out the back of the hand. So that's what they'll be looking for. And if they miss that, then a lot of batsmen try and watch the seam. So obviously if you're watching the seam really carefully, you can see which way it's going to be spinning. But good top spinner these days, if they pick up that the batsman's watching them from the seam, they bowl with a scrambled seam. And then you've got to play it off the wicket, which obviously makes it a lot more challenging.
Yeah.
And we might see a lot more sweeping.
Yeah, for him, obviously, it's important the control that you talk about, because when there's no spin on offer that we saw in England, it's the control that becomes that much more difficult. And we saw that 3-way split. It does give a little bit away with his leg spin, almost being a conventional leg spin action, but with a mystery one, he sort of flicks it down with the finger. So we saw Latham and Conway almost pick up the codes, if you say, for Abrar, and there was a lot of communication. Important that as well, as a non-striker and a batter, to communicate as to what's going on in the middle.
Absolutely, and these 2 batsmen, Latham and Conway, are very good players of spin. They're very strong on the sweep, and as I said, they would have done research before this, and you saw a few signs just backing that up. And you saw Conway talking about when it comes out a little bit higher and from the back of the hand, it comes out a little bit loopier, and that's perhaps one of the tells for Conway to pick up the wrong one, and he's just passing that information on to Latham. So it's so important when you come up against a new bowler or a mystery spinner that you communicate out in the middle, and little tells that you can pick up to help you decipher what he's doing, you pass that on to your other man as well.
Now you can pick up on all the tips and tricks, and you can almost say, I got this, but you still have to play. And I thought Latham and Conway did a good job, especially with sweeping. Now Ben Duckett said that last time, when in doubt, sweep. I think almost the same mantra for them in the middle as well.
Yeah, that's the disadvantage, I guess, for Abrar, that both Conway and Latham are very good players of the sweep shot. So if they don't pick up the delivery, they're both confident to sweep. Latham's more of a conventional sweeper, and he'll sweep. And I think 75 or 80% of his runs off the spinners were on the leg side from square behind. And Conway scores very strongly through the offside and reverses and plays a conventional sweep. So if in doubt, sweep, and they've done it beautifully so far.
So if in doubt, sweep, and they've obviously done it beautifully, have the New Zealand top order.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, time for us to take the expert prediction on day 3. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, let's join my guest. Start with you, Waqar. Average day 3 wickets here on this ground is 13. Is it going to be any close to that?
I don't think so. I don't think it's we're gonna see that many wickets. But I hope Pakistan gets an early breakthrough, because if no early breakthrough, that means these 2 settles in again, and they will really put Pakistan under some serious pressure. There's plenty of time left in this game, so I'm hoping that Pakistan will pick up 3 wickets in this first session.
You back that?
Average 13, I'd say I'd go 11 today.
11. I'll hold you on that. Expert prediction, 11 for Bazid and not so many for Waqar. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so here we are wrapping up. Day 3 is starting, and Pakistan would hope to break this partnership and probably get some more. Quick run through. Pakistan squad seems to be swelling up. We've got 3 more youngsters joining them, not available for selection, but good move.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new experiment. So I feel that, there's no harm in giving a a younger player a taste of dressing room and see how things work. And they're not available for selection, so they'll be nervous. But still, they'll be nervous. So I think it's a good move. The only issue is the dressing room gets so full that it is sometimes very difficult to sort of adjust.
Basit, your call is that 11 wickets today. I'm not going to hold you on that. But is there any one trick in the first an hour and a half? Is it going to be the same? Because it's not a new ball. Is this the purchase period for Pakistan?
Yeah, the first half an hour will be a key. I think there'll be a little bit, but it's about Pakistan being consistent in where they attack the batters and make sure that there's no easy runs or getting off strike shots.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. So, day three is about to begin, and just running you through 438 by Pakistan batting first, and then in reply of that, 165, and still no wickets. Pakistan will hope to get a breakthrough. They're 273 behind, and day three is going to be a long wait. Let's see who wins the battle in the first session today. Thanks for joining us, and now we will take you to action just after this short break. Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio signing off.
Day 2 of this first test match between New Zealand and Pakistan.
Oh, he's gone. Power with a loose-looking drive, an early morning drive. He takes it on, and he's gone.
That's nicely played. Very, very nicely played.
It is the coming of age for Salman as he goes to glory with another boundary. It's his first century in his test career. That's going to be a boundary.
Conway's got to his 5th 50 in test match cricket.
Half century for Tom Latham.
New Zealand will be extremely happy with the way they go back on day 2. 165 with no wickets lost.
The National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi hosting this first test match between Pakistan and New Zealand as KFC presents the Daffa News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series. The first test, day number 3, and it is very evenly poised as we look forward to day 3. A great day of cricket yesterday. Saw a terrific 100 for Salman Agha, his first test match 100. Babar Azam dismissed very early yesterday morning. Can the New Zealand openers, Conway and Latham, continue this magnificent partnership of 165 unbeaten at the moment, or will Pakistan make early inroads this morning? They need to do both. That is for sure. New Zealand trailing by 273 runs still after Pakistan's first innings of 438. What has the surface got to offer out in the middle of this magnificent stadium? Let's find out more. Waqar Yunus is our man in the middle.
Apart from the first day, first half an hour, nothing has really been difficult for the batters to bat on this. It's been a nightmare for the bowlers, and if there is any development, it's a third day. Normally they say it's a moving day, so I would say few cracks have started opening up a little bit around this area, and you can see there's a lot of foot marks, bowlers running on, even the batters coming out and sort of running in this area. This is the business end, what we call it, and there are a few deliveries which we saw yesterday kept little low. One from Abrar, I think it was both from Abrar, which kept a little low and would have been hard for a right-hander to sort of deal with. But both the batsmen have played really, really well, the New Zealander openers. And when you talk about the fast bowling, I saw Wagner sort of bowling it short and trying to get it up there, round about that chest height. It didn't work. And I don't think it will work on this pitch. This pitch is going to carry on dying. It's not going to really give you that bounce what you're looking for. So for my liking, or my suggestion to the bowlers is just to stay disciplined and bowl the channel just outside the off stump. This pitch, I feel, on the third day, still very, very good to bat on.
Discipline the key, plenty of runs left in the pitch indeed. So New Zealand looking to continue on from that 165 without loss. They did a good job yesterday for the most part to dismiss Pakistan for 438. Let's hear from inside their camp. Neil Wagner is with Buzzard Khan.
I've got the New Zealand enforcer of the bowling unit, Neil Wagner. In terms of being that enforcer, being the bowler who's bowled short, how difficult was it in these conditions?
Yeah, very tough, obviously, but it's, I guess, the beauty of Test cricket. You go into different, obviously, conditions in different places around the world. It tests you differently, and obviously on this, it's a very tough job to be a fast bowler. But that's the exciting part of it, is to try and find a way and try and find a different method, I guess. And you obviously want to test yourself, I guess, in what your skill is at its best to try and do something and have an impact and contribute. But yeah, it's just trying to find a way.
In terms of the role, it's almost a complete opposite or reversal with the spinner's new ball, fast bowler's older ball.
Yeah, different. It's completely different to obviously what we do back home. We obviously try and have to do the role that the spinners do for us back home in New Zealand. We've got to try and do that role here, is to try and obviously not go for runs, build pressure, try and contain in some sort of way. And if you do get a wicket, it's a bonus. But to try and make them, I guess, you know, as threatening as we can, and give the platform to spinners to try and do their work.
disappointed you didn't get a bat yesterday. We all padded up, night watchman.
Yeah, it is nice. Obviously, looks like a good wicket to bat on now. It will change as the game goes on. Obviously, I think the guys did an outstanding job laying that platform. Hopefully, they can continue, keep building partnerships, and get ourselves in a good sort of way to come out and keep doing our work with the ball and try to create some pressure.
Just a word on the pitch. Will that deteriorate as the game goes on? Is that the feeling in the camp?
Yeah, I do think so. I think obviously with the wear and tear going on it, that short ball stuff might become a little bit better and harder to face. I think it might be a little bit more up and down, and with the crusty nature of it, some balls might lift up. It's not got that sheen on it, I guess, like it did on day one, and was just flat and easy. So maybe as the game goes on, it might change a little bit. I guess it's just adapting to what's in front of you, some of the conditions, and see what's in front of you, and hopefully find out what way is going to be the best.
Neil, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Hard work for the seam bowlers, that is for sure. Good thoughts from Neil Wagner there out in the middle. New Zealand camp will feel fairly happy about going into this third day. Session number 1 at 165 without loss, but we did see a terrific performance at the back end of the Pakistan innings yesterday. Salman Agha with his first test match century. Aruj Mumtaz alongside me with Chris Harris. Mightily impressed with Salman yesterday, Aruj.
Yeah, not a foot wrong for him. His composure as well, especially batting with the tail, and the tail has changed throughout his innings. So to trust that tail and to have such command and control is quite exceptional to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was a test match 100 for Salman Agha, his first to go along with his half centuries that he picked up. Just his 6th test match. His average now just in excess of 40. And he has been a terrific find, but a vastly experienced first-class player, and I think that is the key coming into this test side. We talked about the experience of Devon Conway yesterday as well, leading into this New Zealand side, and he and Tom Latham have thrown together a wonderful partnership. Chris Harris, after Pakistan put 438 on the board, this was crucial from New Zealand's point of view.
Absolutely the perfect start, and neither of them really looked troubled. Both very strong down the ground off the quick and the slow bowlers. Occasionally when they did drop short, happy to go in the air over the offside or the leg side. But I thought the absolute key for this partnership was the way they tapped the spinners and put New Zealand in a commanding position.
Got to start again though, that's the key, isn't it? We saw yesterday morning Babar Azam 161 walked out there. Everybody thought, well, it's 200 for the taking. I think the expert predictions were all yes, 200, 200, 200, but you have to start again, and that's the key for both these players this morning. Cannot rest on 82 and 78. They've got to make sure they're on the ball first up.
Absolutely terrific point, and they would have used the Babar Azam as an example, I'm sure, and just there would have been a lot of talk about how important this first half an hour is. It's been a wonderful partnership so far, but there's still a lot of runs New Zealand need to chase down to put themselves in a strong position. And you have a feeling that this first half hour is absolutely key for this New Zealand innings.
Now, yesterday morning, take you back there, Tim Southey, a little outside edge, and Babar Azam just bounced on him a touch through to Tom Blundell. It was the first one of the morning that had really bounced. Blundell had taken the previous delivery down around his ankles, and that was the early breakthrough New Zealand were looking for. And it was Salman who went on after that to help Pakistan through to that magnificent score of 438. So they say you start every morning with your 2 best bowlers. Urush, who are they? Who did Pakistan start with?
Yeah, I think they have to look to Abrar again. They have to look to Abrar, and then I think Mir Hamza was probably the better of the 2 seamers. But you made that point, Dooley, where Saudi was consistent on the surface. That not giving you much consistency with your plan is key. And he then got that odd one to bounce, which got Babar's nick. Just like that, I think Abrar just thought with his inexperience trying a bit too much with the ball not spinning as it did against England, which got him wickets. But I just think for him, he'll have to be more consistent with the ball. And I'd like to see Mir Hamza on the other end.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think Mir Hamza, the left arm seam, and Abrar with some right arm spin. And I don't see Babar Azam. I did not see him in that little huddle there. It looked like Mohammad Rizwan was taking that chat. So we did see yesterday a lot. And Babar Azam with the handkerchief, with the tissues, blowing his nose, sniffling a lot at first slip. So, and Salman was quite sick or unwell after his innings. He didn't take the field. I didn't actually notice whether he was out there. There's Bubba there. So hopefully it's just a little bit of the flu that is going around this Pakistan team. And luckily for them, they've got a few replacements. A few youngsters have come into the squad. We might see them on the field.
More than a few. Pakistan's got almost a second team going for them at the moment, but from what we know at the moment, 3 substitutes are out. We saw Kamran Ghulam walk in with the Pakistan team, Sajid as well. And we'll have the 3 players out at the moment. Stand-in captain Mohammad Rizwan. He's the one who had that chat with the Pakistan team in the huddle earlier up.
Well, it looks like they got the first part right for you, Simon. Hamza is going to open up. The bit that they haven't got right that you talked about and touched on is they've still got a deep point and they haven't closed down that area at square leg, especially on the single. Hamza, he looked his most dangerous when he was bowling straight to the left-handers, trying to get past the inside edge, looking for an LBW. Of course, if he does get 2 straight, both these left-handers very strong off their legs. Got protection in the deep fine leg and a deep square leg, but no one saving that single.
There's a little bit of that swing straight away. So just an update from the Pakistan lineup. Shan Masood, Babar Azam and Salman Agha all off the field at the moment. So we'll get around the 3 replacements that are out there. We know Rizwan is there as he's captaining the side.
Yeah, the other 2 on the field are Kamran Ghulam and Sajid Khan on the field as well. So it is flu season at this time of the year in Karachi in particular. Hopefully they get well soon.
That's the line. That's what he should be looking for. And that's why I don't know about that deep point. Just talked about Chris Harris. I'd rather see that man protecting the one, just not allowing either player to get off strike on that leg side.
Totally agree. The good sign for Hamza and Pakistan is there was quite a nice reverse there, starting from outside off stump, honing into those stumps. And now they've dropped a slip out and put another man in catching, still remaining with that deep point. But I like that. 2 straightish mid-wickets catching. There's obviously been a little bit of thought overnight, and I like this plan.
Yeah, so some small issues, I guess, for Pakistan, and the fact of a bit of flu going around in their camp. So flu season, is that, you said flu season? Why does flu season coincide with wedding season?
Too many people. Story of Pakistan weddings. Too many people cramped up in a little space.
They are 2 things that I do not need anymore.
So no New Year's party for you then, Dooley?
I don't need the flu, and I've probably had more weddings than I've had flus, so we'll leave it at that. This is good, really good. I like this line. I like the field a little bit better. And it's a good positive start.
The control's nice here. Just getting the ball to shape back into the left hand, and I feel that's the line for him where it ends around middle and leg as opposed to being too straight, where it just causes every now and then for it to drift back in. But he's a big pro at the first class level. He's got plenty of miles in his legs with that, so his control is something that should come naturally to him, and he started off well here.
Yeah, now just moved one of those short mid wickets to behind square, so just a little change in the field. And again, that is brilliant. Wonderful start, Mir Hamza. 166 without loss.
There's a left-hander from I'm not even an area. Yeah, fine.
I'm going to start with both seamers this morning. Mohammad Wasim will open up on the end of Alindar, who had a good test match so far. Alex Wharf standing at the other end, or square leg at the moment.
A gentle start for Wasim, just getting into his work. I wonder how much of a decision came into it with Tim Southey getting Bubba in the first over in the second morning. How much of that came into Pakistan's thinking of opening up with two seamers? We were thinking Hamza, which we liked, and then maybe a Bra at the end that Wasim's bowling now.
Yeah, work into it, Will Mohammad Wasim. It looks of that shiny side. He's trying to take the ball away from the left-handers, and Mir Hamza at the other end taking the ball back into the left-handers. So it's a nice combination if they get their length and their line right. Yeah, that one just looking to try and tail away from the left-handers. You find it interesting that Rizwan's calling the shots coming off the bench. I guess, because yesterday we saw, who do we see as the sub-fielder yesterday? Rizwan didn't come onto the field, but then now Bubba's gone off, Rizwan's on and leading the side. Did they name a vice-captain in the playing 11, or they only name a vice-captain in the squad, and that was Rizwan? I guess it makes sense. If Bubba goes off, Rizwan just comes on the field. If he has to leave the field, Rizwan comes on and takes over.
Yeah, I don't need to read too much into it, but you've got Sarfaraz as well. Obviously, on the first 11 sheet, there's not a vice captain name, but on the squad, Rizwan is the vice captain. So, on the other hand, you've got the former captain as well, who could very easily stand in. I'm sure there's a fairly decent understanding between them and plenty of discussion around and opinions being shared.
It's something New Zealand went through for quite a while when Cam Williamson took over from Ross Taylor. Ross Taylor was still on the side, but then Tim Southey was named as vice-captain. So it's sort of just, I guess it's one of those situations you in front at the time, and it's the way Pakistan have decided to go. I have no problem with it. As Rizwan is happy to be in the field. I guess that's the only issue. Genuine wicketkeeper, of course. He was doing some work with Sarfaraz this morning out in the middle. He was doing some nicks. .167 without loss. And they'll always lean on each other as well. I think that's a good thing. Sarfaraz has so much experience. Nice partnership, just steadily getting going this morning. Just a couple of runs added. Good news for Pakistan. Shan Masood has just run back onto the field. He's in at cover at the moment, so that's one bit of good news for Pakistan.
Yeah, plenty of discussion around the field. Said that Hamza wants and Rizwan trying to get the fielders in the right place. Abdullah Shafiq there under the lid. Looks like he's going to go fairly close up to a short leg. Maybe for one that just nicks off the legs, or maybe the short one that just might carry to him. And with the shape that he's getting in, that's a good position to have.
Yeah, it's an interesting position because he's far enough back not to be sort of a short leg, but it's, to sort of quote a New Zealand term, he's got a rupee each way. We'd say a bob each way or a dollar each way. But he's not under the helmet nice and close. He's far enough. If one does get flicked off the legs, he can still catch it possibly.
Still under the helmet though. So, yeah, maybe the odd short one that might catch him by surprise. Oh, you talk about adapting to different situations. Well done, Dooley. A rupee either way. Adapting to Pakistan conditions.
Well, I quite like that position because not a lot's been happening. He's shaping it into the left-hander, and we know that both Latham and Conway are very strong off their legs. And it's just a position you don't see very often, and that's quite often where they're trying to hit the ball. So it just might make it a little bit more challenging because they've got to make sure they stay on top of it and hit it along the ground. And still a little bit more movement. They bring that man now just a little bit more in front. You'd say a slightly more orthodox Suleiman on, but just back a couple of steps to give himself a chance.
Well, that's one of those areas. He's just moved from around about where he was. It would have gone straight to hand, I think. It would have been a tough chance. But I think that might have gone straight to where the man under the helmet was.
It was straight to him. And that's why Rizwan particularly put his hand straight on top of his head as he literally moved that man the previous ball. You can see it's just to Rizwan's right. And that's exactly where the man with the helmet on was fielding. And you can see his hands go straight to his head. And now Rizwan has moved a little bit deeper and a little bit squarer, effectively where that ball went.
Horse gate bolted. This is good though from Mir Hamza. I like the line, I like the field, I like the way they've thought about how they're going to try and get a wicket this morning.
And that's exactly what it is. When nothing is really going, you sort of tinker with the field, just also adds doubt in the batsman's mind in terms of maybe the plan's changing, maybe the line is changing. But you got to give yourself the best option of picking up a wicket with the best line that the bowler has. And I think he's got into a really good rhythm with this field on the leg side.
Yeah, it's something we talked about last night post-game. How do they get a wicket? How do they look to change things up? And this is one of the theories that we talked about. Obviously, been discussing the same things inside the camp.
I love the fact that they've got the 3 catches there on the leg side as well. For both of these guys, when the ball does angle into you as a left-hander, can work it into the leg side, but it's very hard to control it and keep it along the ground. And all 3 men there in the catching position, 2 mid-wickets and a man just behind square, are there for exactly that.
It was a boundary in the over, but a good one, 171 without loss. Well, this is what happened just prior to play. There was Ahmed Rizwan. That's a great little instrument that they use to just get a little edge, so it gives you the sound and the feel for Sarfaraz behind the stumps without creating too much of an edge that goes too far away. So it's great wicket-keeping practice, and both quality wicket-keepers helping each other out prior to play today. Actually talked to Sarfaraz and asked about the catch behind when they didn't review. And he just said that there was so much going on. And we heard in our stump mics, actually, the foot movement, the scratching of the ground. He said, I just wasn't sure. He said there was just so much other noise in and amongst the little feather of an inside edge that he just couldn't be convinced.
Yeah, Dooley, I just think they missed it there because you still had 3 reviews. They're still searching. You get what you're saying with the scratch of the foot, with a couple of noises. When you've got 3 reviews and you've got an opening stand which is hard to break, a wicket's hard to come by. Conway was 57 on that occasion. You just go for the review.
You just saw that the front foot was moving and the surface is so hard. A little bit of width. They might push for 2 here, Conway. And he does. It's still very flat. There are some good scuff marks where the bowlers have been landing, but the middle of the pitch looks very, very good. Those cracks certainly haven't opened up at all. I found 1 hole.
Yeah, you saw your pitch report. I played up in the studio earlier on, and you found some dent in there?
Yeah, 1 hole, but it was a little bit wide. Might have been to the left of the picture, actually.
Oh, is that one?
There it is.
It's a reasonably small target, though, isn't it?
And it's about 2.5 feet outside off stump for a right-hander as well, so it's probably not the best delivery.
More than the bodyline hanky.
Change to over the wicket.
Well, this is what you asked for all yesterday, Uraj. So you'll be liking this.
Yeah, with his natural shape into the right-hander, which just takes it marginally across the left-hander, and the angle at the crease that he was bowling all day yesterday was so far wide. I was not getting enough movement. It was everything angling into the left hand, and I just felt this shape with a tighter line to the left-handers is better for Wasim as an option. The other thing it does is creates a bit of a rough at this end as well for the left-handers around their off stump. Something for Noman and Abrar to work out of. So it's almost yielding 2 results here.
I'll just have a look at Tom Latham here. Might have been look at the little divot that he's left in the middle of the surface there. Just that first couple of steps, you've got to try and get off the pitch. And Alim Dar, spot on. He is onto it. Not much gets past him.
It's a little bit early in New Zealand innings to be doing that, isn't it? And that sort of comes from 8, 9 and 10.
They're not out there long enough. No, Alimdar always on the ball. He's vastly experienced. He's seen this before. Don't worry about that. Some genuine movement now. Both these seam bowlers, 173 without loss. Well, boundaries required, and if there is a boundary hit whenever the Osaka display on the ground LED boards is lit up, 10,000 Pakistan rupees will go to the player who hits that boundary. It's the Osaka boundary contest. It's nice, that's what he's looking for. Latham up to the task at the moment, though.
The one thing that we've all been talking about is consistency and prolonged consistency, because you want to dry up the runs as well. And I think that's where Pakistan missed the mark yesterday. There was a lot of trying different things, which allowed a lot of scoring options. So there wasn't consistency in their plans in terms of either trying to go for the wicket or score up the runs. It was somewhere in between, and that's why I felt they gave away a lot of scoring opportunities. It's been much better this morning. Close the bat face on that, just gently glides it off his legs.
It's the one downside. If you just get a little bit too straight, it's only place on the leg side. They haven't really got a fielder. Conway, what he does so well is he keeps his balance. It's so easy to fall over there and get a little bit squarer, but he maintains his balance beautifully.
And with this plan, Chris, you don't mind that every now and then. If you do become a little bit too straight, it's okay. But in doing that, like you said, the batter might fall over. The one might not. One might just hold its line and then bring those three men on the leg side into play. So I don't think he should be bothered by if it does straighten a little too much. Obviously not that frequently, but every now and then with the plan in place, it's the margin's very small here for error. So I don't think that boundary will be too much of a worry for Hamza at this point.
Spot on there from Mir Hamza. 178 without loss. Well, these two are looking to hunt down the highest partnership for any wicket in Test matches in Pakistan. Evan Conway and Tom Latham, Sir Richard Hadley and Warren Lees. The 7th wicket in Karachi in 1976. Robert Anderson, Mark Burgess, 1976 in Lahore. It's J.R. Reid and Barry Sinclair, Wellingtonian, in 1965. And the two Knowles, Noel Hartford and Noel McGregor, 1955 in Lahore. You might see S.N. McGregor on the McGregor name. His first name was Spencer. Spencer Noel McGregor. It was more commonly known as Noel.
Yes, lovely start, Shabash.
Noman Ali into the attack, so end of Mohammad Wasim. Straight away the sweep is out. It's one thing this New Zealand team have done in the last 9, 10, 11 years since that change in South Africa is really celebrate milestones. They've made sure that they are looking for milestones, celebrating what's been and what they have achieved as well. So there'll be little presentations along the way. There would have been for Tim Southey's 350th Test wicket yesterday. Down the wicket and over mid-wicket for Evan Conway. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4.
A wonderful shot, using his feet, loves to go leg side, hitting with the spin, good option. Got down, didn't quite get to the pitch, but just happy to hit through the line with the spin. Good aggressive batting. And into the 90s.
Yes, bowling.
Yeah, he's taken the sweep option. He used his feet a couple of times, but that's hitting with the spin key there.
Shabbat no me, Shabbat no me.
Oh, that's turned. It's probably turned too much, I think. I think it's turned too much. Really ripped. I think this is high and missing leg, but they might go. They'll go anyway.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fade delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Here it is, at raw black.
Okay.
Keep rolling, keep rolling. Look like no bat involved to confirm ultra edge, please.
Set the cover copy is not ready yet.
Copy. Alim waiting for ultra edge. Stand by. Still stand by. Still waiting.
Just awaiting Ultra Edge at the moment. Didn't look like there was any bat at all. He missed it by quite some way.
Still waiting, Alim.
Touch closer than I thought initially, but it has turned quite appreciably.
Here it is, it's ready now. Start by Ultra Edge.
Ultra Edge coming up. Yeah, keep roll back. Now roll forward.
No, I don't think
There is a spike. Can you roll back? Back.
yeah, but that's before.
Now roll forward. There is a rumbling coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, roll back. Back again. Now roll forward. One more frame. Couple of frame back. Now roll forward. 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 Freeze when ball is next to the bat, please. Yeah, I can see the gap between ball and bat. Yes, freeze here. Now roll forward. Forward. Roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied? No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please.
One, here it is.
Original decision not out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Can you go back on field, please? Alim, I recommend you to overturn your original not out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Well, that is a great review. I stand corrected. I thought it had turned a lot more. And that is a brilliant review from Pakistan. And excellent, I think, also. Got to pay credit here to Ashan Raza. That is a fantastic decision. The ball did not hit the bat. It was the spike you saw was, I think, the foot dragging. We'll talk more about it as Conway goes for 92. It's 183 for 1.
Pakistan with their first breakthrough. New Zealand's best batter walks in, average of 52.63. Walks in at 183 for 1, but this morning Pakistan have been really good. There's been a bit of reverse to work with, and after about half an hour they've got a wicket with a terrific review. Third day, normally the moving day, and it started off with Pakistan being much better with the ball, attacking those stumps, put pressure on, and it's showing 6 overs has just gone for 18, and they've been rewarded with a wicket. The leg side field, 4 catching leg side. The deep mid wicket in place and a fine leg, so everything should just angle back into the stumps. The attack is to make sure that there's no width, and with Mir Hamza he's getting that little bit of reverse into the pads, and that length and that line has been good today.
but this was an excellent review. And then the TV umpire, Ehsan Raza, with the decision which was absolutely spot on. Pakistan know how important that wicket was, but also the fact, Waqar, that Pakistan have exerted a lot of pressure. Second time this year that he's been dismissed on 92.
Well, the pressure exerted from the pace bowlers has really brought them a wicket. Hardly runs were given away. As I says, it's a beautiful shot. Let them just for a couple. Little check shot. A very rare occasion where Mir Hamza bowled a little fuller and a little outside the off stump. But yeah, I agree with you. It was a good decision by the third umpire. From the side on, when you look at it, you feel or you think that he might be just going over the top. But because he was very, very close to the stumps, he was inside that crease, the box. Excellent bowling. Sideways.
Yeah, that ball seam with the naked eye was on the rise, and that's probably why Aleem Dar just refrained from raising the finger. Have a look at that again.
A rare occasion where the batsman went on to the back foot and tried to flare from there. Then when you look from here, it hit him above the knee roll. Because the ball had to travel maybe 2.5 feet, and that really indicates that it's going to hit the stumps, and it was crashing into middle leg. A little opening for Pakistan.
Really good from Hamza as well. He's been attacking that front pad. Maybe a couple of deliveries that's gone towards that leg stump, but that's fine because all the field is set that way, and on a slow pitch you want to attack the stumps as much as possible.
Yeah, there are only 3 men on the offside. There's a cover fielder, mid-off, a little deep, and then the wide third man.
Gets through. Yeah, a bit of grumble from the field. They don't want to allow these singles. We saw this on so many occasions yesterday where the batter was able to just rotate strike, get off strike. It is slightly to his right, wrong side, because he throws with his left, and I think Latham would have got in. Now with the right-hander on strike, we saw excessive movement or the reverse swing into the left-hander, which will probably go across Williamson. A couple of slips and a gully, so field all changing. Short cover in place. And the opportunity to get runs through mid-off, through cover, he's giving him that sort of opportunity. Make him drive with the ball just angling away. Starts off with a beauty. Just a bit of reverse, and the angle beats Williamson. 186 for 1.
Well, you don't see that often. A new batsman at the crease, just a perfect length, and ball moving away. Williamson lucky that he just made the angle on that. The bat was just opened at the just right time that allowed the ball to miss that outer edge. If he would have played that ball with a straighter bat, who knows, there are 2 slips. The 2 slips there could have easily gone to them. But a wonderful start from Mir Hamza to Kane Williamson. He's been good this morning. He's been asked to do a certain job and he's really sticking to that.
ओए सही है ठीक है ठीक है आगे आगे लाला
Terrific movement. Also the angle, just exaggerating that movement. And almost went with the ball, Williamson. Opened the face and got beaten. Yeah, he knows that was a good one. It'll take some getting used to. Reverse swing from one end and a bit of spin from the other. And the correct ends also. The university end is where the spinners like to bowl at, and there's a little bit of development in terms of the pitch more from that end when you're bowling from the university end. This is good again from Pakistan.
Normally in Test match cricket, they say play with a straighter bat. And Williamson normally does play with a straighter bat. Don't do that. That's what they teach the youngsters. On that occasion, Williamson just opened to survive, actually. Won't be that easy when you come in. A lot of pressure will be put on. Doesn't matter how many runs you got in Test match cricket, you will be tested when you walk onto the field for the first time in a very different conditions to what he's played most of his cricket.
But really good this. Sikandar just nodding his head with the appreciation of the field set. The field is very tight in, so there's no single unless and until he pierces that field. The offside field is quite tight. Now there's that point fielder. No, he's just being moved slightly across, but leg side offside, they're trying to stifle that single. So if Williamson wants to get off strike, or if he wants to get some runs, he has to pierce the field or go over the top, which is absolutely the right thing to do as the new batter comes in to bat.
Oh.
187 for one.
मेरा कैब दे शानू कैब दे
Pakistan with the wicket today, they'll be searching for another one, and it seems that planning better today. The plans are working slightly better. Just a bit of movement now. There's a change in terms of the plan. Last over, we saw a lot of fielders packed leg side. There's a change with Latham now. Now gone offside. There's a deep point in place, but now they want Latham to try and whip it off his stumps. Well, we've seen every time that he's gone outside off stump, it becomes slightly easier for Latham. It's the one that's coming back in, the tighter delivery, the one coming back into the stumps, that's probably more potent. But yeah, just a bit of a change.
Well, there are two players absent this morning on the field. Babar is out. Salman Agha also not on the field, having some health issues. There's flu around. And Sarfraz Ahmed is being asked to do the duties of captaincy. And I think it's really helping Mir Hamza, because they both play for Sindh in first class and understands each other really well, and the strategy is what I'm seeing is purely because of that Hamza has been asked to do certain job by Sarfraz, and he's doing it. He's done it in the domestic level, and you'll see, you can hear Sarfraz chirping, just giving a lot of ideas, pumping them up, a lot more animated, which has always been.
Yeah, you're right. It just adds that certain level of cushion and comfort between the bowler and the captain if you've played a lot of cricket in the domestic circuit together. Also in terms of field positioning, Sarfraz exactly knows what Mir Hamza can do and what will work for him. And same goes for Sarfaraz and Abrar. Abrar has actually started off under his captaincy and played a lot of cricket in the first class circuit and otherwise in white ball also in Sarfaraz's captaincy. That will also be interesting once he comes into the attack, how he puts the attacking field as and when required when Abrar is in operation.
Yeah, it tends to work on field when you've played a lot together. Off field, worked a lot with Sikandar, but we still don't get each other, which is still a problem. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. It's what happens on field. Now, again, playing around with the strategy. Now it's leg side for Latham.
Not to forget a good review taken by him, which got them the wicket. They missed out on an opportunity yesterday with that caught behind.
I asked him this morning, I said, didn't you hear anything? He said, I heard two noises and I wasn't sure. And especially when you're not captain and you're not sure, you don't want to just jump in. Because Babar was in the first slip, he probably said the same to him also. That look, it's your job. If you think you should take it. I heard two noises, but Babar refused.
Nicely bowled, but he's digged it out. He wants two. There'll only be one. Another probing over from Mir Hamza. 190 for one.
One more time, have a look at it. That's where that big appeal against Conway. And they were all looking at each other. And this time around, Sarfraz being captain, he knew exactly straight away. He just went up and he said, we're taking a review.
It's amazing how the keeper goes up immediately. It's almost like a reflex. And then suddenly nods his own head saying, no, I don't think that was an edge. You just get unsure of your own appeal.
Lots of discussions in terms of how to go about this. Pakistan sense that this is a moment, a key moment in the game. Once you get a wicket here, it's difficult to start against spin. That's the most difficult part, where the ball's not really coming on to the bat. And Pakistan just sense that if they can go bang, bang, then they're in. Even with Latham on strike, the strategies, the plans today have been very clear. Now it's a packed leg side field. They've given the opportunity to go through that offside. But it's up to Noman Ali to be tight into those stumps. Ball should finish between those stumps, not allow him to just hit it through the offside. Also the control of length. It's better to be full with this kind of field rather than short.
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है शाबाश शाबाश एबी खुल के आना बेटा सही है शाबाश खुल के आना है बेटा
I don't think that one hit his finger. It was just the top part of his hand,
Yes, boy.
which sometimes sting.
शाबाश नोम शाबाश नोम बहुत अच्छे
It was really hit hard. You don't want him to get injured or have that right hand damaged, because he's going to be key going forward in this test match.
Yeah, lovely bowling.
Now Waqar bhai, with
शाबाश शाबाश
Noman bowling pretty well,
बनाए रखो जरा इसको
but you think your premier spinner is Abrar. Who gets choice of ends? Abrar will want to bowl from the university end, won't he?
क्या बात है नोमी क्या बात है
I know there are certain ends you like bowling, and he has done well against England, but I don't think Sarfraz will make any changes. When someone's bowling really well, just keep it like that. Ask him to come the other end, or maybe just keep bowling the faster bowlers. I thought they're bowling really well. Maybe bring in Mohammad Wasim for another short spell. 191 for 1.
For the first time today, spin from both ends. Abrar
शानू उधर आएंगे आप
has not been given
एक मिनट ऑन आएगा एक
the preference of ends. He's coming from the pavilion end or the media end.
अब जो चला जाए
It's the university end
आप यहीं पे रहेंगे लाला
from where spinners prefer to bowl anyway. He's in good form. His start of this test career has been superb, so you won't mind this. Yesterday exclusively bowled to left-handers. Today he's got the opportunity to actually bowl to a right-hander. He prefers bowling to right-handers. Likewise Noman. Well, starts off with a bit of spin, bit of bounce off the surface.
well done ये बहुत अच्छे बेटा शाबाश
Yeah, a bit of bounce. Normally we saw from the far end, university end, the ball keeping low.
catch it
Sweep top edge. Oh, just gets away with that. Another delivery that's bounced on Latham. Latham will get back for 3, but he was never in control.
ये lovely start lovely start
Sarfraz is saying lovely start, and rightly so. It is a lovely start from a youngster. I think this end will suit him more because the two deliveries so far we've seen that they're bounced, and I think that's what Abrar is looking for. I think he'll enjoy a ball at Williamson also, because it's easier for him to just get his line right to the right-hander.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting phase. We'll be facing him for the first time.
Oh! Baby, lovely. मजा आ रहा है. Baby, बहुत अच्छे बेटा. ये.
University N who just skidded through, scooted low. Pavilion N, you get a bit more bounce. It was, say, quite contrasting in the terms that the ends have played so far. Rabra started off bowling slightly quicker today. He started off with about a couple of deliveries around 89. Just see what his speeds are like throughout this spell. Now straight away the average bounce. Pavilion N. If you want bounce, go Pavilion N. If you don't want bounce, go University N.
Yes, boy, lovely ball.
A decent start for Abrar. It's 194 for 1.
Lovely top stuff. चलो आ जाओ थोड़ा पीछे हुए हम लोग. हाँ अपना साउथ इधर बस सही है बस सही है. Oh, catching by me.
New Zealand still 44 runs away from saving the follow-on.
जोर से मारनी पड़ेगी, ठीक है सब.
But it's now all eyes on Latham. 96 not out.
शाबाश. Oh!
Spin from outside off. That's the bit of development in this pitch is right there, just outside the left-hander's off stump. If it hits the rough like that, well, you'll get something different. You get either you'll get bounce or stay low. Yeah, Latham just thinking cut short is not the way to go. Sweep in the air, and he's got away with that. It's 2 times now in the last couple of overs that he's been able to just pop it over the fielder. Goes to 98.
New Zealand under serious pressure. Although Latham is on 98, he's not comfortable. When he goes back, the ball keeps low, and even sweeping the last couple of times when he swept, the ball just popped up and went in the air. Pakistan putting some serious pressure on these two batsmen.
Down the ground, gets a single, goes to the other, and he'll stay on 99 now. It's been a really good innings, but today it's been slightly different from Pakistan. It's been very good from Pakistan.
Yeah, again, that evidence of that low bounce from that University end. Just going on the back foot is just asking yourself to do a lot as a batter. And then the sweep comes into play. And just get a feeling something's got to give. Something's about to happen. Pakistan keeping it very, very tight.
Goes back again. Well, the ball has started keeping low on a regular basis. The last 3 deliveries, and that is from the middle of the pitch. This hasn't really hit the rough bit. That's a worrying. New Zealand is seriously well behind. 240 runs, still behind. Blocks off the front foot. And a wicket for Pakistan in the first hour. New Zealand 197 for 1. Latham 1 away from a century, and it's time for a drinks break.
Well, 97 for 1. New Zealand have lost Devon Conway this morning, and Tom Latham has moved through to 99. Just 1 run short of another Test match century for Tom Latham. He's been joined by Kane Williamson, and Pakistan with that 1 bit of success this morning. Good from Devon Conway, but he'd be disappointed to be dismissed for 92. In the mean time, throughout that innings, he played some wonderful shots.
Plays with such a full face and not afraid to go over the top against the spin either, especially when it's hitting with the left arm spin. Newman. And he had some trouble yesterday against the left arm spin when he was looking to play off the back foot. Put away with a little snick through the keeper, and then again, been so good propping forward, and when he went back, got caught with the amount of spin and was adjudged. LBW had to go to the review, and originally given it not out. And unfortunately for Conway, 3 reds, which meant he was on his way for 92. Pakistan have been very good this morning. Hamza particularly getting some nice reverse into the left-handers. 12 overs, none for 39. And then the 2 spinners, Uman Ali in particular, with that big breakthrough, is 1 for 47.
And New Zealand 241 behind now. As I said, Chris Harris has just mentioned Pakistan doing a really good job this morning, keeping that run rate in check for the most part. And they would love a couple more before lunch, Waqar Younis.
They've done really well, Pakistan. They've controlled the run rate. They picked up a wicket. It's been very, very quiet for New Zealand. And now, because both spinners bowling from both ends, it is going to be hard. We saw Abrar bowling round the wicket and getting that extra bounce from this end, which is a media end, and from the university end, it's more ball keeping low. So problems, not only just dealing with that, it's also hard to score against. Yesterday, it was a different ball game. Runs came quite easily, comfortably. I think Sarfaraz's captaincy is also very, very good. He's been really moving his fielders around and keeping everyone on their toes and making sure that nothing should be given away easily for New Zealand. That's normal. That's what you see when Sarfraz is captaining the side. It does not matter if it's a test match, one day, or even in the first class. He's always up there for a challenge.
That's good. Knows what Tom Latham is looking for here. Keep that field nice and tight. You'd like to see mid-off just a little bit closer, though. It's Mir Hamza. Looks to sweep. And they'll pitch the one, they will. And Tom Latham will pick up another test match century in a fine innings for this New Zealand left-handed opening batter. His 13th 100 in test match cricket. And it is the most now by any New Zealand opening batter in test cricket. He has surpassed John Wright, who he was equal with on 1200s. And that is a terrific effort from Tom Latham.
Yeah, wonderful knock with 9 boundaries, 69 games. That's a healthy average. He's got 23 50s, 1300s. He's a player of all conditions. Even last time when he came and played against Pakistan, he was really good. He was sweeping the ball well. He was driving the ball. It's a very organized player.
There it is, going on the sweep that he loves to play. It's been a very strong shot for him against the spinners from Pakistan. And then he goes on the reverse. And this will run away for 4. We saw him have no trouble playing the orthodox sweep yesterday, but today with a little bit more bounce and purchasing the surface, we've seen a few top edges. So decides if he is perhaps going to catch the top edge. If he goes the reverse sweep, less fielders in catching positions. It's a good option.
He's turned himself into a superb player, has Tom Latham. Occupies the middle order in New Zealand's 50-over side and does a terrific job there. The reason he does that is because he plays spin so well. 203 for 1. New Zealand using him in that one-day international side through the middle overs to control the spin. One of the reasons he's been so good and got such a good record against subcontinent sides as well. New Zealand list for most centuries by opening batters. And you look at the amount of innings it's taken Tom Latham to surpass John Wright. And John Wright was long considered one of New Zealand's better openers. Probably Glenn Turner's probably at the top of that list. 7 centuries for Glenn Turner. 67 innings only. There's a very good argument for Tom Latham to be alongside Glenn Turner as New Zealand's best opener. I know those that saw Bert Sutcliffe will probably say that he deserves a spot in that argument as well, but Latham's numbers are absolutely superb now and have been for quite some time. We showed that other graphic yesterday of the most runs by any opener in world cricket in the last few years as well, and he was right up there with I think second place with Dimuth Karunaratne at number 1. So in the last 5 years he's been one of the most prolific opening batters in test match cricket.
Oh yes, lovely, lovely, lovely.
Noman in a very good rhythm at the moment, is pushing Williamson back on the back foot and hoping that the ball will keep low.
good speed variation. The odd ball, a lot slower than his normal pace. That last delivery was almost 90 kilometers an hour, but he does slow things down at times.
Yeah, it's funny what difference a day makes. There's obviously lots of discussion in the Pakistan camp about paces to bowl. Today I think the spinners have been very good. There's a little bit more bounce, more purchase, certainly asking the right questions. They've controlled the runway, which allows Sarfaraz to set more attacking fields, more men in catching positions.
Yeah, and maybe the change of ends as well has made a bit of a difference. We talked about it in the previous stint, Waqar with Sikandar and Bazid Ali as well. Bazid Khan, sorry, Bazid Ali. Just about the lack of bounce from one end and more bounce from the other end. So maybe the spinners have just got their ends right.
South, only one.
Only one is the call, and that's all it'll be. I think Sarfaraz wants a bra to have a turn at Kane Williamson. 204 for 1.
Welcome. साजिद आप मिड विकेट आ जाओ स्लिप में आओ शानू आगे
Men around the bat, the slip in place. One that just leaves Kane Williamson, man under the helmet on the onside. And a ring field outside of that. And forget, of course, with the one-day internationals coming up, get in your Pakistan colours, of course, the PCB shop, shop.pcb.com.pk. All of your relevant Pakistan cricket gear. Get yourself dressed up, get along to the ODIs, make some noise and wear your colours.
A little inside edge from Kane Williamson, looking to push on the front foot. Got it very fine on the leg side. Good signs from Abra. He's looked good this morning, a little bit more purchase and a little bit more bounce. Asking the right questions, like a...
Well, that was a good delivery. I don't think Williamson knew which way that ball was going to turn. He was looking to play on the onside, closing the face of the blade. Oh, could have easily popped up a bit and get the outer edge and could have gone anywhere. Yeah, that's much better. Don't close that face. He's lunging forward. He's not sure which way the ball's going to turn, so he's a little reluctant, especially against a Brar, to go on the back foot.
Oh!
Oh, there it is, just back, but soft hands allowed the ball to go down to the ground before hitting first slip. 206 for 1.
Abrar feeling much better today. He was going through the motions yesterday. Ball was not spinning. He was struggling to get the lines and lengths right.
this morning. A lot of encouragement from captain.
आप जो है मिड ऑन जाएंगे लाला एक थोड़ा हाफ पे कैचिंग पे और एक इधर फाइन नवाजे
Sarfraz and Abrar played a lot of cricket together at first class level, so he understands him well. And especially when your senior partner or the other spinner bowling better, you automatically take that challenge and you want to be better than him. And they're providing energy to each other.
ओए सही है गुड 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 ठीक है एक मिनट विकेट आ जाए हां जी
Only 3 boundaries been hit since morning. 15 overs been bowled into the 16th.
लंच तक रखो अंदर लंच के बाद
And the run rate has dropped quite a bit.
Oh, that one has gone straight along the ground. That has just rolled along the ground. I think it's clipped a little bit of the pad of Kane Williamson. It has, and lucky for him, it was leg side.
Yeah, again, we're seeing that low bounce. It definitely looked as though it pitched outside leg stump. So for us, initially, was interested because he knew it had clipped the pad. So worrying signs. Williamson, this is just shot along the ground. You can just see just clipped his front pad, but it's comfortably outside leg stump. If he gets that line a little bit straighter, that is going to be awkward.
Dooley, that's what you wanted, isn't it? You wanted the ball to do a little bit more, spin more, or bounce more, or stay low a little bit more. You got your wish.
Yeah, from a bowling point of view, you just want it a bit straighter, don't you? You want it to be happening off the straight. It just makes it interesting. It brings the game alive again, doesn't it? It's tough. And you want surfaces, I think, over time to deteriorate. You don't want them to get easier.
Yes.
What it does, it gives the bowler some confidence. They're seeing things that all of a sudden things are happening, gives them confidence. It puts doubt in the batsman's mind. And all of a sudden, you'd feel as though the 2 spinners, for the first time in this innings of Pakistan, feel as though they've got some control back and actually look likely to pick up wickets.
It's just over the top. But what it has done is it's made Williamson be a little bit more aggressive, look for some other scoring options.
I think that's the right move. If you keep defending, is batted for 36 balls and look like that he's going to get out any second. I think the best way to go is just put bowler under pressure a little bit. Use your feet, just do something different. Because if you keep defending, there will be a delivery which will take you.
213 for 1.
आप आएंगे कामी इधर आ कवर में आएगा अमी स्लिप में बनोमी अंदर हो
Just seen Cameron Kulam come back onto the field, one of their replacements. Abrar to continue around the wicket to Latham. That's nicely bowled, lovely pace.
That last delivery was a googly, what we call it. It's not actually a googly, which you see from a right arm leg spinner. Again, a very similar delivery. He does flick that with the middle finger right at the last second, and it just goes the other way. It goes away from the left-hander. Yeah, that smile tells the story. He's enjoying it.
Oh, ऐसे भी शाबाश शाबाश बहुत अच्छे बच्चे बहुत आला बेटा बहुत आला
Some wonderful advice from the great Saqlain this morning. Listening intently, as you should when that man talks.
Yeah, world-class bowler, Saqlain Mushtaq. Lots of wickets in all formats. He'll be giving him some great advice.
Yeah, no better man than Saqlain to be talking to you as a youngster. He's giving all the trade of the tricks, helping the youngster. But I think he's got to help himself also here a little bit. That posture might not be good for him, for his back especially. The way he was sitting.
214 for one.
इमाम थोड़ा ना चेंज करना पड़ेगा मेरी जान थोड़ा सा ना इसको यहाँ रखना पड़ेगा आपको भी डाउन जाना पड़ेगा प्लीज
It's a little change in field for Sarfraz. He's ringing the changes, making sure that just keeps Latham on his toes. Two men behind square, relatively close to the batter, say within sort of 30 to 40 yards for that top edge sweep shot. Oh, whether it be tea or cold tea, hot tea, ice blocks, Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment. Life is far too short for sensitive teeth. Make sure you look after them. Don't have them forever.
Oh! Yeah. बहुत अच्छे
I like the field position so far, which Sarfraz has said. The one man I couldn't understand, that man in the right corner of your picture, right on the boundary. What is he there for? Even if Sarfraz thinking that he'll reverse sweep, and that man is way too deep for that, and you want the batsman to look for that cut shot, just drag him back on the back foot. But if you keep him there, he's not going to do anything. He's going to just maybe tap it down for a single, or maybe just if it goes in the gap, might go for two. So that fielder for me is a waste, especially against Latham.
Well, it's actually playing into his hands. I love what they've done on the leg side to Latham. We've seen a couple of top edges, hence the reason they've got those two catches about 30 yards from the bat on the leg side.
Yes, well ball.
And so what we're seeing Latham do is go to the reverse sweep because as you've rightly pointed out, Waka, the man that's saving the boundary is no risk because he doesn't hit the reverse sweep, he just laps it. So you want him up in a more of a catching position, again, for that top edge. So you will see Latham prepared to play that reverse sweep just to get off strike.
Yeah, and that's the reason why those two men on the leg side, I totally agree, up sort of around about that 30, 40 metre mark is this very reason. A couple of top edges, one from Abra and one from Norman Ali, just looping over the head. So those two are in perfect place for the lefty, but I agree on the man back for the reverse sweep. He's just far too deep, 215 for one. Oh, yes.
That was quickly bowled and spun. And watch the slip cordon. His hands goes up in the air and on the head is thinking, I'm glad that it didn't nick it. Because if that would have got the edge, he had no chance catching that. Standing really, really close. Kamran Ghulam, the 12th man, is straight into the business end. How quickly that ball went.
Yeah, the good size for Bra is how much it turned. Normally the quicker you bowl, the less spin there is, but that was almost 91 kilometres an hour. And you could see it move away from the left-hander.
It was the genuine off-feet, but it bounced and turned.
Yeah, always tough for that slip fielder when you've got a spinner that mixes up his pace. Normally varies from around 80 k's as a slower ball, even down into the 70s for his wrong one, but up to sort of 91, 92 for his quicker one. And there's a slip fielder. If you're setting yourself up for that slower ball, it makes it very challenging when the batsman edges that quicker delivery. So I guess there's the issue Daryl Mitchell had, finding out exactly where to stand. He got that hard chance to dismiss Babar Azam in the first innings.
Looking to sweep. It's heading down leg anyway, and possibly some bat on it. And gloves, according to Safraz. No reason to go upstairs. 66 overs bowled, 216 for one.
Yeah, it was just a glove. It didn't go and hit the pad. And that's why Sarfaraz's hand came down very quickly. He knew what exactly happened.
More left arm spin from Norman Ali. Spinners have been pretty good. Just Brought that run rate down a touch to 3.26 now from New Zealand's point of view. It was up around 3.5 for the most part yesterday. Sweeps hard, it'll be one. This was the last ball of the previous over, just a bit of glove for Kane Williamson. Half an hour to go to lunch, or 28 minutes, should I say. 28 minutes of work for Buzzard Khan and Uruj Mumtaz.
Yeah, the spinner's getting the ball to talk a little bit more as compared to yesterday. Better lines, tighter lines. And the one that spun away from Abrar. The bounce on that in particular was good to see.
भाई बहुत अच्छे नोमी भाई, क्या बात है नोमी भाई, बांध के रखो, बस बांध के रखो. क्या सारे सारे मिल जाएगा. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है.
Nicely timed. I look for 3. Or settled for 2.
It's been tough for Williamson. He received deliveries that stayed low and some that bounced, but in terms of the overall innings, you look at it in isolation, 9 or 46, and think, well, get on with it. But he does get on with it and hits it for a 4. Gets his first boundary. Goes to 13 or 47. It's 223 for 1. But as he walked in, and you sense that Pakistan was just building pressure. They bowled well. They bowled well all morning. There's been something in it for the spinners, especially the ball bouncing and staying low. And if he walks in and tries and make his move, in being aggressive, if he then loses his wicket, there was a big opening for Pakistan. There still is. There's that opportunity, but it's just sort of calmed things down in terms of not allowing that pressure to build or that pressure to multiply with back-to-back wickets. Still a long, long way away, New Zealand, but you can just sense that Williamson also knows the importance of this passage of play.
Just on that, Baz, as well, Pakistan up against probably the best players of spin in New Zealand at the moment. In the modern era, if you might say, Williamson right up there with his average against spin. 75 his average. And Latham up there 54, and Daryl Mitchell to follow. Again, probably a sample size lesser for him. Also averages 69. So where Pakistan are trying to apply pressure with their spin in tandem, better lines, they're up also against 2 of the best batters that play spin for New Zealand. And Williamson, right, like you say, recognizes the importance of passage of play. Every now and then when there is a ball to be hit. It's going down, is it? He's been given. He has been given and he's reviewed it right away.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, roll back, roll back. Roll forward. Forward, freeze. There is a spike when ball is next to the bat. There is no gap between ball and bat. Satisfied? Can you go back on field, please? Alex, there is a spike when ball is next to the bat. So I recommend you to change your original out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, big inside edge. Kane Williamson going up immediately as the decision was given. Normally, Dooley, you'll have a discussion with your partner when you're worried about the line or the impact point, but when you know you've nicked it, it's pretty instinctive right away. The review remains intact.
Only one in me.
Just being careful with the one that comes back in. Talking about how good these two are against the spin. Yes, Pakistan have the pressure on, but if New Zealand want two of their best, they're certainly out there.
Yeah, they're good numbers, aren't they, when you compare to what their overall averages are. Those numbers against spin are exceptional.
Numbers before the start of this game: Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, still to come, all play spin well. It's also the impact of franchise cricket and now white ball cricket. So much cricket around the world, whereas Dooley, we were talking about how New Zealand probably doesn't have the most spin friendly conditions, and hence why probably doesn't produce many spinners, but franchise cricket helping in that regard. 225 for 1. .42 now, this partnership, after Devon Conway went for 92 last 20 minutes before lunch here.
नोमी भाई बस इसको जरा बांध के रखना है, शाबाश.
Yeah, I like the way Rouge has just pumped the New Zealand batting up in terms of playing spin. Remember, this their first test match in Pakistan. Pakistan a completely different ball game. But yeah, they are good players. Just
so he's agreeing with me. That's a first.
Agreeing with the stats.
And one of those backhanded compliments, wasn't it? Which you get often.
Yep. Buzzer than me, fair to say, different end of the spectrum. Frequencies don't match here.
Yeah, and you know I'm top end.
Still persisting with that deep third fielder. Again, there's been plenty of discussion around that up here. He played a couple of reverse sweeps yesterday, and one did top edge when that fielder was inside the circle, and that went up. Now, I'd still like for him to be in that position, but more in the circle, inviting that shot. Because you're looking to set fields to encourage a high-risk scoring opportunity. With that fielder back at the boundary, it's not a high-risk shot anymore. I just feel with him, if they want to sort of cut that option, at least invite him for a high-risk shot. And just feel that fielder right of your screen, not really serving much of a purpose.
Only one, only one. शाबाश नोमी जाने नहीं देना हाँ भाई दिमाग बन रहा है इस वाली फील्ड पे बोलो हाँ यही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि जरा ये कंसिस्टेंटली यहाँ एक ओवर तो खेले करता क्या है
Yeah, plenty of messaging being passed from Sarfaraz. Wants him to consistently bowl in one line to Kane. Not there. Not there. Won't be happy with that, Sarfaraz. Just a shake of the head doesn't say much. 227 for 1.
Yeah, it was probably quite a rank full toss in the end. Williamson missing it completely. Sarfaraz missing it completely as well.
हाँ नहीं ये भी हाँ सही है सही है सही है
Last ball, last over. It's gone down leg side. It has missed everything. Williamson has topped almost over balance and he's way out of his crease. Sarfaraz hasn't collected the ball. Noman Ali at the end of the over had a quizzical look about him and he thought there was maybe an opportunity. If Sarfaraz had collected that ball, I think he was in. There was even with a big chance of a stumping.
A couple of runs here. It was the one that he fires in with the arm as well. Kept continuing down with the angle.
Yeah, tough one. A tough one, but I think it's got to go down as a chance. Buzz, I think you're right. Probably I want to say maybe I'm not a keeping expert. Someone say I'm not a bowling expert, but probably 2 and 10, 3 and 10. Does that come off the glove? Come off the glove, I think. And Latham knows it straight away. So his vigil comes to an end as well. And Abra picks up his first.
It's been a good knock. It's been a good knock off control up till that point. 113 for him. It's a reverse sweep. There's one to the leg spin. Continuing on with the angle. Wrong line. And he gloves it straight to Kamran Ghulam. A simple catch in the end. There's a good knot for Tom Latham. 113 from 191. New Zealand now 231 for 2.
saying something.
Yeah, that balcony will be standing and applauding him for his effort, Latham, as he walks back. A reverse sweep, his downfall, and in walks Henry Nicholls. 49 matches to his name. He does have the big scores as well, 1250s, 800s, and he'll want to improve on that average.
Yeah, 231 for 2. The scorecard looks really healthy, but today it's not been that simple. There's a bit more bounce, bit more variable bounce, and just seems as Pakistan sense the spinners are in. And starting off against spin and that variable bounce is a challenge.
A good over from Abrar, 231 for 2.
That's the wicket, second one of the day. It was the leg spin. It was the wrong ball to try and play that reverse sweep too. Ended up just bouncing a little bit, hitting the gloves, or the bat, sorry, toe end of the bat, and popping straight up in the air. I thought it was close to the glove after the bat, but maybe it was the forearm. Look at this. There it was, there off the forearm, almost the arm guard.
That's what broke the pace of the ball as well. Normally from the edge of the bat, you'd expect it to balloon up and probably fall back behind that slip. A forearm impact taking the pace off.
Yeah, just getting the message there from behind the stumps from Sarfaraz. Told you last over about consistently bowling straight. That's a bad ball.
That's what the great Shane Warne used to say, wasn't it? He wanted to bowl 6 deliveries to one batter. Keep it consistent, keep it tight, keep the pressure on. Sarfaraz vocal with that. He wants a new batter on strike.
I think it's also important for Numan to just make sure that he doesn't give Williamson anything this over. They'd love Abrar to have 6 balls at Nicholls, I think. Not always at his best against spin, Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy when you walk out here in Pakistan. You're expecting the surface to play a certain way because you imagine that's how it is in the subcontinent. With the squeeze on, the spinner is bowling well now, and Abrar in particular. Better control from yesterday. I like the field here. He's got men around the bat. Hands in the air as was the ball. Looking for that inside edge. One balloons up to that fielder on the leg side. A sweep goes through the diving fielder. Nichols picks up a boundary to end the over. 238 for 2.
It's one of his scoring options. Doesn't always bring about rewards for Henry Nichols, but he's got that one and got it very well. Not a great piece of fielding behind square, you would say. Should have cut it to 1.
टाइट रखना है बे
And keeping the pressure on here. 3 men around the bat. Saud and Abdullah Shafiq in front. Persisting with the slip with the one that goes away. Number 1 tee in Pakistan. Fans enjoying a Tapal tea moment. Along with the cricket, I'd imagine. And Dooley, this is what you're talking about now. He's got 4 deliveries to Abrar. He's got 4 men around the bat.
And off strike straight away. That will feel good.
It's so often the case when you burst on the scene and you make an impact right away, as Abrar did in the England series. Still obviously into his 3rd game in his Test career, but the expectation from everybody to expect that something is going to happen. Obviously it didn't turn as much as it did. And I just felt his inexperience. He started trying too many things. Yesterday he wasn't consistent enough with his length. He tried to fire the ball in every now and then, dropped a few short. Much better today. Yeah, 2 balls earlier. You can see that was a right line for him to reverse sweep around off stump. This one, the wrong line. The ball goes past him, behind him. He's trying to drag it from past the leg stump, causing that top edge. Oh, we're done. 240 for 2.
आगे भाई ये तगड़ा रही है बॉल ना जाए मेरी जान ठीक है यही है इसका रिलीजिंग शॉट नमे शाबा नमे
That's turned sharply. Got a few hands on their heads and they'll have a discussion. And the discussion is to send it upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. I can see clearly gap between ball and bat. Go for ball tracking. We're ready, please. Stand by, waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision not out. Pitching outside of, impact outside. Aleem, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Another excellent on-field decision by Aleem Dar, and you saw his gesture was exactly that, outside, the impact outside off stump. He got a long way across. And Nichols, that's exactly what saved him. But again, promising signs every now and then when it lands in that rough, spins sharply back into the left-hander.
थोड़ा पीछे कह रहा है
Looking for that spot again.
Oh, it's really good because it's making Nichols think he has to play at the ball now. So if one just skids on straight, it brings slip into play. And Nichols is now trying to cover that by getting a cross outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, all left-handers remind you of this. They say we have to deal with the rough. Right-handers don't. But I think Brian Lara what he used to do was get so far forward that the ball delivered in the rough would almost become a cover drive. The sweep shot has worked this time, but it's gone to the fence. But I don't think Pakistan should mind that. A bit of extra bounce, we've seen that top edge. If that's the only option Nichols has, then Pakistan will be pretty happy.
Often hear sweep when in doubt. What he does do well is pick the good line. He's picked the right line for it, for the sweep. Again, yesterday there was, every now and then he would give the ball air. I just felt it wasn't consistent enough to cause that fault shot. That's another example of it. This is a good line and he's persisting with it. Drops the pace as well when he's trying to give the ball some air, and he's got that in his armory to fire one in to bring maybe the LBW into play. Picks up a single to end the over, and that will be lunch.
2:45 for two, so good session for Pakistan, removing both New Zealand's opening batters. Conway for 92, Latham for 113. 26 overs, so a little bit behind the over rate. 80 runs and a couple of wickets have kept that run rate down relatively well after it was up at around about 3.5 yesterday for the most part. I think Bazid Khan, it's a 50-50, a relatively even session, or Pakistan maybe a 55-45?
Yeah, absorbing, really absorbing. I think Pakistan just maybe go back into lunch feeling slightly happier than New Zealand are. They know it's tough now. It's getting tougher with the spin on both ends. And you just felt that Pakistan were on the game throughout that session. The runs did come, but they weren't easy, and it was different from yesterday. That has meant that Pakistan go back thinking that they can get a lead, or might well get a significant lead with the way things are panning out. But New Zealand fought it out. Williamson made sure that he stuck around. Got 19 of 60 deliveries. Nichols just walked in. He's had it tough too. He's 10 of 11. But the opening partnership, Conway missed out, 92. Latham got to his 100, got 113. 73 overs done. It's 245 for 2.
Bowlers used, and a wicket apiece for the two spinners. I thought Hamza was good this morning, though, bowling with that first few overs in the first half an hour, 40 minutes, and then Abrar and the Manali with a wicket apiece for Pakistan. New Zealand resumed at 165 without loss this morning. Tom Latham and Devon Conway looking to pick up where they left off yesterday. There's a couple of boundaries, a couple of moments, and then this. Devon Conway, adjudged not out originally by Alim Dar. You can understand possibly why, but it was a great review. Sarfaraz has taken over the captaincy reins with Babar Azam unwell and couldn't take the field. That was the moment that Latham brought up his 100, his 13th Test match century. Now the most hundreds by a New Zealand opening batter in Test match cricket. Surpassing John Wright's mark of 12, which he was equal with for some time. There was a decision given in favour of Pakistan on that occasion by Alex Worth. Kane Williamson knew straight away that it had inside edged it, so that one was overturned. Mis-stumping, you would say. A really, really tough chance, and then Latham gone. Little toe into the bat, up onto the arm guard, and it looped in the air, comfortably taken by Ghulam, the sub. Henry Nicholls has come to the crease. He and Kane Williamson have put together a partnership very new of 14. Nicholls is 10. Williamson is 19, and New Zealand go to lunch trailing by 193 runs.
Superb 100 from Latham. Brilliant start given by the two openers to New Zealand to be sitting at 245 for 2 at lunch on day 3. Let's have a quick look at what has happened in this test match. With that match summary, Pakistan won the toss, 438 all out. Babar's big 100. Salman also getting 100 in that. New Zealand 245 for 2. Spinners have got a wicket each. That's the celebration part in the first session for Pakistan. New Zealand are still trailing by 193 runs. Hello and welcome to Inverix Pitchside Studio, and I'm Sikandar with you. We'll talk about the first session on day 3, and I've got my guests Uruj Mumtaz and of course Chris Harris. Welcome to you guys. I'll start with you, Uruj. The way the pitch has played, that's the main thing that probably Pakistan has got some purchase, especially from that university, and the ball is keeping very low. Things are not as easy as they were with that 165 for no loss yesterday.
Anything variable just adds to a little bit more doubt, and I just feel that the lines have definitely been a lot more tighter. The plans have been a lot more better this morning, and they've been executed. And then to add to that variable bounce, there's been a few that have actually taken off, which is again adding to the mix. It just puts doubt into Kane and now Nichols, who's fresh onto the field. And so often than not, we see one bring 2 wickets. So it's not going to be easy batting on day 3, as has been sort of the stats tell us. It's Maz, our statistician, says it's moving day, so the game's definitely moved along.
Yeah, it has, and it's a different kind of a battle for Henry and Kane out there from what it was yesterday, with that bounce, of course, that she mentioned. And if you're bowling from this end, that's where we are, you're getting fairly good bounce. So different tactics when you're batting different ends.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and I think they've set some good fields as well. But from the university end, we've seen just a little bit low bounce, and also some quite good spin from Newman Ali out of the rough, which has really tested the left-handers. So it's going to be very tough for Nichols. We've already seen one appeal being reviewed, which went in his favour. And then from the pavilion end, I thought Abrar was getting a little bit more spin as well, but also some bounce. We saw a couple of top edges from Latham. So it's going to be a real tough examination for the 2 batsmen that are in, but also if there's any more breakthroughs, the next batsmen come in, it's going to be very hard to settle on the surface.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's been a great start for New Zealand openers. One of them missed out on 100, but Latham got his, and we'll get Chris Harris on that because he's our top performer. Let's have a look. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant 100 from Tom Latham. He's very strong down the ground and not afraid to pull as well, especially on the surface where it doesn't get too high. It was a magnificent innings. And then we can see that trademark orthodox sweep and those flicks to the leg side, played superbly and became New Zealand's most successful opener with 1300s.
If you actually look at his wagon wheel, there's just one boundary in the V in front. The rest of them is all a square of the wicket. The boundaries that Latham has hit. I mean, he's just been scoring behind the square on either side.
Yeah, I mean, he's generally very good all around the ground, but I think because he got a main diet of facing slow bowlers, he's so good on the sweep, and he scored most of his boundaries with that sweep shot. And outside of that, he just looks to tuck on the offside, tuck on the leg side. But I think today, that wagon wheel for him was purely because he faced mainly spin, and he's so good on that orthodox sweep shot.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Pakistan got 2 wickets today, and just want to run through a little bit of a different factor today, which Uruj touched on. It's about better planning, and has that come about according to you with a different captain, probably who's got 2 bowlers who've played under his wings for the longest time?
See, I think when there's a relation, it's always better. They gel together, they know each other well, and Sarfraz probably knows how to tackle Abrar, or at least handle him. He's still a youngster, and that's something that you could see yesterday. He was getting too excited or too frustrated. He was a little bit edgy. Because when you have such a good start to your career and a team against England, obviously England were coming to look for runs, and you leave yourself open for wickets falling as well. But just felt yesterday he was a little bit erratic. Today, better lines, better control, better fields, like Chris said, all of that adds. But primarily, I think it was just better lines that Abrar in particular bowled with.
Yeah. We're talking about Sarfraz's captaincy and the 2 moments of joy for Pakistan, the 2 wickets today. Let's have a look at them. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Harry, this was really good. I think a very good review taken by the captain.
Yeah, it was a great review. They obviously missed one from Conway on yesterday, so it was important they took this and it went in their favour, which will give them some confidence going forward. But I think when Conway looks at that, he'll probably wish that he'd played off the front foot because he's so solid in defence when he gets forward.
And this was, of course, the shot that has been runs for him, cost him his wicket, reverse sweep, getting that bottom edge and then off the forehand. And an easy catch taken by Kamran Ghulam. That was the second wicket, so patience has paid off. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So have a look at that first wicket of Latham. It's really when the university, and that's the end where the bowling is coming from, you not supposed to go on that back foot because you never know where the ball is going to come.
No, exactly. It makes it really tough, and but that's why it's going to be difficult for any of the New Zealand players that are currently out there and are to come, because it's very hard to get forward because they've got lots of catches in catching position, and we've seen a little bit more bounce and spin. So they're very nervous about getting too far forward because you expose both edges, and they're still feeling as if you go back, you can play it off the pitch after it's spun and bounced, and then play with a full face. But that has its own dangers as well, as we saw with Conway.
And also, when you look at the way Pakistan has approached the game at the moment, they choke the runs, and which has probably earned them those wickets. You see 165 for no loss, and today they haven't really added too many. 245, you've seen how careful and cautious Williamson has been as well.
I mean, when you plan either you're looking for wickets or you're looking to choke the runs. Yesterday, again, I thought Pakistan was neither here nor there, and they bowled on both sides of the wicket, gave away too many boundary opportunities. Today, I think they've come out, yes, they're looking for runs, but looking for wickets, but more than that, they've got the squeeze on with the runs. And so often it happens when you squeeze the runs out. Both batters came in yesterday of big scores, so they were expecting to get a move on. But when you've got better lines and with better field, you've choked the runs, which obviously entailed the 2 wickets. So definitely a better day. Sarfaraz with better field sets as well. I think a lot more chirpier behind the stumps this morning, a lot more encouraging. And with wickets, everything sort of brushes away and gets a smile on your face. So, but still a lot of hard work to do, just the 2 wickets, but rebuilding for New Zealand, and that's where Pakistan can dent them.
Yeah, this morning I thought they executed their plans better. We talked about better fields, but better fields only work if you execute the plans and the bowlers do their job. So they came up with a clear plan, and it's obviously worked very well, and the bowlers have backed it up. I thought Hamzy didn't have any success, but bowled a really good first spell and applied pressure by not going for any runs, and that allowed the spinners to come in and apply even more pressure, and we've seen what's happened. I think 80 runs scored in that session, which has been one of the New Zealand's slower sessions. 2 wickets, a run rate of around about 3, so they've certainly controlled the run rate and got the reward because of that.
Yeah, spot on you guys. But Miramza was, we'll say, unlucky. He didn't get a wicket, but he was really bowling well and getting the ball to come into the left-handers. Time for a break. When we come back, we've got lots to share on this show, so don't go away. Welcome back to Inverc Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Talking about our interviews that we do at the start of every series, and this time I caught up with Salman Agha, the man who scored 100, and how his career has gone about. He's recently joined the Pakistan side, so we'll play part of that, and rest of it you can catch it on PCB's social media sites. लॉन्गर फॉर्मेट में पाकिस्तान के मिडिल ऑर्डर या लोअर मिडिल ऑर्डर की बात करें, बड़ी अहम पोजीशन होती है इसमें। आपको कभी कभार नया बॉल भी खेलना पड़ जाता है अगर आप लंबी इनिंग्स खेल जाएं, आपको टेल के साथ भी खेलना पड़ता है और उसके डायनामिक्स ही बिल्कुल अलग होते हैं। पाकिस्तान की टेस्ट साइड में रिसेंटली इस साल शमूलियत पाने वाले सलमान आका हमारे साथ हैं। सलमान को पहले तो थैंक यू कहूँगा फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। सलमान, इससे पहले कि मैं बात करूँ आपके करियर की एवरीथिंग, मुझे सबसे पहले तो ये बताएं कि जब आपको कॉल आई थी पाकिस्तान टीम के लिए, उस वक्त आप कहाँ थे और वो कौन सा टाइम था?
मैं उस टाइम इंग्लैंड में लीग क्रिकेट खेल रहा था, क्योंकि ओबियसली जून जुलाई में सीज़न ऑफ होता है यहाँ पे, तो मोस्टली क्रिकेट वहाँ चले जाते हैं। मैं भी वहाँ पर था, तो मुझे जब कॉल आई कि इस तरह श्रीलंका का टीम अनाउंस हो रही है कल, तो आपका नाम होगा, तो ओबियसली वो जो ऐसी फीलिंग थी कि ओबियसली वर्ड्स में तो डिस्क्राइब नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन वो बेस्ट मोमेंट था मेरी लाइफ का।
ऑफ कोर्स, और एक्सपेक्टेशंस फिर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता डेवलप होना शुरू होती हैं, लोगों की भी, आपके कप्तान की भी। अच्छा, कप्तान का जिक्र आता है तो आप खुद सदर्न पंजाब के कप्तान रह चुके हैं डोमेस्टिक में। अचानक आके किसी और के नीचे खेलना हो, फिर आपको अपना कैप्टन वाली कैप हटानी पड़ती है, फिर किसी की सुननी पड़ती है, ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन भी आसान रहती है?
जी बिल्कुल, मतलब ओबियसली जब आप बैटिंग बॉलिंग कर रहे होते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं आप अपने कप्तान खुद रहते हैं, क्योंकि आपको खुद आइडिया होता है कि मेरी बैटिंग का क्या है या बॉलिंग का क्या है, तो ये मतलब इतना मुश्किल नहीं रहता, ये ईजी है।
अच्छा, अगर आपके नंबर की बात करते हैं, जिस नंबर पे आप खेलते हैं, यूजुअली 6 नंबर पे आपकी बैटिंग आ रही है, और आपके बारे में ये भी मशहूर है कि आप स्पिन को अच्छा खेलते हैं, क्या चैलेंजेस होते हैं इस नंबर पे जो बैट्समैन आ रहा होता है उसके लिए?
ओबियसली ईजी तो नहीं है इस नंबर पे बैटिंग करना, क्योंकि अगर आप किसी नंबर 6 नंबर 7 बैटिंग करें तो मोस्टली यू आर बैटिंग विद टेल, और टेल के साथ फिर ओबियसली जैसे मतलब पूरा एक क्रिकेट का वो चेंज हो जाती है, बैटिंग चेंज हो जाती है, क्योंकि आपको मोस्टली 4 बॉल खुद खेलने पड़ते हैं, फिर देखना पड़ता है कि बाउंड्री ऑप्शंस हर टाइम आपको ओपन रखनी पड़ती हैं, और ओबियसली टीम्स जो दूसरी टीम्स हैं वो कोशिश यही होती है कि आप स्ट्राइक पे ना रहे और वो बॉल टेल अंडर कोई ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक पे रखें। तो एक मुश्किल जॉब है, लेकिन ओबियसली मैं ये जॉब मोस्टली डोमेस्टिक में कर चुका हूँ, तो इंटरनेशनल में इसलिए आगे ज़्यादा मुश्किल नहीं हुई, लेकिन जी मुश्किल जॉब ज़रूर है ये
बताएं कि स्पिन, लोग कहते हैं कि आप स्पिन को बेहतर खेलते हैं, आप खुद इस बात को मानते हैं या आप कहते हैं कि मैं दोनों फास्ट बॉलर हूँ, मीडियम पेसर हूँ, स्पिनर?
मतलब अगर आप आज से 2-3 साल पहले मुझसे पूछते तो मैं ये ज़रूर कहता कि मैं स्पिन को मतलब फास्ट बॉलर की निस्बत बहुत अच्छा खेलता हूँ, लेकिन पिछले 1-2 साल से ना अभी ओबियसली लोगों को इतना आइडिया नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं फास्ट बॉलर को ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलना शुरू कर दिया, लेकिन डोमेस्टिक में खेल कर, और स्पिन को उतना अच्छा नहीं खेलता जितना मैं कभी मतलब खेलता था। लेकिन जारी बात है, जब आप ये सुनते हैं चीज़ें कि आप स्पिन को अच्छा खेलते हैं, तो आप कोशिश करते हैं कि आप फास्ट बॉलिंग पे अपनी जो बैटिंग है वो ज़्यादा और इम्प्रूव करें। तो मेरे ख्याल से उस चक्कर में स्पिन को थोड़ा सा कम हो गया बैटिंग, लेकिन ये है कि स्पिन को ओबियसली आई लाइक टू डोमिनेट। मुझे लगता है कि जब स्पिनर्स आते हैं तो एक ऐसी मेरे पास एक ऑप्शन रहती है कि मैं उस पर तेज़ रन बना सकता हूँ, तो शायद लोगों को इसलिए लगता है कि मैं स्पिन अच्छी खेलता हूँ।
अच्छा, आपके नंबर की बात हो रही थी, मुल्तान टेस्ट में आप 8वें नंबर पे आए, वो कोई स्ट्रैटेजी थी, कोई प्लानिंग थी, या वो क्या था जो 355 चेंज करने जा रहे थे?
इस मैच में ना एक मतलब पिच पे राइटी के लिए ना एक क्रैक बना था, और लेफ्टी उस टाइम मतलब जब इमाम उस टाइम नीचे बैटिंग करने आया था, इमाम और साउथ बैटिंग कर रहा था, उनकी पार्टनरशिप लंबी चलेगी, तो ऐसा लगा कि वो ना उनके खिलाफ स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं। तो हमारे नेक्स्ट बैट्समैन ओबियसली मैं था, और उसके बाद फ़हीम और नवाज है जो कि लेफ्टी हैं, तो वो एक प्लानिंग की थी कि वो लेफ्टीज़ को उतना अच्छा बॉलिंग नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और मेरा ज़ाहिर बात उनको था कि ये टेल के साथ सीरीज़ में अच्छा करता हुआ आ रहा था, अगर क्योंकि आइडिया यही था कि आखिरी 30-40 रन बचेंगे और टेल के साथ होगा तो ये बना पाएगा, लेकिन ओबियसली वो हो नहीं पाया, जिसका रिग्रेट ज़रूर है और दुख भी है।
थ्रू द रैंक्स आप आए हैं और आज पाकिस्तान के लिए खेल रहे हैं, बड़ी खुशी की बात है। बहुत से ऐसे लोग होंगे इस जर्नी में जो आपका साथ देते रहें, मदद करते रहें। आपका हिसाब से कौन है आपका मेन सपोर्ट सिस्टम?
सबसे पहले तो ओबियसली फैमिली आपकी रहती है कि वो काफ़ी मुझे फैमिली से हमेशा ही सपोर्ट रही है। दूसरा, मैं जिस क्लब से खेलता हूँ अपोलो क्लब, उनके जो मलिक सरवर साहब मेरे जो कोच हैं, मेरे चाइल्डहुड कोच वही हैं, और आज भी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वही हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अगर वो ना होते तो शायद मैं क्रिकेटर बन ही ना सकता। तो मैं हमेशा जब भी किसी इंटरव्यू में बात करता हूँ तो मैं उनको ज़रूर कहता हूँ मलिक सरवर महमूद। मेरे ख्याल से वो एक ऐसे बंदे हैं जो जिनको अगर किसी एक को मैंने नाम देना हो तो वो उनको मैं नाम देता हूँ।
हम लोग अक्सर सोचते हैं बैठ के, हम श्योर क्रिकेटर्स भी सोचते होंगे, हर आदमी का दिल चाहता है कि कोई ऐसा सिनारियो आए गेम में जहाँ मेरे लिए प्लेटफॉर्म सजा हुआ हो और मैं कुछ कर जाऊँ मुल्क के लिए। आप कभी ऐसा सोचते हैं कि मेरे ऊपर जिम्मेदारी ज़्यादा आ जाए और उसमें आप एज अ प्लेयर अपने आप को ज़्यादा एक्सप्रेस कर पाते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे मैं मतलब जैसे मैंने क्रिकेट अपनी स्टार्ट की है ना, और जितनी मेरी जर्नी क्रिकेट में रही है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब चेज़ होता है ना, तो वो मेरा मतलब बेस्ट निकल पाता है। तो मेरी ख्वाहिश हमेशा यही रहती है कि ऐसा कोई मौका है कि पाकिस्तान को मतलब चेज़ की ज़रूरत हो, और उसमें मैं पाकिस्तान को मैच जिताऊँ जाके।
मुझे पिंडी वाले टेस्ट में शायद फील हुआ था, ऑलमोस्ट ले गए थे आखिरी मिनट तक।
पिंडी टेस्ट भी कह सकते हैं और आप मुल्तान टेस्ट भी कह सकते हैं। दो
हैं।
ऐसी सिचुएशन थी जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आई मिस्ड आउट।
चलिए सलमान, आपसे बात करके बहुत अच्छा लगा। आपको बेस्ट ऑफ लक न्यूजीलैंड सीरीज़ के लिए। उम्मीद करते हैं कि आप इसी तरह शाइन करते रहें एंड यू बिकम अ परमानेंट मेंबर ऑफ दैट साइड।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Yeah, there's more on this chat with Salman Agha, and you can catch it on all PCB social media sites. Now, time for us to talk about our city trail. We always try to pick something special in every city that we go in with cricket. And this time around, it's Bazid Khan. Well, food and Bazid Khan do go together. He's going and having biryani somewhere in Karachi. Let's find out more. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Biryani is almost a way of life in Karachi. It is a staple. There's so many varieties all around Karachi, but the one famous biryani that we've come to eat, that is Nali biryani, and it is unique. Just to dive deep into this Nali biryani, I've got the owner with me. ये बताएं कि ये नली बिरयानी का मतलब कैसे ये शुरू हुआ, ये कैसे आपने सोचा कि नली बिरयानी?
माशाल्लाह से आप जैसे लोग आए माशाल्लाह से, उन्होंने इसको चेक करा और फिर उन्होंने खुद चेक करके बोला ये वो वाहिद बिरयानी है जिसमें घी तेल नहीं डलता। ये हमारा नेशनल फैट में बनती है, देसी स्टाइल में। ये नली और गोश्त की यखनी से बनती है, इसमें हल्दी का इस्तेमाल करा जाता है, जो माशाल्लाह इसको एक बिल्कुल दूसरी बिरयानियों से डिफरेंट करता है।
मतलब आप उसी में पकाते हैं और कोई चीज़ ऐड नहीं करते?
जी सर, इसके अंदर नली, गोश्त और हल्दी डाली जाती है, जो हमारी सेहत के लिए और जॉइंट्सों के लिए फ़ायदेमंद होती है। बोलते हैं वो फूड हो जो फूड एंड हेल्दी हो।
वो बिल्कुल हेल्दी हो, लेकिन अब आपने मुझे ऐसा कर दिया है कि टाइम हो गया कि मंगवा लें।
अभी मंगवा दें, आपको चेक कराएंगे।
चेक कराएं प्लीज़। It's lived up to all the hype. And tell you what, my cameraman Awais is a huge fan. So I think stop recording and let's just dig in, everyone.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Let's talk to Harry about this. Have you had biryani here? Have you any chance of having any local food besides the one at lunch?
I have had biryani. It's beautiful.
Yeah. This time around or 20 years ago?
20 years ago.
20 years ago.
So I'm sure it's only got better with age.
That is why you never turn back to it.
No, I will. I love it.
You will.
Love the food.
Great. Okay. So there's a lot to talk about and speculate or try to predict what's going to happen in the second session here with New Zealand trying to tackle the spin. The only thing is how long can this spin duo go on for? Because there's no Salman, so they won't get a break. 2 spinners, 2 quicks. Only 4 bowlers to play with.
And they're up against 2 of the best in the business for spin for New Zealand, Latham and Williamson, I think right up there with their averages as well. So, but again, different conditions. First time in Pakistan where conditions are different and it changes along. And again, we come back to the point where Pakistan spinners are now bowling a much better line. But even with that, you see that every now and then there's a scoring opportunity. When you're up against the best, the margins of error that much more slim. So that'll be a bit of a struggle. Again, they're probably not expecting much out of Salman's bowling, him being the 5th spinner or the off-time spinner. The 2 quicks, Mir Hamza, I think probably time for a change after lunch with Mir Hamza coming back in, because I thought that opening partnership or the opening bowling spell up front probably caused for the pressure that the wickets then the spinners picked up.
Okay. We're talking about spin and what the New Zealand batters will do about it. Let's put it as a prediction. What's going to happen when the spin is working quite well, as we've seen. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. All right, we've just seen that the scoring rate has fallen a little bit after the ball has been having some variable bounce in different conditions this morning. How do you see the batters on the crease and the batters to come coping with that spin attack in these conditions, which is not something that they face every day?
Well, I think we've seen the scoring rate slow down a little bit because I believe it's a tough wicket to start on. We've seen a little bit more variation and a little bit more spin. The good news from New Zealand's point of view, you've got Williamson in the last 10 years in Test cricket averaging 75 against spin. Henry Nicholls plays spin well. We saw how well Conway and Latham played. But also Daryl Mitchell, who's in next, I think averages 69 against spin in his short Test career. So we've got some very good players of spin.
And these are highest averages.
And Tom Blundell as well to come.
Yeah.
So I think the scoring rate is slowed down because it's tough to start. But once these guys get a start and get in, the runs will flow a little bit more easily. But the only thing working against them is that little bit of variation in bounce as well. Because no matter how good you are against spin, if the ball goes along the ground, it's going to be tough for everyone.
Yeah. We've been talking about how different situations will create a challenge for the batters. I'm not saying it's going to be a clean sweep, but do you feel that the spin will have more say in the session to come?
I think so. I think the way, and again, the point that Chris made is the variable bounce. I just feel that they need to be consistent in that channel, and every now and then when one does keep low or one kicks on, and we've seen that in both wickets that happened, the variable bounce and the sharp spin had to play a role in both. So I just feel that it has to be consistent. The variable bounce will happen because there's a little bit of a rough outside the left-hander's off stump. There's a bit of a hole that's missing in the surface somewhere as well, which is plugged out by, I think, one of the batter's spikes as well. So any margin that they have will come with consistency.
It's a great point because a lot of the viewers might be saying, well, why aren't the batsmen just propping forward and playing with a full face? But because there's also a little bit of turn and the odd one's bouncing up a little bit as well, Pakistan have got a great field. They've got a silly mid off, a silly mid on and a slip. So they're exposing both of the edges for the batsman. If it hits the outside edge or the inside edge, it can pop up. So the batsmen aren't that keen just to prop forward, and that's what will bring in that variation with that low bounce.
Okay, that was the expert prediction from our guests. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. This morning we shared a graphic saying that average wickets that fall on day 3 is 13 on this ground. I'm not saying 13 is going to happen over here, but do you feel in the coming sessions the game pace would go rapid as in terms of changing the look of the game, and second innings for both the sides will be a lot quicker?
Yeah, I think so. Look, if you'd told me yesterday that 13 wickets is the average falling here on day 3 at Karachi, I'd say you're dreaming. But from what I saw from this morning, it makes a little bit more sense to me. We've seen a little bit more variation, the ball spinning out of the rough, so I can understand the average now a little bit more. I don't think we're going to see 13 wickets today, but I think we're going to see considerably more than 2.
Yeah.
It's pretty strange, but usually what we've seen in other grounds is that it starts getting better and better come day 4, and then things change and come in favour of bowlers.
I think in Karachi, off late, things have been a little bit more different. Normally, we'd expect wickets. The way we look at our surfaces, and you say anybody who comes like this is going to break, nothing really happens because just underneath they're so strong. So it's probably day-to-day nature of the surface. Cooler weather keeps it still that much more intact. The sun's not that hard for it to break up. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many wickets, if they do come by today, more.
We'll see a lot of caution from the batters because still a long trail to go. And it seems like a long day for the batters out there. So how do you see Kane and his partner just approaching this session?
Well, I think Kane's played really well. And to be fair, I think Pakistan have bowled really well to Kane, and it's been difficult for him to start. But he's such a class act, and we know that he averages 75 against spin. And so he's just giving himself a chance to get used to all the conditions, to see the bounce, to see the variation. And I'm sure now he'll be thinking exactly about a plan on how he's going to combat that. And I think we started to see it towards the end of the session. He's going to play the sweep, which is not a shot he plays a lot, but he'll play it on line. So when they pitch outside leg, he's happy to play it. And I think we'll see after lunch, once he gets in again, that he'll be prepared to use his feet as well. Try and throw the Pakistan spinners off their lengths.
Okay. Thank you, both of you. 245 for 2. Let's see what happens at tea.
KFC presents tougher news. Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. First test is day 3, session 2. It's been a good session, first session for Pakistan, picking up a couple of wickets. Spinners have been in operation. There's a bit of variable bounce, but before that it was the openers. They got to 183 as Latham got to his century. There are plenty of bowling for the spinners. Brar 25, Noman 22 overs, but today was decent from Hamza and Wasim as well, getting a bit of reverse swing. Tom Latham, he's been good for New Zealand. One of the better, or one of the openers that New Zealand have produced. Just putting his hand up to go down as one of the best. And he batted beautifully. Very organized through the leg side, plays spin really well. And got to another 100. His 13th Test match century. Now that means that New Zealand 245 for 2. They trail by 193, which looks a long way away because of the way that the first session went. And today there's been a lot more on offer in terms of variable bounce, a bit more spin, and conditions for batting slightly more challenging, so it'd be an intriguing session post lunch. Simpson, well, he came out to some quality bowling. He went through that phase, been able to trust his defense, and he'll be the key for New Zealand if they want to get close to or surpass Pakistan's first innings total. Important that these two start well, important that they go out in this session and make sure Pakistan don't get on a roll, because Pakistan have looked all throughout that first session to be hunting wickets, and the strategies, the plans have been spot on, and they've applied pressure. Reverse swing, it came to the fore as well. Hamza with a good spell in the morning, Wasim with a few overs that built pressure, and in turn then they got the wickets. But the main challenge you would expect will be from spin and the variations in bounce. We've seen bowling from the university end, the ball staying low, and from this end slightly more bounce. But there's also a bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump to play with. Pakistan will be thinking that if they get another hair, they might well then go on to get a substantial lead. For all that to happen, they need to be very disciplined in terms of their lines and lengths. It's impressive work out in that first session, Pakistan, with their strategy and bowling.
Yes, really enjoyed the pressure exerted from Pakistan this morning. They were right on the money. Even the pacers bowled well and the spinners came on. It was very tough at times. Noman picked up a wicket to begin with, and then Abrar came to the party. He picked up one wicket. Pakistan, good thing is that they're not given too many runs. Only 80 runs were scored in the first session. He's bowled 25 overs. A little expensive for my liking when you look at this pitch. But he's got a wicket, he's got tail up, he's gonna really come hard. Normally, when we talk about afternoon session, it's all about runs. You score runs, pitch becomes really good, but I don't think it will be the case today. There'll be people around the bat. There are 4 men there, making life very tough for Nicholas. Nichols, I beg your pardon.
4 men around the bat, and we're ready to go. Session 2. solid forward defense. Now it'll be interesting how the spinners are used. Abrar now bowling from the media end. He's bowled his overs throughout the morning from this end. Slower beats him on the outside. That googly looped up, didn't pick it.
Well, this end, the pavilion end, suits Abrar a lot more than the far end. Yes, ball keeping low from the other end, and I think he preferred a little bit more bounce than the ball keeping low. Few occasions we have seen that when he lands the ball on that off stump line, the ball bounces, ball goes away from the right hander. The variation is really good. The pace variation is excellent.
Now that's the go-to shot, the sweep.
Well, after this over, there'll be 6 overs remaining before Pakistan can take a new bowler. And I'm sure Sarfraz will be thinking on that, because the harder ball, I feel, will be difficult to sort of tackle. Might give a couple of overs to the faster bowlers and bring the spinners on straight away, because it might skids through a little bit more, keeps low a little bit more. Now that is a risky shot. You going back and looking to cut, especially when you're not reading Abrar that well.
.246 for 2.
Pretty clear day here in Karachi. Last few days is a little gloomy around this time, or even in the morning. But a stunning scenes. Not much crowd, but cricket has been pretty good. Pretty absorbing cricket we've seen so far this morning session. Noman Ali bowled really well, so he's gonna carry on from the university end.
I'll target the rough outside off stump. And Henry Nichols will try and sweep from that rough.
Well, I like the pace which Noman is operating with, around about 90, 85, 86, a lot quicker. Yesterday, that quicker delivery didn't work. But today, I think making much difference. You've got to really push it hard because the pitch is getting slow. Maybe just need to pitch it up a little bit. If the ball is little short, it is very easy to go back and play those deliveries. But as you ask the batsman or ask him to come forward, play on the front foot, bring those fielders into play.
I wanted a single. Williamson thought it was right in the gap, and it was in the gap. because it was doubtful, so didn't really carry on. Sarfaraz having a little chuckle about all that misunderstanding. He's just making sure they know that they missed a single.
And that's the right length.
It turns away. It's a single. It's 248 for 2.
चलो चलो भाई फायदा नहीं है वो तो सही है अब ये भी शाह बेटा
Brar having a little discussion with Sarfaraz about that square leg fielder. And on cue, Kane Williamson has a sweep, gets a single. Now the discussion will continue because that's the one shot that is in play all the time, especially with the left-hander. Not so much with Williamson. Williamson has played a couple, but with the left-hander will try and get off strike with that sweep shot. The positioning of that deep square leg is crucial. You don't want him too deep. You want him to be in with a chance if there is a top edge. So he could even maybe come in slightly closer. Even if you give him the single, you want him to play the sweep shot, but you don't want a situation where he does get the top edge and it doesn't carry.
I think the left-hander is going to think twice sweeping Brar especially. He doesn't mind sweeping Noman because from this end there's a bit more bounce. There's a leg gully, short leg, silly point, slip, and there is also a man at mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, just to prevent from giving easy singles. Oh, he wasn't sure at all about that, or maybe his just nails got stuck in the surface because he couldn't really move his front foot. At the end, managed to get bat and ball.
Again, confusion. Oh, a bit of tension out there in terms of Nichols and Williamson's running.
Not sure what exactly happened there. Yeah, he wasn't sure. He was not sure about which way to go, and also smiled afterward. That's good cricket from Pakistan. Very, very good cricket.
Goes back defense. 249 for 2.
चाहिए ये भी कर अभी ये कर एक दो ओवर यही वाला क्या वहाँ से बॉल निकल रहा है, एक बीट हुआ तो कहला निकल रहा है।
It's that second session, Oka, you talked about. Recent test matches, the second session has produced wickets 2, 1, 3, 0 and 2. So it's the second session is the one that you want to bat in. On that trend, it suggests that the pitch plays best between lunch and tea. Oh, spin. Was that an opportunity? Was that a stumping chance? Because Williamson again has overbalanced. The ball has turned, has beat the bat. Now, not sure if there is an edge and not sure if that was an opportunity for a stumping.
Yeah, a lot more flight on that occasion, a lot fuller. And the bat also hitting the ground. Not sure if that got the edge or not, but he should have been collected that. It just went straight into the hands and straight out. Massive opportunity gone bagging. And Sarfraz realized that.
Yeah, big opportunity. There's one that went down leg side. That was a difficult one, but you'd count that as a stumping chance. But this was much easier. And a quality keeper like Sarfraz, who's good standing up, yeah, a disappointment. Down the ground. Well, that's lovely from Williamson. This time straight down with a straight back, gets a boundary.
Yeah, that's one thing he does really well. When he uses his feet, he makes sure that he goes with the shot, gets really close to the pitch of the ball, and then he plays straight. He doesn't try to angle the bat, or he doesn't play left or right. He goes nice and straight. And that's a beautiful shot. And we also welcome Aruj, who was lost for a little while. We were looking for her and eventually found her. She's here.
Yeah, she works on small stints. We work longer time and have to do the hard yards. Anyway, it's 253 for 2. Pakistan with an opportunity, he created that. Williamson obviously wants to make sure that the score ticks along like that. This time it's Nichols down the ground. He had ample time to get to the ball and then smash it.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Good use of the feet once again. This time Nichols hitting straight, and in comes Aruj. Aruj, would you like to explain that? I don't know where you were lost, so you also want to know where you were.
I was in the lunch show, and they had put up a beautiful video of City Trail, and Bazat Khan was in and about Karachi streets eating some wonderful food, and that's where I was. I was having lunch. It's his fault, of course. You play that lovely video of
of the biryani he was having.
Yeah, we work day and night, so I've gone for that shoot at night as well after the game. And you turn up 15 minutes into a stint, which, what, lasts 30 minutes?
Hence you get the big bucks, Bazid. Hence you get the big bucks. Cha-ching! Dollars rolling down your pocket.
Really?
This can go on forever, can't it?
No, it'll end now because it's a sweep shot which has been played yet again. He wants two, but not on Wasim's arm. He's got a rocket arm.
But I'm sure you do get for that overtime. You do.
Yeah, I do get that big plate of biryani, and the food is free.
That is enough.
That is enough. That is enough. That's worth it.
I'm sure.
Especially with Bazid Khan, when he recommends food, well, he doesn't go wrong. The one place where he gets it spot on all the time, his food recommendations.
So you're saying that we should go there or we shouldn't go there?
Well, that's if he takes us. I haven't received any invite in a couple of years now. 260 for 2.
Aruj wants an invite in Karachi, where Wakar and I are tourists. Aruj is supposedly the local, but anyway, I think that's how Karachi works.
We're very selective with our company, to say the least. Yeah, banter can continue all at once here between the three of us, but out there, New Zealand just stepping on the gas a little bit.
You can't blame the entire Karachi for one person. If Farooj didn't invite you, it does not mean that the Karachi people are not good hosts. They're excellent hosts. Yeah, I think you have some personal problem with the Rouge, which you have to sort out. Yeah, that's what he's been aiming at, Noman. Once the ball a little fuller, get into that rough area, that brownish area, the darker area, it becomes a lot more threatening.
Yeah, he's missed more than he's hit. 80% of them have landed around the rough, not in it. Hence why there hasn't been that consistency of that sharp turn. 20% of them landing in that rough outside the left-hander. With the amount of control that he does have, I reckon that percentage can be a little bit higher.
And with that sweep shot, there's a change in field, which I think is not bad because he's got one round the corner and protecting that hard sweep. Punches it away. He doesn't like that. Neither does Sarfraz. Don't want the left-hander just to be able to hit it down the ground and get a single.
He's gone a little quiet, Sarfraz, and I guess when you miss a chance, it just plays in your mind for a little while. Sarfraz with so much experience, I think he'll forget it very quickly. But for a few minutes, he'll still be thinking about that. But you're just going to see Aruj.
Yeah, the couple of chances that you're talking about. First one is a hard one because it was fired down the leg side. Still a chance though, but this one, fairly regulation, you'd say. And both off Noman. And both off Kane Williamson as well, as he continues his flurry of shots here. Nicely timed.
And normally he doesn't bring out the sweep shot too often, but a couple of times he's nailed it. He knows he wants the options of getting runs this time. Just maybe drifting towards that leg stump. It's a good shot. Very well controlled sweep shot.
On that as well, Wakar, not easy. He is a stand-in captain because Babar is obviously a bit under the weather. And when you miss 2 chances, it's difficult to sort of keep going because he is normally loud and chirpy behind the stumps. He's been imaginative with his field setting as well, putting another man on the leg side for the fine sweep of the paddle. Or even the top edge.
The man goes over the wicket. Does play the shot. Does play that sweep shot. Controls it well. Places it beautifully. Another boundary.
Well, the key to play that sweep shot is it we saw from Duckett's against England also. It's just the batsman just goes down and stay really, really low and plays with the horizontal bat. We saw a few Pakistani batsmen playing that shot, just sort of playing from the top or just playing a little bit cross, but this one just nice and low and got made sure that it didn't allow the ball to spin or bounce.
It's been good from New Zealand after lunch. Six overs after lunch and they've got 24 runs, so it's now 269 for 2.
बता दो मीर हमजा को बता दो शान बॉल का गुस्सा करा
Trail by 169. 79 overs bowled. So after this over, Pakistan have the option of taking the second new ball. Now with the second new ball, it's slightly opposite to traditional thinking. You think new ball and maybe you think of fast bowlers there, but on a pitch like this, you want the new ball to help the spinners more with the pace or the hardness of it, getting more spin and bit of pace off the pitch. So now the decision will be taking that new ball, and the other decision will be which spinner gets it, or do they stick with both these getting the new ball. I reckon they'll have a spinner and a pacer. That's the way to go. Does Ebrar get the new ball or not? That's another question.
That's a little bit unfair, isn't it? Aruj just giving a new ball to a spinner. Just maybe a couple of overs. Just give it to both of them. You can wait. Spinners can wait for maybe 5-6 overs and then come on. It'll be a little easier for them also to grip the ball. Ball will have some marks
Why
on
can't
it.
the fast bowlers wait?
No, because that's the only opportunity they have on this surface. Those maybe over and a half maybe.
Also, I think maybe just not take the new ball right away. With the amount, if any reverse, and Wakar, you always make this point, it reverses later on in the day. Maybe just give Wasim Jr. a couple overs with the old ball first to see if there's any movement, and then take the new ball. We're bang in the middle of the afternoon, and it might not reverse, but the new ball obviously will be in play, so they have the option, because the spin duo at the moment not yielding much. 39 the partnership. And just as we speak, Wasim Jr. is warming up. Now whether that's going to be with the old ball or new ball, we'll find out in 2 deliveries. Wasim Jr. obviously has more command over the old ball. Even in white ball cricket is being used more towards the back end of the innings and does get shape into the right-hander.
To 72 for 2. New ball is available. Hasn't been brought onto the field as yet, but 80 overs, 272 for 2. Interesting when Pakistan do take that option.
Navakar over the break has just told me what he would have done. He said with the ball 79, 80 overs now old, especially the Kookaburra, he doesn't even want to look at it. So I'm guessing.
Yeah. If I'm playing a game and the captain asks me to come and bowl with the 80 overall Kookaburra, and if I have a pace which is not up to 150, around about 130, I'll say thank you. I don't even want to look at it. Simple as that. Babar is out there. You heard the roar. He's feeling much better now, I guess.
I love the way you say roar. There were, if I say,
just a little roar.
Yeah, if I say there's even less crowd than there were yesterday.
Aruj is not going to like that.
But it is
Aruj already
true.
hates you, you know.
I know. So I can do whatever now. There's no coming back.
Hates. That's a strong term. He's my older brother. Let's end the fight there. Bazid?
Still hate an older brother, can't you?
You hate your brothers more.
Yeah, I think the Karachi crowd has voiced their opinion plenty of times now on social media with the difficulties they faced in terms of getting into the ground and viewing opportunities.
We're not buying that. Every venue has their difficulties, and every venue has that problem. We've seen that problem since cricket has come back, so we're not buying that. Anyway, I'll just put you out of your misery. The new ball is available. It's brought out, and it's with the square leg umpire. Noman will carry on with that 80 overall ball. Babar Azam is back. He's slotted himself in slip now. The decision of that new ball. Now we'll have a fair idea of what's going to happen next. But at the moment, he's just letting Noman carry on. Inside edge, and he's got him. Ball stays low, out of the rough. The cut shot didn't work. Big inside edge, but Noman gets a breakthrough.
Poor shot selection, especially when a left armer bowling through that rough region. Landed in, capped low, got the inside edge and onto the middle stump. That's Noman's second wicket. He was searching for it. He was looking to bowl round about that region. And he's picked up 2 now. Henry gone for 22, is 272 for 3 now.
Darren Mitchell had a fantastic start to his Test career, averaging 62.73. He'll have to face a lot of spin and spin with the new ball. The new ball has been taken straight away as a right-hander walks in. Noman Ali left arm spin, so he'll be targeting that front pad with that new ball. Discussion about the field. Doesn't want Mitchell to get off strike now. With that new ball, he wants protection more leg side because he'll get the ball to drift in and maybe slide back into the right-hander. The inside edge is where he'll attack.
Yeah, the reason he's out there, he's gone onto the back foot. It's out of the rough and it hasn't bounced as much. And Noman will have to re-bowl that, overstepping the line.
Reverse, and he hits it well. Hits it really well. Boundary to start his innings.
There is a reason why he's got an average of 62. Plays aggressively, plays positively. Only took him one delivery to decide that he's going to go reverse, and he hits it hard and a new ball travels quickly.
Vakar, you're talking about his career average 63. He averages even better against spin. Averages 69 against the spinners. Very good to pick up length. Stays low when he plays the spinners as well.
Down the ground, wants a single, will get a single. So positive from Mitchell.
The reason why Noman was looking to bowl there, he wanted the batsman to go on the back foot and play that particular shot because of the variation of the bounce, and he got into trap.
Successful over from Noman Ali. New Zealand 278 for 3.
Yes, sir. That's all right. Don't want to be off now. Yeah, he's been all off all day, and he's just walked in a couple of overs ago. Has asked for the new ball as well as soon as the breakthrough came. Noman picking up his second wicket, that of Nichols. And it's going to be spin from both ends. I really feel this is a good ploy here. Spin to Abrar. He was most effective with it with the new ball against England. Straight away down the track, trying to negate any spin if there is from Mitchell.
Yeah, totally agree. I like this move with the new ball. Just a little bit more bounce. Saw already from yesterday there's been a little bit more spin out of the rough and bounce, especially from this pavilion end from a bra. Now he's got the 2 right-handers to bowl to. Just believe that's his preference. Like the way Daryl Mitchell started though, very positive intent. Reverse sweep, and he's already using his feet.
Bounce with the new ball. And that's the kind of player Daryl Mitchell is. He likes to impact the game. Got reverse sweeping Noman down the wicket to Abrar.
Well, hence the reason he's got such a success against spin, averaging 69. Nicely tucked from Williamson, comfortable too. He doesn't like the game to drift, Daryl Mitchell. He certainly takes it to the opposition and the bowlers. He'll be looking to impose himself, as he already has early on in his innings.
And I think the key for Abrar here will have to be consistency. And that's also the message being passed on by the keeper and Babar himself.
Just play it as late as he possibly can. Soft hands, Kane Williamson. Such success against spin all over the world. He's a class player. Leaves that one alone. 281 for 3. This will be all about the ball skidding on, maybe the side of the ball. It's something Rangan Herath used to do beautifully. The odd one over the top and landed on the seam on purpose. Jadeja does it well, just bowls that little under cutter that hits the side of the ball and skids on. Down the ground again from Mitchell. And that one has gone all the way. Good use of the feet, good early aggression.
Yeah, love this from Mitchell. Making the attack to Newman. I've already seen a reverse sweep, and this time, I know he loves to use his feet. Knowing that that new ball's going to skid on, knows if he gets anywhere near it, he can just hit through the line. I think this is the way he'll play throughout this innings. In a very aggressive manner.
Yeah, he's come out looking for runs. And he's come out trying to impose himself on the game. He's gone to the pitch of the ball as well. And the hard new ball coming onto the bat and going off even faster.
time. Lunch is just digesting. Good time for a nice cup of Pakistan's best tapal tea. Down to the lounge later on, I think. Might just have to ring up though and book a table for one.
You can make it too, Dooley. I'm happy to join you.
Tea for two, Chris. Look forward to it.
Milk and one, please.
Urush, you want to join us or not?
I'm coming with Bazid. My brother.
You two have made up. That's good. Excellent. 287 for 3.
Nope, he still doesn't like me. Oh, happy to make amends over a cup of tea.
Shiny new ball. Just a couple of overs old in the hands of Abra. Three men around the batter, slip, leg slip, and into the helmet at short leg. Whipped away leg side and timed beautifully by Williamson. Way to the boundary for 4.
Well, we saw the shot played from Abrazam in their first innings, and this was just as good. Kane Williamson back in his crease, just beautiful wrists, time to perfection.
And as a leg spinner, he's picked it, but because it was slightly short and not too quick, he had plenty of time. That's his youngest fan in Pakistan.
Isn't it great when even the youth appreciate brilliance at the batting crease? Got a very good eye.
And again, same area. This one might not reach. It does. It does. It's been timed just as well.
This for me was even a better shot. It was slightly fuller, and he just had to stay low in his stance. And just a wee flick of the wrist. Just stay down a little bit. Wee flick of the wrist. Wonderful timing. You feel as though his initial thought is just trying to hit the gap and get 2. Timed so well. Great batting. All of a sudden, these two putting the pressure back on Pakistan, upping the run rate.
Shabash, shabash, shabash.
Good over of batting from Kane Williamson, 295 for 3. It says it all, that run rate in session number 2 so far. It got down to almost 3 in session 1 after being around about 3.5 or close to it yesterday. Well, it's back up to over 3.5 now. Courtesy of the positivity of Daryl Mitchell. And there's another. Didn't quite time that to perfection, but gets away with it.
Yeah, I don't think he got it quite as high as he wanted to. Newman put his hands to his head. He thought mid-on was a chance. He was about halfway back to the boundary. A little bit out of the toe, but such a good swing of the bat. It was good enough contact in the end to comfortably carry that man who's halfway back to the boundary.
And just suddenly within last few overs, the run rates picked up. Mitchell 16 of 13. Williamson at one point was 7 of 45. And since then, he's picked up on his scoring rate, 4.76 this session. The other thing they've done is they haven't let the new ball impact at all. Daryl Mitchell took it away to the boundary a couple of times and he's followed up and just taking that impact off the new ball that Pakistan was so heavily relying on.
I think you're absolutely right. If anything, the new ball was helping New Zealanders. It's just they were looking for a little bit more bounce and perhaps skid, but it's at this stage looks like it's skidding onto the middle of the bat.
The Osaka boundary contest, and every time the LED board is on with the Osaka display and the batter hits a boundary, they get 10,000 Pakistan rupees. Also with that single, New Zealand bring up their 300, now trailed by 138. With the two men in the middle looking extremely good partnership as well. A runner ball, 28 off 28.
Just stood up on it a little bit there. Kane Williamson controlled it nicely though for a single. End of the Numan Ali over. It's 301 for 3.
He watches it. That's the thing he does so well. He watches it till the very end, and even if that it has bounced, he was well in control to keep it going straight into the ground off the bat.
Plays it so late under his eyes, doesn't he? Still hit the middle of the bat. No panic.
And again, away through that mid-wicket region, and this outfielder's got quicker over the first 3 days and quick enough for another boundary to Kane Williamson.
Well, 3 boundaries in the last 7 balls from Abrar. This one was very good as well because the mid-wicket had been put in place and he just waited just a fraction longer and worked it squarer and still had timing. See the frustration on Abrar's face. Kane Williamson now just 1 away from what would be a brilliant 50. In tough conditions when he started. Now he's starting to blossom.
At the moment just seems intent on defending anything that's slightly full, and he's just sweating on the one just a little bit short. Whips it away. Half century for Kane Williamson, number 34 in Test match cricket for this New Zealand great. He's not far shy of 7,500 runs as well now. And that is a very good knock. First Test match for some time that he's played without being the captain. And he's responded very well.
And that last 43 runs has come off 55 balls as well. So he's really upped his rate. Terrific innings, from Kane Williamson's point of view. As you can see that graphic, 2400s. He'd dearly love to add to that column more than his 50 column.
Of those 24 centuries that Kane Williamson has scored, 4 of them have come against Pakistan, 2 in New Zealand, 2 in the UAE, and it is the most he has scored against any opposition. Back in defence, 307 for 3. Test career against opponents, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, the West Indies, also 23 innings against Pakistan. So Pakistan, India, England, he's played the most against.
Graphic also shows you that he's pretty happy to get runs against anyone, really. Wonderful numbers against all countries.
And in all conditions as well. And I think his innings is a prime example of, yes, the subcontinent, or in particular Pakistan, being a relatively difficult place to start off, especially during this test match with the variable bounce and the sharp turn. But once you get yourself in, with the flat nature of the surface, there are plenty of runs on offer. We saw Babar convert. Salman Agha's resilience paid off. 2 openers getting runs. And now Williamson as well.
Mohammad Wasim is back. Just 6 overs old now, this second ball. We're looking to see if there is a little bit of pace and a little bit of bounce. Some of the numbers in Kane Williamson's last 6 innings against Pakistan: 89, 139, 129, 21, 238, not out, and 50. Fair to say he's on a bit of a heater against them.
Pakistan viewers have just turned the television off. Listening to those numbers, fair to say he loves batting against Pakistan, irrespective of the condition. And like you said, Chris, he's up the scoring rate as well. Only the 1 score in his last 6 innings below 50. Those are big numbers. And such is the class of the man as well. One of the best in world cricket.
Driven straight and hard by Mitchell. 4 more.
Well, this is just stand and deliver. Gets in a wonderful position. To be fair, he's been gifted a little bit of a full toss and doesn't need many second invitations. Don't mind that from Wazim. No, looking for the Yorker, just getting it a little bit too full.
Offside, short and punished again.
Turning the table here, New Zealand. Ever since Daryl Mitchell has come out, he's come out looking for runs. He's come out with an attacking intent, and now he's raised to 26. Gets on top of the bounce. Has executed perfectly. As a partnership in quick time as well. 43 now it's raced off. And been a flurry of boundaries since Mitchell's come out to go with the 1-6 to his name as well. 4 boundaries. And for that shot, the man falls back. And deep backward point falls back. Where he hit that boundary.
That'll be 4 more, but a little streaky on this occasion by Mitchell. Went down into the ground. I will say that, but he wasn't in complete control of it.
Yeah, much better areas from Wazim. That's exactly where his skipper will want him to bowl. Gets this one right. Better length and a better line. This in Mitchell's favour. He did play with soft hands.
Oh, go again. Just go again. An on drive on this occasion. Put another 4 in the book for Daryl Mitchell. 4 in a row, 50 partnership off just 41 balls. New Zealand are now 323 for 3. And the umpires signal, and I think Pakistan require a drink.
Some New Zealand support here. And why not? Enjoying some good batting from, especially from Daryl Mitchell. Look at the scorecard. Brilliant start from Latham and Conway. And then Williamson, very cautious start. And now he's got a well-deserved 50. And Daryl Mitchell has completely torn apart any plans that Pakistan had with that new ball. 34 off 23. Williamson got his 50, 101, as I said, started off very cautiously, but then took on the spinners whenever possible. Some calculated risks. And come the new ball, then he joined that party with Darryl Mitchell. He's played all across. He's worked it nicely on the onside as well. And he's earned himself that 50 over 101 deliveries with 7 boundaries in that. 115 is what New Zealand trail by. Earlier on we saw runs available on this pitch. 161 from Babar. Salman at number 6 getting 103.
Left arm over. Center, please.
What a performance from him, especially in that over before the drinks break. 4 boundaries in a row from that over with that new ball from Asim Jr. Straight drive, square cut, then this was touched lucky, but just opened the face and beautiful on drive. He's just looked at home. He's just looked absolutely amazing against the spinners. And that 1 over from the fast bowlers. No time get that 50 partnership going of just 41. And more of that is Darryl Mitchell scoring 34 or 23. 6 boundaries and a 6.
He's just come out with such a positive intent, hasn't he? All good cricket shots. One, a little bit of luck going through thread man, but some wonderful driving.
And suddenly he's put all the pressure back on Pakistan, all those plans of stifling New Zealand batting. Darryl Mitchell has his own plans. And talking about plans, series before when he played in England, he got 538 runs in a 3-match series. And remember listening to Kumar Sangakkara, who was all praise for him, but he said that during the IPL stint he had with Rajasthan Royals, Kumar Sangakkara was coaching there, and Darryl Mitchell played a couple of games but was there for the season. Very intuitive, very inquisitive about everything, carried his iPad, took notes, asked the right questions, and built that up and absorbed all that information, how to play spin and different sort of technical aspects as well. And so it's not just about him being able to execute, it's all that information that he absorbs and all that information that he takes into practice. A very thinking cricketer, and one of those who sort of makes sure that the information then gets processed and then he can use it, which is so very impressive.
There you go, Test career runs. Darryl Mitchell, from 2019 to 2022, and you can see how he's been getting better and better. Had a very good morning spell. Mir Hamza is getting that ball to swing into the left-handers. See if he can replicate that with this ball, which is around 7 overs old, but it's taken a lot of beating already.
Yeah, it's not often something that you say, but with the new ball, you feel as though that area they're trying to bowl has become even smaller. The ball's skidding on a little bit. Thought he was exceptional this morning, bowled very disciplined, line and lengths.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. 327 for 3. Suddenly the momentum has shifted towards New Zealand after that first session where Pakistan got those 3 wickets and the spinners kept things very tidy. And while watching some good stroke play, is enjoying everyone. Not a big crowd, but they are enjoying what they're watching. Mohammad Wasim hasn't really been used very much this morning. He probably bowled 3 or 4 overs if I'm not wrong, and then he was quiet. And with that older ball, and he's known to get that reverse, he wasn't really given that outright open opportunity. He's come back with that new ball and is going for runs at the moment.
And I was a bit surprised he didn't get a little look at that older ball as well. Saw him bowl one spell against England where he reversed it. Got considerable reverse swing in the test match here. So I think it was worth a couple of overs just to have a look. Just finding it challenging with this new ball. Just tends to be skidding on. That's the length I think it needs to bowl.
It's just that we're talking about how he can, or he's good with that reverse. It was a little strange that he didn't get enough overs or enough outing with that used ball this morning. We've just been talking about how pitches are so good to bat on. They've been flat, but then they've been bowlers who've done well, Bazit. If you remember the series against England, Ollie Robinson's around about the same pace as Wasim Jr. But he was getting that older ball to talk, and he was creating trouble and problems. Whereas we've seen that Pakistan has not been able to replicate that in that series and here as well when you look at Mohammad Wasim Jr. in particular. So is it the case of some bowlers being condition dependent out completely? Because things were not very favourable for fast bowlers. We saw that come Pindi, Multan or in Karachi.
Yeah, but with Anderson and Robinson, they could stifle the runs. Their accuracy was so good. That's been the one difference in that series, where Anderson and Robinson were absolutely spot on with their lengths, and they could actually change their lengths in terms of the field. The fields that Stokes set were then good for them because they were actually adaptable to be able to change their lengths and bowl to a particular field set. That was so brilliant about it. 327 for 3.
That wasn't very far away from that off stump. You call it a good leave that he was really sure where the off stump is, but that did come back a bit.
Yeah, did get this one to shake back a little bit. Still feel as though Williamson was in complete control. But it just gives him something to think about. Hamza does have the ability to go across the right-hander as well. It's the reason there's a slip in place. So just might make Williamson just a little bit more wary. Perhaps looking to play that line.
Surely they've had a lot of welcomes in recent times, and black caps are welcome as well. And of course, Sarfaraz is back, so lots of joy out there. Talking about Mir Hamza, once again, we saw how good he was with that spell in the morning. He's making a comeback after 4 years in the side. You need that bit of luck, just that one wicket, for him to just the feel-good factor of being amongst those wickets, because he's probably deserves one with that good line that he's been bowling.
Yeah, it's funny how a wicket just gives you a little bit of a confidence and a lift. But I think he'll get the encouragement of his senior players and the management. As we've all discussed, that spell that he bowled this morning, not really favourable conditions for seam bowling, but I thought he did a terrific job. Just enough movement in the air with a little bit of reverse. Just made it easier for the spinners to come in when he finished that first spell.
The length's been pretty full. A couple of short balls, which not necessarily a bad thing. Haven't seen them attack with the bouncer. Yes, it's a slow pitch, but it's an option you can go to. I think Pakistan with Wasim haven't explored that option at all. And yesterday, I think there was a couple of occasions where not a lot of ideas went through, so Wasim could have attacked the lane. And Pakistan have been struggling with these fast bowlers. Last 3 tests, including this one, 76 overs and just 1 wicket. So yeah, the problem with the fast bowlers, be it reverse swing, be it the conditions, but normally you'd say Pakistan's strength is fast bowling, not so in these last 3 tests. .327 for 3.
.327 for 3. Just moving ahead with what you just mentioned, 76 or 78 overs and just that 1 wicket for the seamers in the last 3 tests. It's also to do with, I mean, even if you go back in the first class circuit, someone like the upcoming bowlers like Shahnawaz Dahani went for like 124 runs in his 20-odd overs without a wicket. Because just they've been so, it seems that way, they're so programmed to those T20 lengths. And the lack of first class experience or appearances. And then we saw against England, apart from Mohammad Ali, who earned his place in that test side because of his good bowling in the first class circuit. The rest of them either injured or have had little or no first class experience. So the lengths have just been all over the place, and that's why they've gone for so many runs and wicketless.
Yeah, went searching full and been punished leg side. The timing yet again from Daryl Mitchell, sublime.
Just the way he presents the full face, plays it late. Even though he's hitting it through the leg side, he's still presenting a full face to the delivery. Not trying to overhit it, just timing it into the gap. Wonderful batting. As you touched on, the Pakistan seamers having issue in the, although I think it was Robinson and Anderson who had some success, and I think that's what made Tim Southey's spell so good in the first innings. I think it was 25 overs, 3 for 69, and not expressed pace, but maintained his pace, and was just very consistent with his line and length, and picked up 3 key Pakistan batsmen. And I think that's something that the young Pakistan fast bowlers can learn off, that ability to hit good areas for long periods of time. And rewards generally do come, they just take a little bit longer.
More runs here. It's just straying on that leg stumpish line. Runs has been coming in thick and fast now. Trail 105 after that single. Babar will have to now think a little out of the box, because the fast bowlers with this newish ball is just not working. I'm not talking about not getting those wickets, it's about the runs that are coming in thick and fast. Spinners went for runs. So what next?
Yeah, the other aspect you can look at, yes, Shaheen Shah Afridi not available. He's still recovering, but the other thing is that Pakistan had what, 3 debutants as fast bowlers in that England series, at Muhammad Ali, Haris Rauf and Mohammad Wasim debuting there. And then you've got a bowler called Hassan Ali who had a fantastic 8 test matches, got 41 wickets. Dip in form, 4 test matches he couldn't pick up a lot of wickets, but maybe there's an issue there that you should persevere with somebody and with a bit of experience and a bit of knowledge on how to work things over in Pakistan. 333 for 3. Shaheen Shah Afridi 60 wickets, Hassan Ali 46 wickets, 21.65. Now, not had a great time in white ball cricket. But if you go on that stats, Hassan Ali should have played. The only issue is that the last 4 test matches hasn't gone well, but those 4 test matches were in Sri Lanka and Pakistan on pitches which were very, very docile. So are you then quick to get rid of him or quick to drop him, or is there room for giving players like that a longer leash?
I don't know if he was surprised, but after seeing what happened against England and Mohammad Wasim Jr. making debut and couldn't really get anything in terms of wickets, you would expect that you'd rather get someone with experience, and Hassan Ali and Mir Hamza would be the fast bowling duo. But that wasn't to be. Probably in the next test you might see him in action. KFC flip the bucket challenge. All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on your head as fast as you can. You already have a winner, and the winner will get KFC finger licking good prizes.
We're still waiting on our bucket. A bucket full of chicken, maybe a big bucket. Yeah, it's never arrived. It's never arrived.
But he was the winner.
Yeah, he won the challenge.
We never participated.
No, but even though we still haven't had chicken at all.
I'm happy to share.
Yeah. There's a bucket posted around the ground somewhere. Maybe just one per test match. full of that. But yeah, we've been waiting. If KFC is listening, yeah, we're waiting to lick our fingers.
Oh, you mean that one?
Yeah, just one for the test match. There we go. Yeah, he did it. Magnificent. The technique was so good.
You do that again in one go.
I think I might regret that. I wonder if I get the chicken though.
Yeah, that's the issue. You haven't got the chicken, so you're regretting it already.
Driven away, slightly upish for a moment, but still nowhere close to a fielder. Darryl Mitchell is just fast and quick catching up with Williamson. He's 41 now, 36. And his pace at which he's playing on is rubbed off on Williamson too. .61 have been scored with that since the new ball was taken in about 12 overs. And you're right, and there's a maiden in that too. 2 maidens. So make that 10 overs. Three, 3-4 for 3. Oh, look at that. He's dressed up for that test match. Proper tie and everything.
And then is that a rose in his lapel?
Yeah.
Great outfit.
Interesting, Abrar has been given that university end now. That's the end where you get that low bounce from, and he did get a few on the ankles. And he's been looking to bowl from that end. Let's see if he can extract something different from what we've watched up till now in the last half an hour.
Yeah, I like this from Pakistan and Abrar. We saw that very first ball that he bowled to Devon Conway that went straight along the ground that at the time we said would be very difficult for right-handed batsman, and there's 2 right-handers in there. And what Pakistan wouldn't give to break this partnership, which is now with 62 from just 71 deliveries.
Yeah, and it is a surprise that it's the first time that he's bowling from that end, the university end, today. Naman bowled a long spell, but with the ball staying low, yes, maybe he'd like to work with the bounce, with the ball staying low, and especially with a newish ball that stays low, you've got very little chance as a right-hander, especially. We saw those deliveries that stayed low, pitch outside leg, so it's outside off for the right-hander. Won't stay low if he bowls that full though.
Again, just a little bit too full for the ideal length. Williamson able to get on top of it and just work it round the corner. He's about a metre shorter than that. Just give the ball a chance to react before it gets to the batsman.
Yeah, right about there, but he takes him on just a little right to that fielder at mid-on.
Nowhere near that, Daryl Mitchell. You've got two options. You either go through with it or you try and cover up. He was beaten in the air and decided to go through with it. Fortunately, just dragged it wide enough for mid-on. It's the first ball he hasn't timed all innings.
And the carom ball, but it's Darren Mitchell is always going to come at him. He's going to impose himself.
Well ball, well ball.
And the battle will be on, because I reckon they still keep mid-off and mid-on up. They won't drop a fielder back, so allow him that opportunity to hit over the top, but therein lies a chance for Ebrar as well. Williamson, on the other hand, will bat in his own little bubble. 336 for 3.
.336 for 3. New Zealand trail by just 102 runs now. And ever since Daryl Mitchell has walked out, it looks a different game. He's come out looking to attack and he's forced himself onto the game. 42 now or 40. Williamson, on the other hand, has also picked up his scoring rate. Pakistan have their work cut out, just the 1 wicket, and the run rate jumps out at you, scoring at over 4.5 runs and over this session so far. I was a little surprised to see no Mir Hamza with the new ball. Dooley and Waqar alongside me. Your thoughts on that? The new ball going to Wasim Jr. as opposed to Mir Hamza?
Yeah, I couldn't understand the decision. Normally Hamza, left armer, there's been a big talk about that. He swings the new ball, left arm angle also. And was given the ball to Mohammad Wasim. Actually, the new ball was given to both the spinners to begin with, and then decided to go with Wasim. It was a little surprising for me, because even in the morning, Mir Hamza was the one who created that pressure. He bowled a beautiful spell of 5 overs where he controlled the run rate, and from the other end, it was Numan who picked up a wicket. There's no doubt a very fine bowler. There's a lot of experience in different conditions. He played in county cricket also. Heaps of wicket at first-class level. grew up on these pitches.
And once again, you see him bowling those very tight lines. And Dooley, you voiced your opinion quite earlier on. Who are your best two bowlers? And you give them the best opportunity to get you wickets.
Yeah, spot on. I totally agree. Just to, even if it was a 2 or 3 over, just to see whether it did swing at all. And the ball, particularly with the right-handers at the crease, the opportunity, just swing the ball back into the right-handers a little bit, keep one low, look for that LBW. Now you're asking him to bowl again with a 13, 14-year-old over-old ball. I'm going to say it's not a timeless test.
Yeah, it's that sort of test match, isn't it? It looks long, feels long, only into the 3rd day. But yeah, Mir Hamza clearly showing that he's got the control which Pakistan requires right now. Because Daryl Mitchell, since he has come on the pitch, things have totally changed. He really attacked the bowler. Anything loose given to him, he's just gone after that.
A good over from Mir Hamza, maiden, 336 for 3. It's a scoring rate at which they've approached this session. Session 2, only the 1 wicket. And out walks a centurion from Pakistan, his first century in his test career. And he is surely feeling better to make his way out. A little bit of a flu going around the Pakistan camp is why 3 players were off the field, Babar, Shan and Salman, and all 3 are back on now. Why do we take a little bit of a break from the cricket? Why not enjoy a Tapal tea moment? The fans have thoroughly enjoyed themselves with a cup of Tapal. That'll get them smiling. And good length, good line, and the turn away. His leg spinner. Have a look at the turn. Excellent seam position and the bounce.
And from the middle of the surface as well, which is good. Middle of the pitch, not out of the rough. So that's a good sign.
Two different approaches to Abrar. Obviously, very new when he bowled against England, and England were happy, very happy in fact, looking for runs, and with that you get the opportunity of picking up wickets. They had the aggressive intent going all the way through, scoring quickly, and most importantly, something for Abrar to recognize, they were most often not playing with a horizontal bat, as opposed to what New Zealand have done here. They've taken time, gotten in, and most often they've played with a vertical bat face. Every now and then. Has that come off the glove? Yes, the finger's gone up. Daryl Mitchell walks back.
Yeah, no review. He knew it straight away. Came off the glove, went straight up in the air, looked for the reverse, so something slightly different. And Kane Williamson has just yelled out and asked Daryl Mitchell, "You definitely get a glove on it?" He said, "Yes, I did." Happy to walk off. New Zealand have got reviews available, but Mitchell knows. Right there, off that left hand, off the glove, straight up in the air. Safraz comes around, collects it, and Abra picks up his second wicket. New Zealand lose their fourth. Straight off that glove, that left hand. And up into the air. Daryl Mitchell departs for 42. New Zealand 3, 37 for 4.
Tom Blundell, the New Zealand batter, to make his way out. Another good average, 41-21 matches. Over 1,000 runs in his test career so far. And he is up against Abrar, who's got a bit of a spring in his step. Bounce and turn and then a wicket.
Well, the sweep works for some and some struggles. He was playing so well in front of the pitch that he just decided to just go reverse and literally punched it in the air. He knew it straight away. Yes, Williamson stopped him on the way and asked him, just maybe you didn't or hit it or whatever, but he's definitely punched that. It's just lucky that he just went in the air. An easy catch there for Sarfraz.
A good over for Abrar, a wicket off it. 338 for 4. Excellent opening stand, 183 between the two openers. Conway will be disappointed he didn't get to his 3 figures. The captain stood in well with 55. Mitchell 42, a breezy knock. And New Zealand 338 for 4. Contributions all around. Nichol's the only one missing out. And Mitchell's with that brisk knock of 42 or 47 changed the tempo well in favour of New Zealand until Abrar did some magic and picked up his wicket as he went down to reverse sweep. Hamza to Blundell now. 2 gullies and a slip. Nicely driven. It was full. It was there to be put away. He does it well.
Yeah, not the best of the deliveries from Hamza. I think what he was trying to do is just trying to bowl a little wider, but the length was just too full. No issues there for Blundell. He just leaned on it and made sure that he picks the gap. Lovely stroke.
Batting outside his crease now to negate that angle.
He's quite an aggressive player by nature as well, Tom Blundell. New Zealand have got that in spades when they think about what Mitchell did, Blundell and Bracewell to come, who's incredibly aggressive. I'm sure that would have been the talk to get ourselves to a position where the guys that want to play a little bit more freely can do that and are able to do that. Trailing by 96 now. I think that's sort of, they're in the area.
And it was that onslaught that took away the effect of the new ball, if it did have any effect whatsoever. And Daryl Mitchell came out playing some shots and impacted the game in a way where Pakistan was looking forward to that new ball, took it almost immediately. But since then, a lot of runs. Pakistan will be looking to get another wicket and break into that aggressive low middle order while they still lead by 96.
Four wickets down. And Dolly, you know the later order batsmen, how they bat, how they're gonna sort of deal with things. 96 runs behind New Zealand. You think it's in the balance, or you should say New Zealand in front or Pakistan have a nose in front? What would you say?
Well, knowing the quality of the two in the middle now, particularly Kane Williamson, Blundell is a very good player. Bracewell, powerful. Got all the skills. He showed he certainly can bat. So I think New Zealand have probably just got their noses in front at the minute. It only takes a couple of wickets to change that. 342 for 4. And you look at where Pakistan lost their fourth wicket. 110 runs on the board when they lost their fourth. New Zealand have just lost their fourth with 337 runs on the board. So from that point of view, they're ahead. But do they have Salman Agha type innings in a Blundell or someone along those lines?
Also, that's where Kane comes in. He can bat through and bat long, while Blundell and Bracewell can bat alongside. And the situation can be evaluated when Kane's still at the crease in case they need to pile on the runs and slow it down a little bit. And that's just the difference here at the moment, to have that experience of Kane Williamson still at the crease, where Blundell and Bracewell to come and can take the game on. That's why I just feel those two missed chances against Williamson can be so costly to Pakistan, both off Noman. The first one, you can say, a very sharp or a hard chance down the leg side, but the second one should have been a clean take from Sarfaraz to get that stumping.
When you have one person at the crease who plays positively, which we just saw in shape of Daryl Mitchell, things looks easy. It doesn't look that bad, that pitch. And suddenly a new batsman come in and the ball seems like it's spinning, it's bouncing, it's keeping low. So I feel that when you're at the crease, you've got to make sure that one person got to keep taking that risk. Keep pushing the ball into the gap and look for boundaries also.
Oh!
Babar, since he's come in, he's also tried to tinker with the field and trying to predict the game or get ahead, especially when the new batter does come onto the crease. Just before the ball was bowled, he's asked deep fine leg to come back into the circle. Tom Blundell in the sweep. Dooley, you think? And come back to that next over. 3:45 for 4. Always brilliant to see young fans, young boys and girls who come out and appreciate and watch the cricket. Their heroes playing in front of them, not just from Pakistan, but I'm sure that man has a lot of global fan following as well. Inspiring a whole generation of superstars to come in Pakistan. And they've been treated to an absolutely wonderful display of batting from New Zealand here. Surely that doesn't help your teeth. A Sensodyne does, and hence why you can enjoy a Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth, amongst other things. Angling the ball into the right-hander. That is his natural angle as well. Mohammad Wasim. Slight change in field. Second gully moves to slip. Yeah. The action here going all around the world. And if you're in Pakistan, you can watch it PTV Sports and Widley.tv live stream. ARY Zap, TapMad, and Tamasha, and all around the world as well. Outside Pakistan, Sky Sports in New Zealand, Fox in Australia, Flow Sports in the Caribbean, radio partners as well in Pakistan and in Australia, New Zealand. Nicely timed. Dooley coming back to Blundell in terms of a playing spin.
Yeah, probably more comfortable against pace, I'd say, and all honesty. Tom Blundell, 3 Test 100s, 7 50s. He's been better against the quicker bowling. He will sweep. Typical wicketkeeper. He'll sweep. I love the pull shot and the cut shot, but he can be powerful down the ground as well. But anything slightly short, he'll be very quick to pounce on it, even though it probably won't bounce a lot. He's got good foot movement. As I say, looking to bat out of his crease as well to the seamers at the moment. It's a good record early in his career.
Bazid Khan, are you watching or listening?
Aruj, who's that gentleman? You know him.
No
definitely.
idea. Absolutely no idea.
Whatever you say, I'm not believing you.
He's watching. I'm sure the message will get around to him. Got a love-hate relationship with him.
without a doubt.
And he's got good teeth.
He must have come to you to fix his teeth, and you've done it for free.
Anything that puts a smile on our faces. Certainly did for me. 346 for 4. Well, if you just tuned in, the first test underway. The match summary so far: 438 from Pakistan and New Zealand trailing by 92 in a very comfortable position at 346 for 4. Captain Kane Williamson 59. There's runs all around. Conway 92, Latham 113. And a very brisk, breezy knock from Mitchell, the last man to fall, 42.
Well, the previous over, we were talking about the wicket keepers who can bat or who can't bat. Back in the days, Dooley, in our time, you had to be a good wicket keeper to just stay in the side. Teams were not really, or management, coaches were not really worried about if you can bat or not. But you have to be very clean with gloves. Those days are gone. Now, if you can't bat as a wicket keeper, they're not going to pick you. Very simple. And some of the wicket keepers from our time. Ooh. Williamson always very careful when he plays that ball. He just keeps a very close eye all where the ball is rolling. It seemed like that he was going toward the stumps, but nah, it had a fair bit of... Yeah, that's it. Smart. Very smart. Talking of the wicket keepers, Pakistan produced Moin Khan, Rashid Latif. Before that, it was Salim Yusuf when I first arrived. Jeffrey Dujon, I've seen quite a bit of him. Probably the first one who sort of really showed that batting is important for wicketkeeper was Adam Gilchrist, I would say. But playing against New Zealand in those days, Ian Smith, great commentator, but a very irritating batsman. Very irritating. Used to hate bowling at him. He scored a couple of 50s here back in the early 90s. And irritated me the most because I was reversing it and he used to just sort of walk away a couple of yards and just show me the stumps. I'm not sure if he was worried or scared, but that really strategy worked for him. 349 for 4, because he used to move away from the stumps and just allowed me to just bowl at stumps, and then he used to slice me over that cover point. And I was like, when is he going to miss it? And by the time I realized he'll be sitting on 50 or 60. What a great human being, lovely friend. And most of all, he's a great commentator, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Our mate Smithy, he's in Australia at the moment. And you're talking about Adam Gilchrist momentarily. Alex Carey picked up a century today for Australia in that test match against South Africa. It's the 15th century by anyone else other than Adam Gilchrist in the history of Australian wicketkeepers. Only the 15th. Puts into context the 1700s that Adam Gilchrist scored in his career. To put that into context, 15 centuries only in the history of Australian cricket by a wicketkeeper. Adam Gilchrist scored 17 on his own. So for any other player, so you go back to the Healeys, obviously, and the Rod Marshes, the great keepers of years gone by. Tim Payne didn't get 100, I don't think. I think he missed out, didn't he? Score in the late 90s at one stage, but I don't think he got a test 100, so Alex Carey on the board. Four more. Just getting a little bit too straight there, Mohamed Wasim. And tucked away nicely by Kane Williamson. Just every time we have to go to our little break room and ask for a cup of tea, we walk past the honours board here. And there's a name on the honours board, a Kiwi name, Warren Lees. Just before your time, was a New Zealand coach. Not talking about you, Uruj, just before our time, Waka. Our time. I keep saying yours, it's ours, isn't it? Sorry.
I was coming there.
Apologies.
How many times are you going to apologize?
I know.
You just keep forgetting.
I do keep forgetting, I'm sorry. Before our time, Warren Lees was toured here. He got 155 on this ground. New Zealand wicketkeeper Wally Lees went on to coach New Zealand as well. 152, was it? Sorry, it might have 155 on the board, has it? No, maybe it's 152. But so he's another keeper that did a very good job in the early days from New Zealand's point of view. We lost many years ago one of our greats, Ken Wadsworth. He was a terrific batter as well.
While we're on wicket keepers, and you mentioned Adam Gilchrist, I can't really forget Sarah Taylor from England. And Adam Gilchrist, I think it was back in 2018, said, according to him, she was the best wicketkeeper in the world, going around in all formats. And I've played alongside her, against her, not alongside, but fantastic. Her anticipation of the game has some amazing takes down the leg side. Is absolutely brilliant. And you mentioned, Vakar, the fact that you have to be a good batter along with that. Wow, she used to pack quite a punch.
Yeah, she's exceptional, Sarah Taylor, and she coached one of the Sussex, one of the 100 sides as well. I think she had an appointment with one of the 100 sides. She coaching as well one of the county sides in the UK, Sussex. She spent some time there, and she was a phenomenal wicket-keeping coach, I'm sure, and was a seriously good player. 353 for 4. Umpire Alex Wharf knocks the bails off. 100 overs have been bowled in total, so New Zealand going along quite nicely at 3.53. And session number 2, 108 runs with the loss of just 2 wickets. And it is tea time here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi.
No different to any other day. They say afternoon session, don't produce too many wickets. More runs are scored. We were talking about earlier that the last 5 games, only 2 wickets, 1, 3, 0, 2 in the middle session. And the runs were 87, 114, 78, 109, 102. And another small partnership building up here for New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell played quite nicely. He's the one who gave the momentum. Williamson still out there, 66, playing his own merry way. 100 overs been bowled, 353 for 4 New Zealand. Bowling, Hamza hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but he's bowled with nice and good control. It will seem a little expensive. Abrar, when he came from university end, picked up a wicket, a big wicket. And then Noman picking 2 wickets. I thought overall so far, Noman is easily the pick of the bowler.
Mis-stumping early for Sarfraz. That one from Kane Williamson. What about some aggressive shots from Williamson and from Mitchell in this third session? After the wicket of Henry Nicholls, it was the partnership that just set things going a little bit more for New Zealand. Mitchell was aggressive right from the start. It was very early on in his innings. He was downtown on a couple of occasions. Williamson whipped, and remember, about 3 or 4, maybe 5 boundaries through that area at different stages through this session. As he picked up another half century for New Zealand, his 34th 50 to go along with his 24 centuries. And Mitchell with 4 boundaries in this over from Mohammad Wasim. That one a little streaky, and then that one absolutely glorious to finish with. Another one whipped through the leg side. Pakistan just looking a little bit ragged at this stage, and then that was from a little glove straight up in the air. Safraz taking the catch. It brought Tom Blundell to the crease. He's picked up 1 boundary. Williamson turned one around the corner for another boundary just before the tea interval. And New Zealand have made their way through to 353 for 4 off 100 overs. They now trail Pakistan by 85 runs at tea on day 3.
Celebrations for spinners in this session. Getting one to chop onto the stumps, move a bit of spin from the rough, and then Abrar doing his magic. Reverse sweep not going very well, top edge, and an easy catch taken by the keeper and the captain at that time. So 4 down. New Zealand, and just have a quick look at the match summary. Just tells us that New Zealand trail by 85 at this stage. They've got 353 for 4 on board, and they've faced exactly 100 overs. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. We'll talk quickly about this session that's gone by, and then we'll look into session 3. I've got Waqar Yunus and Chris Harris alongside me. I'll start with Waqar. Waqar, were you a little disappointed Pakistan couldn't really cash out on that new ball? In fact, well, you might go for runs, but nothing in terms of wickets.
Yeah, I think Pakistan should have given the new ball to Amir Hamza, because Amir Hamza is the only one who could have swung that ball early on, which didn't happen. Given the new ball to 2 spinners and Daryl Mitchell, we know that he's a player who plays aggressively, and he's the one who's given momentum to New Zealand at the time, and the runs started coming very, very quickly then. Lucky that he's out now, 4 down, and I think this game is in pretty much balance at the moment. A lead is going to be crucial. Let's see who takes the lead. It's going to be an important session coming up.
Yeah, Chris, important thing is when they lost 2 wickets, they were still 200 some runs behind, but Darren Mitchell's quick fire runs have reduced that deficit and at the same time provided the initiative of the momentum to New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. He came out with positive intent, and he really helped, I think, Kane Williamson along as well. He came out, he played very positively, you know, prepared to take on the spinners, and then they tried to bring the seamers back, and I think he hit 4 fours off Mohammad Wasim's first over. So I thought, you know, he'll be disappointed to get out when he looked like he had the game by the scruff of the neck. But even that innings of 41 just gave impetus to New Zealand. Ended up meaning we scored 108 in just 27 overs in that session, and it's put us in a very strong position. But I agree with Waqar. I still think the game's very much in the balance. This partnership and perhaps the next one is an opportunity for New Zealand to try and get ahead.
Yeah. If you talk about these 2 wickets, especially if you're facing someone from the university and don't go on that back foot, and we saw that they lost that wicket, this one.
Oh, yeah, that was a poor selection of the shot, because once someone's bowling in the rough, it is difficult to control that shot. And this one, yeah, he plays that shot really well. You know, it's a very productive shot for him. He's going to keep trying that, but you are going to get out on that also. So, you know, we saw it against England also, that a lot of runs were scored on that particular reverse sweep. But yeah, it's a bit of risk, but also reward.
Yeah, it is a high risk shot, especially when you are facing from the end where the ball could just keep low or just go anywhere.
Yeah, it's a tough shot for the left-handers to look to hit through the offside, especially square of the wicket to Naman, who's coming back from that rough, and it's coming back sharply towards the stumps, and that ended up costing the left-handers both of their wickets. So I think that's probably a shot they'll put away. And the other 2 wickets both went to reverse sweeps. I think Tom Latham had played it well. He just picked the wrong line. If you ever look at the one that he went out to, it was more outside of his leg stump as a left-hander. And for Daryl Mitchell as well, I just think the length was a little bit too short, which allowed the ball to bounce a little bit more and hold in the surface. And as you saw, he got through his shot and it took his glove. So the shots are on, but it's just about picking the right delivery for it.
Okay. Time for us to get the expert predictions from our guests. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So I'll just give you a little background on what I'm going to ask you guys. So yesterday, New Zealand scoring at 3.5 runs and over. This morning session, 3.08. But this session between lunch and tea was 4 runs and over. That has got them closer with only 85 runs apart. Do you feel that this final session, will they keep this run rate going and try to get even Stevens with Pakistan as close as possible?
I think a lot will depend on how well Pakistan bowl. I think if the opportunity is there, once these 2 get set again in this last session of the day, they'll play positively. But if Pakistan can bowl consistently, good line and lengths, and have good sort of in-out fields, they've got to leave the field in for the mistake and hopefully looking to make wickets. But I think they'll have some protection as well. But as these 2 get in, they're both positive. We've seen once Kane Williamson get in how good a player is, and Tom Blundell's very positive as well. So for me, it's up to how well Pakistan bowl to see how we'll control the run rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think very similar because this is a very crucial session. more or less you will see the deficit goes away in this. But Pakistan's got to keep taking wickets. Even Pakistan get level to score and take all the wickets, I think Pakistan will be happy, because fourth inning batting on this pitch is not going to be easy.
Yeah, that would have been my question for tomorrow, that how much runs would New Zealand be comfortable with? Of course, lesser the better. But still, it's really going to be good if they can come close to Pakistan's score or get it to even. Then you got 2 days and 2 innings left. But get very, very interesting. Anyway, thank you guys. The tea show is always really tight. So we're all excited for the final session on day 3. And we hope to see a lot of good shots, some wickets as well. And we keep it that way.
Final session, KFC presents Tafa News, Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. Day 3, and it's the final session, live here from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Well, New Zealand 353 for 4, Williamson 66, and looking solid. Pakistan have been chipping away today with wickets. And it's been spin. The first one, a very good review, and a judge LBW in the end. It was a great review, and it was great from Ehsan Raza, the TV umpire as well. And the reverse sweep didn't work this time around for Tom Layton. Portas Stepper Brar with that wicket. And everyone just kept low, trying to cut it out of the rough and an inside edge onto the stumps. And then Abrar got rid of the dangerous Darryl Mitchell. The reverse sweep popped up Sarfraz with the catch. But that last session went New Zealand's way in terms of run scoring. A couple of wickets for Abrar, a couple of wickets for Noman, but 108 runs in that last session meant that New Zealand went at 4 and over, and they've also chipped away at the target. They're now trailed by 85. Latham with his century, 113. Conway with that opening partnership, he got 92. Now it's Kane Williamson who's holding things together. 66 not out, and he's looking increasingly comfortable on this surface. London and Williamson partnership just 16, but they'll want to make further impact and make sure that they get as close as possible, if not overtake that Pakistan total. Pakistan, on the other hand, well, started off really well in the first session, and we thought that they might just get a few more wickets, get things in better control in terms of the pitch just tending to favor them in terms of variable bounce and spin, but New Zealand have fought well. Still, you think there's life in this game. There's still, you think that it's important that for either side to get a lead, because especially for spinners right now is a bit in the offing. The variable bounce will also come into play, so then the fast men also have a role to play. Barber will trust the spinners to A, make sure that they don't leak a lot of runs, but B, also keep chipping away in terms of getting wickets. New Zealand did well, but Pakistan will be happy that they dismissed Darryl Mitchell in that session. Chris Harris with me. It's still quite delicately poised, the test match.
Yeah, we seem to say it every session. This is such an important session for both teams. Pakistan's goal will be to bowl New Zealand out for something around their total, and then they'll feel as though they're very much back in this game. I don't imagine it's going to be an easy game to bat in that fourth innings. And from New Zealand's point of view, they'll be looking for hopefully a little bit of a lead. Maybe 50 or 60 runs could be absolutely key, because I don't think you'd want to chase any more than 200 in the fourth innings. I don't think it'll break up too much more, but I think we might see a little bit more variable bounce, which could play into the hands of the two Pakistan slow men. So a big session for both teams.
Yeah.
Important for Pakistan to keep some sort of control and make sure that they don't leak a lot of runs. Wants a single, quick single. Kamran Ghulam, substitute, just doesn't pick the ball up.
I'm sure Pakistan have probably targeted this partnership as a very important one to break. All of a sudden you get New Zealand 5 down. They'll see there's a possibility as an end being opening and a chance to end this New Zealand innings. So there's such a key partnership for both sides. Feel as though Kane Williamson holds the key as well. 66 not out. Looking at his numbers, 2400s. I'm sure he'd dearly love to add to that tally.
He settled down. He's made sure that he's trusted his defense. At the start of the innings, it was all defense, but as he does, he's got into his rhythm. It now looks as if he's in sync with the pace of the bowling and the pitch.
Yeah, I think it was a great indication of how tough Pakistan made it for him to get in. I think he was his first 45 deliveries. I think he only had 7 runs. Since then, he's looked a lot more comfortable.
Now, this is what Pakistan don't want. They don't want London and Williamson being able to just knock it into the gap or knock it around and get singles. Yes, if they play a good shot, get a boundary, yeah, but they don't want them to be able to just rotate strike.
What?
356 for 4.
Right arm Khandambi. Left arm Khandambi.
Okay. That's centre. Left down through and around.
A spin from both ends. After tee. Come on from the pavilion end. Abrar starting it off with the university end. London on strike, and yeah, just dropping that square leg back.
Oh!
Goes back. Oman thought he was through.
Yeah, just get it on. I think a little bit fuller than Hundle originally thought. What he did do well, though, is present the full face.
Hindsight is a great thing. It's 2020, but on pitches that don't offer much, you know, ask Wakar here that if pitches that aren't offering a lot to your bowlers, any kind of bowlers, spinners or fast bowlers, wouldn't you much rather have 5 specialist bowlers in your team, give you yourself a bit more option, bit more cover? But you look at this game and you say Salman Agha batted number 7, got 100, but even then, you're only going to win a test match if you can get 20 wickets. The more chance of that happening is if you've got more options. In terms of batting, it is still a very good pitch to bat on. If 6 batters don't do the job, then maybe it's a more aggressive approach to have 5 bowlers. And that's a more aggressive approach. Just down the ground, bunts it away. Footwork perfect. 1 bounce into the fence.
Yeah, wonderful shot. He comes down so positive. Just presents such a straight blade. No risk when you hit straight over the bowler's head. What it means now is Pakistan have pushed Muhammad Wasim almost all the way back on the boundary at mid-off, which may bring about some singles.
Clocks the last delivery. It's 361 for 4. Yeah, Abrar Mohammad Wasim, Mir Hamza, Numan Ali. Salman Agha, the all-rounder option who's been off the field.
Oh! Close one, very close one. I don't think Blundell read the length right. Yeah, Pakistan very strong when you look at the top 7. They've got very, very good batting. But then when you come to the bowlers, he didn't mean to hit there. Not at all. Looking for a cut, got the under edge through the legs of Sarfraz and just gone for a boundary, a handy boundary. So ideally, you would like to have someone batting at number 7 who can bowl, and who can bowl at least 10 to 15 overs a day, and a good overs. Because so far we are playing Salman Agha as an all-rounder, but have not seen him bowl that much. He's hardly bowled in any of the games against England. Even in Sri Lanka on the spinning tracks, we've seen him bowl very rare. So Fahim Ashraf was the one earlier who played for Pakistan and been out of touch, been out of form, played one of the games against England and then was dropped. Pakistan is searching for it. Most of the team around the world, they do have someone who can bowl and bat at number 7. Yeah, and Pakistan lack that. 365 for 4.
Just to carry on that point even further, Waka, from the previous over, I mean, what they dearly wouldn't love for another bowler now to have 5. But the other thing is the 4 bowlers that they have chosen, from a test playing point of view, very inexperienced. Yeah, at the test level. So there's no one really leading the bowling attack. When you've gone on with just 4 specialist bowlers, I think Newman's most experienced with 13 tests, which still was quite young as far as test career goes.
Yeah, the question remains, yes, Pakistan searching for that all-rounder, but if you don't have that option, you want to win a test match, and you know the conditions aren't going to be easy in terms of getting those 20 wickets. Can you go down that route of playing 5 specialist bowlers?
Well, it all depends on a brave captain. Sometimes captains feel that they need that extra cushion in the batting more than in the bowling. But I tell you, if you don't take 20 wickets, you're not going to win the test match. So to take 20 wickets, you do need a genuine bowler. I would say 4 genuine bowlers. Don't worry about their batting. But that cushioning which a captain look for, you're always searching for a number 7 who can bat and bowl. I don't think Babar will probably look to do that. Not seen many captain round. Even you look around other teams also, they don't go 5 genuine. Maybe in the 70s, 80s when West Indies were playing the 5 genuine fast bowlers.
It's in the air and he's got away with it. He wanted to hit it pretty straight. He's almost sort of got under it, and the ball's turned and it's gone off the face of the bat, screwed to almost extra cover, and that has actually helped him survive. So it's gone so square that it's defeated that man at mid-off.
Very lucky, because Noman bowled very slowly. That ball was 78 kilometers an hour. And he saw the flight, came down the pitch, but couldn't control the shot. 368 for 4. I think the ball just bounced a little bit more than a spin. He maybe wanted to go more toward mid-on, and the ball bounced and a little spin also. That's why I went toward the cover. Would have been a big wicket at this stage of the game. New Zealand still 70 runs behind. As they keep bringing that deficit down, the pressure will start building on Pakistan. At the moment, I would say it's pretty balanced. Things can change very quickly. Williamson, I think, is the key. Because he's very well set now. Early on, he did struggle against Abrar, but now he understands him well. And Abrar also bowled 38 overs. Those fingers must have been hurting. He's not getting as much help from the surface what he was getting against England. He was turning it square. Some of the wickets he took, especially I think one delivery to Joe Root and a delivery to Crawley, just pitched on leg stump, hitting off stump. They went back, and that was especially with the new ball.
Sort of feel the pace he's bowling now. He's almost looking for that one that he bowled to Conway first up in his first ball of this test match that went straight along the ground. But we haven't really seen too many keep low in the spell so far. I feel when he bowls that slightly slower pace, he gets more purchase. At the moment, it feels like he's just bowling sort of 89, 90 kilometres an hour. It's not giving the ball a chance to grip in the surface. So I'd love to see him just bowl just a little bit slower.
This time he gets all of it. He waltzes down, a flick of the wrist, and it's gone all the way. This is pretty sweet connection from Blundell. Abrar looks bemused. But a 6 that ends the over. It's 375 for 4.
Yes, very much like a subcontinent batsman. They love to come down the pitch and bring their wrist into play. And he didn't hold back anything. Very surprised, the bowler.
Yeah, brave batting. Previous over, he tried to hit Noman over the top and almost held out to mid-off, but he'll still have a go. He'll still come down the track.
Yeah, I like that though. That's obviously part of his batting plan in this game, to be aggressive, to use his feet to go over the top.
trail by 60. There's a bit of a battle going on, Noman Ali and Blundell. He wants to get at the spinners, and he's getting at the spinners by getting down the track. Noman very aware of that. Goes again inside edge, almost through. He'll come back 4-2. But he's almost going every other delivery.
Even we can guess it here in the com box that what delivery is going to come out. Good thing is that he leaves the crease very late, but he's struggling to get to the pitch of the ball. Sometimes he gets too close, and sometimes he doesn't reach to the ball.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think he got too close to that one. That's why he tried to whip it, because he knew he couldn't get the elevation.
Tries to turn a leg side. Leading edge gets it down to short third. Change of field for Williamson. And on the leg side. And Noman is going to go over the wicket, so he's going to pitch outside leg and try and make him sweep.
I quite like this. Makes it very difficult for Williamson to, without any risk, look for that one on the leg side. I'm just interested to see if he does just let him go or has a look to play the sweep.
And also maybe the thinking here is that don't allow Williamson that single, don't allow him to go to the other end and bowl at Blundell. Because Blundell is taking a chance, he is giving you an opportunity by the way that he's batting, by coming down the track. This delivery, they'll want Williamson to stay on strike. They've done that. Well, he's been successful in that. 381 for 4.
डायरेक्ट चले जाते हैं ना यार, डायरेक्ट चले जाते हैं। नहीं ऊपर जाके शॉर्ट्स पहन के जगह नहीं मिलेगी तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बहुत अबे दो हर्ट हैं, एक कोल्ड है।
The important part, trail by 57 runs. How important that lead will be remains to be seen. As we wait for Blundell to come down the track, it's a moment for Tapal Tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge. There it is. He comes down the drive and smashes it, gets to the pitch and gets a boundary.
Now that was a much better shot. Good positive foot movement. And what he did really well is he made sure he got to the pitch of it. It's always a good sign when you're coming down and trying to hit the ball along the ground. So you know you've got to get close to the pitch. That's wonderful batting. Good intent.
It just seems that Abrar is the right pace for him to get down the track and be able to execute those shots. He's been successful with hitting Abrar to the boundary when he's come down. It's Naman Ali where he struggled with. Naman clever in terms of changing his pace, and he's slightly flatter as well.
Yeah, this time right on top of the ball. Once again, the wrists are coming into play. Good wristy player.
Get a single, keep the strike. And it's 386 for 4. A 33 runs scored since tea, but this is the battle. And wanting to come at the spinners, wanting to come down the track. Naman Ali has defeated him a couple of times with his length, but it doesn't seem as if Blundell is going to back down. He is going to come down the track and try and hit over the top or try and hit through the field. So battle within the game right now.
Down the track. Doesn't manage to get past. A good effort from Zahid there. Zon as a substitute fielder gets a dive in. Also brings up the 50 partnership in quick time, 88 deliveries.
Long session this. Started off with 37 overs to be bowled today. And with 51 runs to go to level things up. Very interesting 2 days coming up. Important thing is what would be a good lead that Pakistan would be satisfied with, and how this strip will play.
In the air. Lands between those two men stationed. Not in control of this sweep shot. Top edging this one with Kane Williamson.
Basit, you could think of any Pakistan players who could actually play that sweep shot very well, apart from Moin Khan and Sarfaraz, maybe any other batters.
Rizwan.
Yeah, he does that to the fast bowlers as well.
Yunus Khan was one of the best at playing that sweep shot. We go back, Javed Mia, that was superb as well with the sweep shot. Recent times it's been a problem for the Asian players, touched upon by one of Pakistan's former head coaches, Mickey Arthur, before the Men's World T20 World Cup. He said that not a lot of sweeps or reverse sweep played by the Indian and Pakistani players, and that's why the opportunity to score quick runs in T20 cricket diminishes slightly against spin. 388 for 4.
Speaking of sweeps and reverse sweeps, there's a couple of names I can think of who can hit sixes reverse sweeping for fun. Kevin Peterson, Maxwell.
Down the track. And again, a beautifully timed shot over the top. Abrar is glaring back at Williamson with no answer at the moment. He's looked in really good touch here, the New Zealand former skipper.
That's perfect dominance. You hit any bowler over his head, you mean business. Down the track and just meeting the ball early and through the line.
Don't forget, he was on 15 and then 21 when those two stumping chances went down. The one on 21, fairly simple. And he's making them count, and this will be hurting Pakistan. Both off Noman. The first one fired in down the leg side. This one you'd say regulation. He was dragged out, it was a drift in, he spun from a good length. On both occasions, he was given a chance.
Yeah, he yoked himself, just went under his bat and went rapidly to Sarfaraz. It was low, but yes, you're right. That was probably one of the best chances they had to stump him out. The first one, yes, would be a bit harsh.
And since then, it's been a well-constructed innings. He took time. He was at 1.7 of 45 deliveries. And the next 45, he scored 40-plus runs, and he picked up his scoring rate. That's the point where Daryl Mitchell had come in and blasted the new ball away. And took the attack on to Noman, Abrar and Wasim Jr. 394 for 4. Still a few smiling faces in the crowd.
If I see someone smiling that way, I'm very sure it's not happy to see me. And there you go, Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Where do you get those ice creams from? Don't see them anywhere.
I'm more concerned about the after effect. Cold blocks of ice.
Life is too short to complain about these things. Closing up to 400 here. New Zealand will be trailing by 44 at this stage.
Yeah, Blundell using his feet to spin. Now we talk about when you come down the wicket, try and get to the pitch of the ball. He's been trying to force the issue. Some of them clean connection, some of them not so much, but he's happy to use his feet to spin. Noman now bowling round the wicket and over the wicket and using that leg side line. Blundell at the moment happy to kick it away.
You're coming to that stage where you talk about spinners bowling a lot. This is Noman's 25th over of the day, 24th over the day, and Ibrar's already bowled 25, so you tend to forget that spinners also get tired, the fingers also get tired, the potency of their bowling goes down, and when you're bowling such long spells through the day or bowling so many overs through the day, it does become an issue. And not having an extra option, not having somebody then to break it up or share the workload, it just tends to show at the back end. Now, it's come to that stage when you're looking at that and thinking, yeah, maybe it's a bit too many overs, a few too many for Noman and Abrar.
.395 for 4.
.395 for 4. Coming back to, yes, you're right about that, Bazit. The options aren't many or aren't any for Babar Azam, with in the absence of that fifth option in Salman. He hasn't taken the field, not well. And that is bound to make the spinners tired, because the fast bowlers are also not very much the first choice. That they can come in with 4 or 5 over spell, quick fire spell. Got 62 of 16 from Wasim Jr. So yeah, he's out of options. He himself has bowled some overs, but just to fill in, but that hardly is any rest for his main frontline bowlers. Maybe Saud Shakil could be an option. I mean, in desperate situations, he just bowled a couple of overs against England, but yeah, but you can't choose anything when you don't have any options.
A change now, 16 overs, he's bowled and he's remained wicketless. Babar will be looking to him now to break this partnership open. He's got two men on the boundary behind square on the leg side. Deep backward point. And a short man catching deep mid-wicket. Kali still in place. That's a shape. That's a shape he gets to the right-handers and off a good length as well. That's a beautiful shot. Eye on the light tower. Sikandar, you were talking about what kind of lead New Zealand will be looking at. Fair to say the lead looks obvious. Cricket is a funny game and you never know with 43 runs behind, but it's a partnership. Again, after Daryl Mitchell fell, it's a 58-run partnership again between Blundell and Williamson. And Williamson provides New Zealand that wall, essentially, where Blundell can bat around him. Blundell more than capable of taking the attack on. Brace will yet to come, ultra aggressive as well. You might just find a tempo shift once the lead or the trail inches closer to close that gap. How many they will be looking at in terms of a lead.
Yeah, I think for New Zealand it'll be as many as possible. They'll want to bat as long as they can and get as many runs. They don't want to be batting last on that final day and be chasing any sort of target or biggish target. They want to be able to have a lead and then put Pakistan under pressure, and that's why this Williamson inning is so important. He'll just bat through the innings and make sure that he carries on in his own little bubble. And he's a class act and he's showing why, exactly why. 396 for 4.
Partnerships all around have been really good. The top one, 183, then 48 between Latham and Williamson. Williamson's been the mainstay since then. 41 with Nichols, 65 with Mitchell, which came in quick time. And now once again with Blundell, 59. The two of them have put on for the 5th wicket. We're talking about how many are enough, and just go back a week or so where Pakistan won the toss against England in the 3rd test, batted first and got 304. And it was a similar period in the game where England, in their first innings, got that 50-run lead, which cost Pakistan dearly in the end. Off the edge. Oh, pick up a single. Happy to use his feet again, then Blundell. It was when Pakistan came around in that 3rd test in the 2nd innings after conceding that 50-run lead, and they were blown away for 216. We set the game up beautifully for England, just chasing 167. So Pakistan will have to be mindful of that and try and hold New Zealand back and pick up wickets here.
But the problem they're facing is, again, the same, that they've got 4 frontline bowlers, out of which one of them is playing after 4 years. The other one is not amongst wickets for quite a while now. And you're really honestly banking on those 2 spinners. And then not having that 5th frontline bowler option, trying to play an extra batter, is just now showing, because Salman's not there as your part-timer to help out and give some rest. I don't know about you two, but maybe I'll just float that question. Do you think that Pakistan could have played another proper bowler to have that 5th option, like New Zealand has got 3 spinners and the other 2 fast bowlers?
Yeah, look, once you don't have the luxury of having an all-rounder who can bowl and bowl decent overs. England had the luxury with Ben Stokes himself. He's a quality all-rounder. Then they had Joe Root, who could bowl pretty much get you 10 overs a day if need be. But Pakistan don't have that luxury. Pakistan haven't had that luxury for quite a while. Fahim Ashraf was tried, but he didn't bowl a lot. Even when Salman Agha was fully fit and was playing against England, he wasn't bowled much at all. So then that begs the question, how are you going to get those 20 wickets quickly, and how are you going to get those 20 wickets if you are? So the best answer then is that you have to then play 5 specialist bowlers. 397 for 4.
ये पता है ये साफ होगा ना कुछ भी नहीं ये मट्टी है ये तुमने सुबह लोग देखी सुबह कैसी थी साफ थी
Discussion we were having before the break is, as you rightly say, then Pakistan, the only option that they do then have is to play the 5 specialist bowlers. Now with that comes its own set of worries. Searching for the Yorker Wasim Jr. because when you got Salman Agha, who's come in at 7 and scored that big 100 and has essentially enabled you to get that big first innings score, it's difficult to then find the right balance, because with the top 7 you mentioned, Saud Shakil and Salman Agha fairly part-time. Pakistan struggling with an all-rounder who can bowl effectively, who can bat as well. Going down.
But then you have to look at the priority. Your priority is to win the test, get 20 wickets. What is the best option of getting those? Or is your priority being able to have that extra cushion in your batting and make sure that things don't go wrong? It's that previous series and this series played on very, very flat pitches, and you would think that 6 batters are enough. And the best option that you have, because you don't have that all-round option, is then to play 5 specialist bowlers.
Let's not forget, obviously, Pakistan has been dented because of Shaheen Shah Afridi not available, Naseem Shah injured. Those 2 were the mainstay of the Pakistan bowling attack in the longer version in the recent past. Hassan Ali as well dropped in form, has been playing in the first class setup. There's an argument for him whether he could have played, but it's obviously an inexperienced quick bowling lineup, and Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah, them 2 missing, hurting Pakistan.
Oh, runs. Probably a couple, or just stopped before the rope. Yeah, what you're saying is correct, and what Basit said rightly so, that what's your priority? You want 20 wickets, which is the case in the longest format. And yes, before the 100 from Salman, the question was, if he is playing as your fifth option as a bowler, then why don't you give him the ball? He didn't get many opportunities to bowl against England. Now he's put up a strong case with that 100 at 7. So then who do you leave out if you want to play an extra bowler or proper bowler, and you want to get Hassan Ali as in the 11 as well in the second game?
Just checking the boundary. Excellent effort there from Shan Masood. Also, the discussion becoming extremely more important because before the England series, the Test Championship final was up for grabs. In terms of Pakistan, there was, on theory at least, win 4 out of the 5, and Pakistan playing with a bit of a depleted side obviously hurt them. But I get your point. You want to, on these flat surfaces, the way you've prepared them, you want to pick bowling lineups that can pick those 20 wickets.
Also, England had such a big impact that we forgot the series before that. Australia came here and won. Shaheen Shah Afridi did play in that, but Pakistan still were a bowler short in that series. So this trend has been not just England series, been the Australia series as well, and the home series where you think you'd know the conditions and play the correct 11. 401 for 4.
They produce them on a conveyor belt, is the general opinion when it comes to Pakistan and its fast bowlers. It's the one department that they're struggling in at the moment. And because of that, a bulk of the bowling being done by the spinners. 36th over now for Numan. And Brar has bowled 42 overs in this innings so far. Contrasting styles of batting as well in the middle. Kane Williamson, very good when he comes down the line of the ball, when he uses feet and hits through the line. Bat plane also fairly parallel to the ball. He's only been beaten 4 times. And that's Blundell in comparison to Williamson. He comes down as more of a hack compared to Williamson. Watch the bat plane. It is so parallel to the line of the ball. That's why he hits them so clean. 87% middled from his bat. $402 for 4.
Not in big numbers, but they are loud, yes. And they're keeping their eyes on the game. Appreciation for both the sides. Fast bowlers need a wicket against their name. They're just not getting anything. None for 67 and 18 for Wasim. And a very excellent spell. First spell from Amir Hamza. It's just not there. A bit of luck also needed, required by them or for them.
The money count has gone up. And Osaka proudly presents 1,000 rupees to the players towards the Osaka boundary contest, because 10 fours have been hit up till now in this test when the Osaka LED was on display. If you break up the days and the time in the game, there's still 20 overs to go after these 3 deliveries today. It's been a hard, long toil for Pakistan out there in the middle. And for they do have the 4 wickets to show for. Every time they do pick up a wicket, it hasn't been one after the other. They haven't been able to apply consistent pressure. And every time New Zealand has had a reply with a big partnership to bounce back. Nicely played off the legs, looking for 2. Will have to run hard. Fairly easy in the end for Blundell. Really good shape here from Wasim. If he can just get 1 to nip back in through that bat and pad, especially to Blundell. He's getting some good shape, a nice angle back into the right hander. And just say there you see Blundell's bat turn in his hand. Just the tail back in. Good signs here for Wasim Jr. End of the over. 4 or 6 for 4.
Partnership 69 from 134 now. New Zealand continuing to cut into this first innings total of Pakistan's.
I feel like it's a bit of a waiting game with Imran coming over the wicket and bowling into the rough. Just feel as though it's a matter of patience Managed to get New Zealand to sweep, looking to that top edge.
Yeah, New Zealand have shown a willingness to try and score. Williamson's just been resolute, 85 from 177, but Mitchell and Blundell have, for the most part, shown a willingness to try and score, so they're trying to play on that now. There it is. It's gone up, it's gone high. Oh, there's confusion between the two. Imam was one. I think it was probably his catch in the end, but he just caught a glimpse out the corner of his eye at Abrar Ahmed. And in the end, there was just a bit of confusion.
It's exactly what they were bowling for. And Blundell obliged. But unfortunately for Pakistan, just landed right in between two men. I think the reason they both went for it and then both pulled out. Bubba, not impressed.
Yeah, that stare, that look. Because that ball went in the air for a long period. He had enough time, any of them, I would say. And right at the end, when they were about to get to the ball, they looked at each other and they pulled out. Noman not happy at all. What is Imam trying to say? That he didn't hear anything? I mean, there's no one sitting in the ground.
Yeah, I think Imam wanted to dive. Honestly, I don't think he'd have got there without a dive. I don't think it was a comfortable catch by any stretch, but he wanted to dive. And just as he was about to dive, I think he caught sight of Abrar out the corner of his eye. So I thought, better of it. You can see here, he's got to dive, and he just looks up and sees Abrar. And I think it just put him off. .408 for 4.
New Zealand trailing by 30. Still 6 wickets in hand. They're slowly just getting ahead of the game. New Zealand. Williamson very comfortable at the crease against the spinner, against the pacers, having no issues.
I think it's why New Zealand are prepared to be a little bit more patient. Still 19 overs left in the day, plus 2 days. And I think they're showing how important it is, the first innings lead. Just a lead of 50 or 60 could be the difference in this test match.
So he's failed to let it go, because he has actually let it go, but it's gone back towards mid-off.
Well, I've seen that before. Sometime his finger gets stuck in the pocket, but this time I think he just hit his right hand on his right thigh. The ball just pops out.
Well, Nouman Ali will have to wonder what he's done wrong. 2 stumpings missed, a catch missed, and a review not taken. This was the latest of them. Yes, exactly. What has he done wrong? What do I have to do? And I think that question's been asked there. Was it mine? I was about to dive and then I saw you out the corner of my eye. One of us needed to yell, and not very loud, because as Waqar Younis mentioned, there's not a lot of noise in the crowd to put you off.
It is a tough one though, because they both had to run probably 20 metres to get to the ball. And Abrar wanted to make that effort, and it was just unfortunate. They both arrived at the same time, and they ended up putting each other off. You can't criticise the effort. It was just that last split second where they both got into the same space, and that makes it extremely difficult to commit to going for the catch. What it really needed was one of them to yell out that it was theirs. And I think that's where the confusion was. Not great communication.
Well, it's been few times that Blundell looked to play a big shot and closing the face of the bat and not really controlling the shot, and ball landing in no man's land. Very, very lucky to be out there. Not happy, Imam ul Haq. Actually, Babar was gutted.
It's gone away fine. There is a man for that, though. Two men behind square on the leg side. Williamson to 86, and Tom Blundell as through the legs of the keeper. This one just landing again, no man's land, as you said. Inside edge, outside edge, inside edge, outside edge.
Well, he's used all the edges, isn't he?
And now and then he's found the middle. He's still going.
That's why I said he's been very lucky for a 9 for 4.
New Zealand just 28 behind now. And, long, hard toil for Pakistan. They've had their opportunities, though, and this man, Numan Ali, has created 4 of them. He's been desperately unlucky. Gotta say, 37 overs, 2 for 126. Oh, it's turned a lot, missed everything.
That ball was literally balled very slowly, and that one turned from that middle stump and turned quite a bit. Well held by Babar. I don't think Blundell was expecting that he's going to land in that region. He was expecting more on this side. And suddenly he saw the ball more on middle stump and just went for a drive. And the slowness of the ball just allowed the ball to grip and bounce.
I think because of that big gap at cover as well, you've only got a point in it mid-off. It was too enticing not to take the opportunity to try and drive it through that gap.
Nicely controlled maiden over for Numan Ali. 410 for 4. New Zealand trail by just 28 runs now. And it is drinks on the final session of day 3 here in Karachi. The reasonable contributions all the way down. Another century for Tom Latham, his 13th Test match 100. Conway falling 8 short. Williamson is 14 away from another one. Just the 22 for Nichols, 42 for Mitchell and Blundell, 42 not out at the moment. New Zealand's number 3, Kane Williamson, has been in good form. It was a slow start for him. He's been circumspect throughout, but has played some very high quality cricket shots and given up a couple of opportunities to be stumped as well along the way. Still there, still fighting for New Zealand. A couple of wickets apiece for Abra and Numan, and no success for the seamers, just the 3 overs for Babar Azam, the skipper. 28 runs behind New Zealand with 6 wickets in hand still. And they sit in a fairly good position with 17 overs remaining on day 3 here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi.
Pakistan been in the field for 120 overs and it is getting tiring now. Bowlers are getting tired. especially when you're playing with 4 bowlers, it gets really, really tough. Noman has bowled 38 overs. Abrar has bowled a marathon spell. That's why he's just going back to his pace attack. Mir Hamza comes back. He's bowled 17. No wicket for him yet. Making his comeback after, what, 4 years. Long wait. Bowled decently. Hasn't really blasted things, but bowled with good control. It's a very simple plan. Bowl nice and straight. Make sure that you don't give easy boundaries or easy runs.
You can see the plan here at the moment. It's just taking time out of the game. Pakistan want to bowl as few overs as possible, I think, tonight. And we can only go through until 5:30. Or the extra overs. What have we got? 17 remaining. Should get there. 1 hour and 10 minutes through until that 5:30 mark to get those 17 overs done. But I think it's been about 9 minutes since we took the drinks break. It's been a relatively long break in play.
Well, some of them had a toilet break also in there.
Right, set to go after drinks. One slip in place, and he starts right on the money.
I think what Hamza have done very well, much more so than the other bowlers, is controlled the run rate. Going at just 2.7 and over, whereas New Zealand's rate's at 3.4. Very good spell this morning. Help put the pressure on.
So far, what I've seen of Mir Hamza after all these 4 years, that he's definitely matured a lot. And I think if you give him the right conditions, where the ball moves around a bit, have a little bit of grass, a new ball, I think he'll be handful. He bowls around about 130 to 134, in between that. But in these conditions, you can't really do much. All you could do is just control that run flow. And he's doing it nicely. I mean, he can't do anything more than that.
No, and I think it's a good point you make, Makar, because you can't also go all guns blazing and just pick out and out quicks and then ask them to bowl long spells. If you go to somewhere like Australia or England or South Africa, you've got to have a guy in your team, as far as a seam bowler is concerned, that can get through 23, 24, 25 in a day. And to me, that looks like Mir Hamza. He looks like the sort of guy that will do that for you and do it with a little bit of skill. He can shape the ball nicely. He'll get a little bit of bounce and carry, I think, on a good surface. So you can bring him in around a Naseem Shah or Haris Ralph or Shaheen Shah Afridi, any of those guys in and around there. But you want, when you pick, I mean, it's like yourself, and you were able to bowl long spells, I understand that, but when you look at a Haris Ralph or a Naseem Shah, you don't want them bowling 8-9 over spells. If they can, in those instances, bowl 4 and 5 over spells, and bowlers like Hamza can come in and bowl a 6, 7, 8 over spell and allow Shaheen Shah Afridi and the others to just bowl around him, and then you maybe play still one spinner, and then you've got the balance of a decent side. Or Salman Agha just plays as your sort of part-time spinner to bowl a few overs if you want in those types of conditions.
Yeah, very impressed by his effort. And I totally agree with you. He can really adjust in that group. And especially left armour creates that angle also. Bowls really well with the new ball. So can give him a new ball, maybe with Shaheen, 2 left armers, or Naseem Shah. Naseem Shah is another one who's improving day by day. It's just that they got to get really fit. Like him, he is a very fit guy. He can bowl long spells.
I think that's one of his real attributes. 411 for 4. It just looks like a really good athlete. And time at the domestic level, time in first-class cricket, get through plenty of overs. Looks fit.
He's played also for Sussex in 2019. And I think the art of landing the ball full and that right area is learned it from there, because if you're bowling on this pitch, you get, or these sort of pitches, you get frustrated very quickly.
Yeah, and just the 1 wicket in 2 test matches. It's at such an early stage for him. I think given a reasonable run in conditions that were slightly more favourable, I think he would do all right.
Well, our next tour away from home is Sri Lanka. A very similar condition, so I'm not sure about that. Sometime in Sri Lanka, the balls seam around, especially with the humid conditions, but it's not really conducive for the pacers. The spinner is going to do a bulk of the work there. Maybe Australia. Pakistan touring Australia next year. One can consider him there, because even in Australia, you don't really need a lot of pace if you can bowl in that good region. You can be very effective.
Yeah, well, you've seen what's happened in this series with Australia and South Africa. Even if you do have pace, it doesn't account for everything. Anrik Nortje was, you know, David Warner has mentioned the fact that it was the quickest spell he's ever faced in his career yesterday from Anrik Nortje, but they still got over 500. So it's not just about pace. You do need a bowler of Mir Hamza's ilk in Australia. You know how tough it is going there, and you're asked to bowl all day or day and a half in those conditions, and sometimes it's hot, whether it be Brisbane where it's humid, Perth where it can be very hot, Adelaide where it gets flat. You do need someone who can get through that 23, 24, maybe even 25 a day at times. 412 for 4.
We're talking about fast bowlers around the world. Wood was excellent here just recently. I thought Robinson with the similar pace bowled really well. And you mentioned Nortje in Australia just recently bowled very quickly. Warner really admired that pace. I remember when Naseem Shah went to Australia for the first time, he was bowling somewhere around 155, 157 at times. Bowling really quickly. Ah, beautiful shot. Don't you want to see that again? Excellent shot. Very controlled. Everything right about that shot.
Yeah, wonderful hands. And picked the gap. Trademark Kane Williamson. And it moves him into the 90s. 92 now. Just see him batting a bit more outside off stump, knowing that Hamza's trying to go across him. Just a little bit too full. That's the length.
Yeah, I remember that spell he bowled against Warner there also. He bowled very quickly. And Warner said the similar words for Naseem Shah, that it was one of the quickest spell I've faced. And what did he get? Triple century. The Nokia ball, the quickest spell to him. He never faced anything like that. He got double. Nice. It's never going to carry. It was dying to the slip. At least he got the edge. That might encourage him a little bit.
I like this length though from Hamza, just back of a length. You can just see Williamson playing from the crease, still controlled as he watches and plays it so late. And also with those lovely soft hands. Good adjustment from Hamza though.
What I'm picking up from what you've just said, Wakar, is that whenever David Warner scores runs against fast bowling, he tells everybody it's the fastest he's ever faced to make him look better.
Well, I'm not saying that exactly, but it felt like it, isn't it? Warner is a gem of a player. Congratulations to him. He just played 100 test matches. He scores all around the world. But yeah, he's faced some serious deliveries. He's good pace, good bounce. Player of all regions, I would say. He scored runs in India, he scored runs in Sharjah.
I wonder if it was the spider cam that riled Anrich Nortje up as well and sort of gave him a little bit of extra energy to bowl fast. For those that have missed it, just jump on the relevant websites and have a little look. Oh, playing a miss. Good from Hamza. Really tidy over. 419 for 4. Just 19 runs behind now. New Zealand have kept Pakistan out in the middle for 123 overs. News cricketing fat Kane Williamson in his last 6 innings and tests against Pakistan is 702 runs at an average of 140 and 3 centuries. There you go. Looking for a fourth. Looking for a fourth, and it would be his 25th. Afternoon, Urush and Azad Khan.
Pakistan with this long toil. into the 124th over. Different test matches. That previous series, the most overs that Pakistan bowled in an innings were 101. So New Zealand already in front of England. Not in terms of runs, but in terms of the overs faced.
It's hard to wipe that away from your memory. Going at an average of 7 runs an over. 100 overs were enough for Pakistan.
It's all about entertainment. 500 runs scored. Probably the best venue in Pakistan. Yeah, now Babar just looking around. It just seems as if Pakistan now is maybe going through the motions. There's been a few opportunities that haven't gone to hand and missed a few opportunities, and now it just seems as if, yeah, shoulders dropping a little. Pakistan now looking for either Blundell or Williamson to make a mistake. It's come to that stage now with this innings.
Oi.
420 for 4.
It's hard toil though, isn't it, with just 4 bowlers? I know Bubba's been used and bowled just the 3, but it is really hard toil with Salman unable to take the field and bowl his quota of overs. You'd think he'd have got through at least 15 or 20, taking some pressure off the other bowlers. So it's been a really long, hard toil. 82 overs of spin. There's a new ball in that.
Yeah, all day this conversation about how to get 20 wickets on surfaces like this, and if you don't have an all-rounder to play with, do you then play 5 specialist bowlers? I'm firmly in that camp. You have to play 5 specialist bowlers if you want to win a test match here. And we've seen this throughout the couple of series. Even with that Australia series, you think you need 5 specialist bowlers to get through periods where nothing's happening and periods where you want to bowl a side out. Anyway, that remains to be seen. There's back-to-back test matches here in Karachi, so you suspect conditions will be the same for the next test match.
Baz, you make a good point to back that up as well, where you go down the route of 5 specialist batters, 5 specialist bowlers. Because of the conditions, because they are such good batting tracks, you should back your top 5 to get those runs. Now, Salman Agha spoils that discussion a little bit because he's come in at 6, he's batted with the tail, and he's got the big 100 to get Pakistan to 438. But just a quality of batting as they bat around Babar, Imam up on top as well, Shan experience. I completely agree with you on that, then you put yourself in a position where you pick 5 bowlers and you got plenty in that to then give you a chance to pick up the 20 wickets in order to win games here at home.
Or you could just leave grass on the pitch.
And they can grow it. Plenty of grass here.
Yeah, it's green.
Plenty
Something
of it
like
here.
that, yeah.
Which one are we using, Buzz? Urush, as we look out on the ground now, we're using the one to the right or the one to the left?
Well,
for the next test.
Whichever one we'll use, it'll not look like what it's looking right now. It'll be shaved off.
Yeah, when you've got an inexperienced bowling lineup, it's a question of who do you give that little bit of help to, or which department of the game, of your game, do you give that little bit of edge to? And you'd say Pakistan's batting is probably more solid or more experience, and they should back themselves to play against the bowling lineup of the opposition, even if there's a little bit of grass. And you give that little bit of grassy option on the surface to help your inexperienced bowlers. Just feel it's the other way around at the moment.
Or you just make it a raging turner. And you pick 3 spinners and you say our spinners are better than your spinners. And we play spin better than you play spin. And then you have a contest.
Once again, the point being suiting your strengths rather than trying to figure out what the opposition brings to the table. And you'd imagine Abrar, if you give him that amount of turn, could be a different story. We saw just a little bit more turn against England and he wreaked havoc.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has been upset because Salman is injured or sick. I get that, but I totally agree with what you're saying. Either one or the other. No point in being in between.
Julie, just spoiling your party here. Problem here is that Karachi, Lahore and Pindi, from memory, I don't remember there being a raging turner. It never really has been a raging turner. The only venue that Pakistan don't play Test cricket on is Faisalabad, where it really does turn. These venues don't turn that much, so it's a problem if you go down that route. You tend to leave it dry and it becomes just good for batting throughout, and that's what Pakistan has been trying through these 2 series to produce spinning tracks, but it hasn't been possible. 421 for 4.
Conundrum then, isn't it, I suppose? We'll go back to the grass factor.
Well, after lots of ore options, if they can't make the raging turners because of obviously the ground conditions, then they leave the grass on. Because at the end of the day, what you want to see is an even contest between bat and ball. Not between the 2 sides, but between bat and ball, essentially. And it's not been the case. It's definitely been a predominant batting supported surface or surfaces in the recent past. And Test cricket over the period of 5 days, you just want to see an even contest between bat and ball.
The World Test Championships on the line, when they are on the line, I think you have to win at home. So what is the best way? And that's the question I ask. And New Zealand have found that their best way to win at home is to leave a lot of grass on the pitch. And yet they have to bat first in pretty much half of those games. So they are in trouble as well. But what they do is they make sure there's enough grass on that it does it for 2 days. So if they get bowled out, New Zealand get bowled out for 250, they have a chance of bowling the opposition out for 250 as well. So that's their theory around why they leave so much grass on the pitches in New Zealand. And what it also does, because the surfaces don't produce spin, it takes little indentations out of it. And so it then goes up and down a little bit, becomes tough to play on days 5, 4 and 5. And therefore that's how New Zealand can create results. And that's how they look at it and say, well, we back ourselves to play better on green pitches because that's what we are used to.
I just thought you were describing the Pindi pitch of old, where they leave grass on it. The first day it seems around a bit, then goes good batting pitch, and then those indentations and the fast bowlers back in it with the ball staying low or kicking off. They've gone off that Pindi pitch. They've removed all the grass past couple of test matches, but normally what the Pindi pitch is exactly what you've described.
That's probably why there's so much discussion and slightly disappointing because of the Test Championship that was in Pakistan's eye line, even past the Australian series where the Pindi surface was dramatically changed into an absolute flat surface. And like Baz is saying, it was a huge anomaly because you'd never seen a Pindi surface like that. It was always pro-fast bowling. And then you come into the England series, it was very similar, where Pakistan started the England series looking at 4 out of 5 wins potentially to make that final. That's why just disappointing to see that winning those games, supporting your strengths or challenging yourself a little bit in order to get the results wasn't quite the obvious mindset.
Quick single. It's through. Yeah, memories nowadays, even my memory sort of, it gets blurred really. Pakistan for 8 years played in the UAE, and you'd think you'd come back to Pakistan and have same sort of home conditions where the ball would start to turn and keep on turning in the 4th, 5th day, it'll just be spin. It's very different here, and Pakistan have found that out once they've come back home. It's about pace, about reverse swings, about the fast bowlers who will win you games. But if the pitches are so slow, then it becomes a problem. 4-23 for 4.
I guess the last thing you want, and the last thing any Pakistan cricket fan would want to see, I think, is Pakistan turning into a team where teams don't mind coming because they know they can win, or they have a very good chance to win, because that was never the case. That never used to be the case, and it was always a tough place to come and tour. You just got such hard cricket here, and it's the last thing you would ever want and it's the last thing world cricket needs, I think, as well. From a Pakistan point of view, got to find a way to win at home.
Confusion? No, it's all right. Yes, Scotty Starr is going to join us for the second Test match, and it's the case with his favorite football team. Everybody wants to go there and now play.
Don't mind if he turns up, as long as he covers those feet up.
Flick in the air. Is that carried? Is that carried? There's a reaction. There's a few groans. Might have been a chance.
Reactions do tell a story. It almost feels like he's put this down. Oh, that is a missed chance. Straight in and straight out culprit on 2 occasions now, Imam.
The disappointment. This is a great angle. Have a look in the air. Definitely carried around about shin height and just spilled straight out. Didn't have to move. Imam just have to be on it all day. I know it's a long day. I know it's tiring. It's tough.
It's adding up. 2 stumpings, a review not taken, 2 catches missed. It's still 425 for 4, and they're still going. It's flicked right at him. He's placed exactly for that shot. Might have come quickly, but it's a comfortable height. This time clipped leg side. He'll race back for the second, and he'll make it. Not a great throw, but he is taking it on leg side. He gives that little flourish with those wrists and with the bat.
And just emphasize the importance of closing out the day or the innings that much more, and you just feel like, yes, you're getting into the motions, shoulders drop, but you pick up a wicket at this point in the game and you just suddenly feel you're back. And one can so easily bring two before the close of play here on day 3. There's a chance that's gone begging again for Pakistan. This is hurting.
In swing, and that time Aleem Dar says it's out. Reverse swing, bit of seam off the track. Blundell, Foxford Williamson still talks, decides against it, so Mohammad Wasim has the wicket.
It's a reverse swing, and it is most lethal option for him. He's got it to dart long way back, and he's trapped him right in front of the stumps. An excellent decision as well. There was a bit of a conversation, Kane just asking, have you nicked it at all? And he was fairly sure he hadn't. Trapped in front for 47. New Zealand now 427 for 5.
Pakistan with the breakthrough, Wasim with that reverse swing. Michael Bracewell just into his 3rd game. Another left-hander for Pakistan to contend with. Slightly more difficult for Wasim with that reverse swing, with that tail back into the right-hander. Now he'll have that ball swinging away. But Pakistan with that breakthrough needed that in Pakistan, and it was provided by Wasim with a spectacular reverse swing and pitched and seamed back in sharply.
Yeah, terrific piece of bowling. Got the length right. Wasn't too full to allow Blundell to come forward, get bat on it. Sorry, am I seeing things there?
Surely wasn't the inside edge, was it? Just feel it's hitting the pad after it's past the bat here. Surely it's gone past the bat. Next frame.
Well, that's hit the bat there, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And then thundered into the pad. The little inside edge. I thought I heard 2 noises, but I thought it was just front pad, back pad. But there were definitely 2 noises. We'll run it at full speed for you after this ball. And just listen for the 2 noises. See if you can pick it up. A little edge and onto the pad. I've got to say, I think if it went upstairs, it'd probably be overturned.
Yeah, the more you look at it, it just becomes that much more obvious that it could have been nothing but the inside edge, because it was away from the front pad. It hadn't reached. Now look at this. Now it's away from the front pad. It hasn't reached the back pad just yet. The only thing it can be is the inside edge. Oh, well.
Quick single. Makes it comfortable. 99 now, Williamson. Yeah, it could have been a spike scratching the surface.
Stop it, Buzz. Wow. There you go.
Pakistan will take it. Pakistan will absolutely take it with both arms and hold on to it. I think he's seen a bit of that on the big screen, and he is as confused as we are. But he'll take it after the 4 missed chances, 1 review not taken. It's been a long time coming, 90 plus that partnership. Bracewell in the middle, the aggressor. Does he go for his shots right away?
Light little inquiry. Wants to go upstairs. He's run out of time. .428 for 5.
This one just turning back, hitting that front pad and ballooning off to Barber at first slip. Big appeal, but I think he knew straight away.
Wants the single, will get the single and will get to his 100. Williamson's 25th Test match 100, and his love affair with Pakistan continues. 5th against Pakistan. First time he's played a Test match in Pakistan, and what does he get? 100.
Yeah, absolutely superb from this genius of a player from New Zealand, closing in on that 7,500 runs, average up over 53. A lean trot by his high comparisons after that World Test Championship final in England. He had this is his 7th innings since then without a 50, and he's now turned that 50 into 100. His last 100, incidentally, in Test match cricket came against Pakistan in New Zealand at Christchurch in January 2021.
Quite sensational. What a cricketer he is, what a man he is. It's been quite a terrific knock from one of the best in world cricket going around, and certainly one of the best from New Zealand.
Really one of the very best at number 3. Certainly puts his hand up.
And I've always thought that he'll be New Zealand's greatest ever player by a stretch by the time his career is finished. The number 3s around the world at the moment, you think about Marnus Labuschagne, who is just belting the door down. This is the highest averages at number 3. You think about the world number 3s at the minute. He's certainly right up there. 50 test innings at number 3, 56. So you know, look at the names above. They go down as greats, absolute greats of the game, and a few below as well, who are greats of the game in the form of Ricky Ponting, Rahul Dravid, great Rohan Kanai from the West Indies. What a lovely player he was to watch back in my early days of watching cricket. And Ted Dexter.
Have a look, Kumar Sangakkara, 207 matches, over 11,000 runs into 207 innings, beg your pardon. And to maintain that over that period of time, quite sensational. What an elite company to be in. And he's not done.
Number 3, it's not a number where people stick to. We've seen plenty of players start there and then drop down the order. Yunus Khan started there and then went to 4. Yeah, Steve Smith also. So one of the few players who's stuck to number 3 throughout and stayed there, even though now he's, well, he's captain and now he's been probably the senior most player, the batter everybody looks up to, but he's stuck to number 3. 430 for 5.
Very dark.
He's played quite exceptionally. He's timed the ball really well. Took his time when he first came in. Got a measure of the pace of the surface, the bounce of the surface. Abrar was on. And he stuck it out. And he has been rewarded with his 25th century in Test cricket. He loves this opposition. 430 for 5. New Zealand just trailed by 8 runs and 8 overs left in the day here on day 3.
Hello, Aruj.
Where have you been, Vakar?
Just long day, you know, and you have a long day. You've been working the entire day, overtime now, you know, supposed to finish at 5 and just doing a few extra overs. Now that is smashed. Heard about him that he plays his shots, he doesn't really care, and he's showing it.
Aggressive player. This is a great shot. Fully committed. Came down the wicket. Full swing of the bat. I think he's better to play his natural game. Good strike.
He doesn't mind playing his shots as we approach to the close of day 3 here. His strike rate in T20 cricket is well over 180. So he's the aggressor. He likes to play his shots, and he's got his former captain set on 100. Still 5 wickets in hands for New Zealand. Has that come off the edge? Will they review this? They've gotten together. Barber obviously asking his keeper, asking his bowler more so, whether there was any bat, and he has taken the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for court. Original decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied? No bat involved. Can you go for ball tracking? Original decision not out. Original decision not out. Impact outside. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Excellent decision. And if you're wondering why the LBW was checked, well, when the decision is reviewed, the umpires now check for everything. It's a protocol, the process they follow. Fair to say there was at least 3 sets of stumps away from the off stump. 434 for 5. .434 for 5. 2 big hundreds in the New Zealand camp as well. Devon Conway missing out at 92. Williamson's got his 25th. Trail by 4 runs only now. In good shape here, Wasim Jr. is getting with the reverse swing. He's got the 3 men on the leg side as well. I just feel if he can allow Kane the single and then look to take the balls, just angling away from Bracewell, who's also come out playing his shots, gives him a chance of a wicket.
It's been a terrific spell. He's just getting enough reverse into the right-hander that they're being a little bit more careful. That's a great line. If he's not getting wickets, very hard to score off.
Well, you can't doubt the effort from both the fast bowlers, Mir Hamza and Mohammad Wasim. I thought the ball their heart out, the plans are pretty clear. You can clearly see those 3 men on the onside looking for that catch. Earlier, there was one chipped to Imam, which he didn't take. So it's a good plan, and the working of the only thing I feel is missing that the odd bouncer. I know you might not be able to just get it up there, but at least ball 1 or 2 bounces and put doubt in a batsman's mind. That we haven't seen. Apart from that, bowling really well.
I really like this field though, because he's bowling so straight. If he does miss, he's going to miss slightly leg side. Kane Williamson playing with a straight bat. And if those men weren't there, it would open up the scoring opportunity through the leg side. But because you've got the 3 men catching, he knows there's an element of risk. And one of those men moved very straight. It's a good field.
No.
It's interesting because every time you pick up a wicket, there was a period of the game where obviously Pakistan was on the back foot, shoulders drooping, a couple of chances went down. And suddenly you see them a bit more alert now since that Blundell wicket. Tucked away off the legs for 1. 4:35 for 5. Or consistent with the wickets on every day. 5 wickets in all 3 days, and the scoring rate just dropped marginally. But it's the length of time that it's taken for the New Zealand 5 wickets that is a worry for Pakistan. Pakistan lost theirs at 306. They lost their 4th wicket at 110. New Zealand lost their 4th wicket at 337. And then big partnership of 90 odd. The 5th wicket fell at 427.
Let's hope from New Zealand's point of view that we stay with that trend. Just 5 wickets a day.
Well, in order for that to happen, they've got 5 overs and 5 balls to fend out. From Pakistan's point of view, if they pick up another wicket here, they open up into the tail for New Zealand and they go into the dugout a lot more happier.
Well, another wicket here as well, and they can see the end. Starting to get into the lower order, the New Zealand side. Sodhi and Tim Southee got some credibility at Test cricket. Neil Wagner's quite often batted at night watchman. And then Ajaz, or Jazzy Boy, in at 11.
It's not an easy job, and cricket is not a simple game. Tedious work when the scorers have to jot down every bit of information.
So neat. Look how neat that is. It's got all the balls in there as well, all those dots, just for each ball faced. Different colour for each batsman. They love it, don't they?
This should be a bit interesting. With Abrar now bowling to the left-hander, varying his pace.
Oh, well, if Bracewell gets any air, he's coming down the wicket.
In the air. Comfortable catch to Mohammad Wasim. And as the day comes to a close, Abrar picks up his 3rd. It's a 6th for New Zealand to go. It's Bracewell.
Yeah, this session turning out to be a Pakistan session. Right at the end, picking up wickets. It was Mohammad Wasim earlier picking up wicket, and now picking up a catch, a comfortable catch. Bracewell had no idea which way that ball was going to spin. Played it all around it, edged it straight to mid-on. Mid-off, I beg your pardon, and Pakistan picking up their 6th wicket. It's 4:36 for 6 now.
Ish Sodhi comes out to bat. Pakistan and Abrar have managed to pick up Bracewell. Fairly simple catch. 18 matches, decent average. So he can bat.
Yeah, 350s to his name. I'd love to add to that column. So would New Zealand. Important little stage here for New Zealand. Really need to get through the rest of the day without any more loss. That'll give them an opportunity tomorrow to press on. At the moment, Pakistan will be feeling as though around that 450, 460, if it's pretty even, this test match very open for all results.
I don't think it's about average here now for Sodhi. He just need to survive the evening. End of a very successful over from Abrar. It's 436 for 6. When the pitch is turning, that's a bad choice of shot. Especially when you're closing the face of the bat, there's every chance that this will happen. And he's got hard hands. See that hard hands, the edge carried to that mid-off fielder.
With that wicket of Bracewell, now Abrar becomes the first Pakistani bowler to pick up 20 wickets in his first 3 tests. Yeah, some achievement. 11 in his first game, 7 in his first innings, 5 before the within the first session against England when he played in Multan, his first test. And Pakistan now will look to pick up a few more before the close of play. And they won't mind this. They won't mind this with the ball reversing. Wasim Jr. will be more than happy to bowl to Ish Sodhi.
Yeah, tough time to bat. He'll be targeting the stumps. The field will come up, trying to keep him on strike. To bowl him for a sustained period of time. Yes, it's important that Ish Sodhi keeps that front pad, leg side of the ball. Kane Williamson, Ish Sodhi having a wee conference in the middle, just discussing that fact. Look to play straight. Just watch that tail into your stumps.
You want to keep that front pad out of the way. And the ball tailing in late. He does well. You've got 4 men catching on the leg side. Straightish mid-on on the neck surface. Short man catching. Short square. Short leg. Anything that comes off the bat.
No!
Just his pace has gone up a few Ks, hasn't it? He's bowling in the sort of low 130s, all of a sudden around 135, 136. It's as though he can sense an opportunity here. It's exactly what you want from your premium fast bowler. So far, Ish Sodhi has been up to the task. 2 solid defensive shots.
No!
Just mixing it up. Just mixing it up with the one that tails back into the pad. The first 2 just outside off stump. The third one a short delivery. Just pushing him back. Watch out for the one that comes darting into the stumps.
Look, I would put a slip in also, because what Sodhi is trying to do is trying to play inside the line. So he's always looking to play that in-swinger. And you must have a slip here.
There it is. Just managed to get the pad down in time. Some beautiful bowling, getting us all excited.
This is what a short delivery does to you. He wants review. Where is Babar? Let's have a look at him. He's just smiling. I think he saw it on a big screen that the little kid, he just asked for a review. What a delivery. You bowl a bouncer and then bowl that delivery. It works most of the time. Almost sneaking through, got the edge there. Wonderful delivery, good pace. Cute.
And Kane William looks rather comfortable against that at 103. New Zealand 438 for 6.
Scores are level. And New Zealand got 4 wickets in hand. And they're very pleased to have Williamson still at the crease. He's on 103. Might be slow going, but he has held the end really well. Once again, hard hands. When you're looking to defend, your hands got to be really soft on the handle.
Yeah, you get in trouble if it just holds up on the surface. We've seen a couple of leading edges. That's nice. Well forward and played with soft hands.
I think that's the delivery which is bowled, I think yesterday, was it? To the left-hander. Very lucky. Surprise is funny, eh? Very funny. Well, people who didn't understand what he said, he just said, let's shower this pitch tomorrow and roll it again when we be batting. Because he knows it's going to be hard to bat on. It's not going to be easy in the third inning. The umpires getting together, they feel that it is getting a little dark now. The artificial light is taking more effect. Although the sun is just maybe going down, but still out. You can see the redness there. They're putting the bails back on. So they want to just carry on for next 3 overs. Hopefully we'll get all the overs in.
एक मिडॉन जाएगा ना अब्दुल्ला मिडॉन इमाम तू मेरे इसको मिडॉन कर दे ये पैड पहना हुआ ये
Numanali. So we've got some spin. With the light fading a touch. 3 overs remaining, around about 5 minutes of play left. Alish Sodi's job will be, at the moment, I think, just to take as many deliveries as possible and let New Zealand come back tomorrow. Kane Williamson won't do anything silly. He certainly doesn't need to until probably New Zealand are even 8 down in front of Pakistan now, New Zealand. So the chase has been good. They've still got 4 wickets in hand. Neil Wagner more than capable. Tim Southey more than capable. Jas Patel can hold up an end as well, so there's no issues around Kane Williamson doing anything as yet.
Well, this pitch is very much battable. Yesterday, after Babar got out, Salman Agha really put up a good show with the tail. Ah, nice flight with a turn. 121 scored by Salman Agha and the tail they had. Lovely, very, very nice.
Nice, Kandambe. Nice, Rafiq bhai. Nice, Raf.
Field on the off and the leg side, the man at backward point and at backward square have just disappeared towards the boundary. They want to give Sodi 1. You won't take it. 439 for 6. ...104 not out. Kane Williamson looking to get through to stumps here on day 3 in a terrific test match century, a hard fought one as well. His 25th. And a bra with what will possibly be the last over of play.
It's been a very important 100 as well from New Zealand's point of view. Sort of tough going right at the start of his innings, but it's been brilliant. I think his first 7 came off, I think, 45 deliveries. Just gave himself a chance to get in, get used to the pace, have a look at the different bowlers. Since then, he's been brilliant. Created an opportunity for New Zealand to hopefully get a reasonable lead.
Oh, nice.
Good from Sodi.
And no stress anymore around Kane Williamson in the test match game of captaincy. He was never enjoyed the media side of things anyway. I think that's well left. So it just leaves him a chance now to be going back to being just the best player he can possibly be without any of the outside influences.
The only issue with that is if he keeps getting hundreds, he's going to have to do some media at some stage. 2500s, incredible career.
Day finishes. Day 3 is done at 440 for 6. New Zealand have done well. Pakistan have had a good late surge in this third session with a couple of wickets. Another test match century to Kane Williamson. He gets congratulations from all of the Pakistan players. Ish Sodhi has survived through the stumps as well. 1 from 20 deliveries. Williamson 105 off 222, and New Zealand have a lead of 2.
He's a top player, without a doubt, Kane Williamson. You give an opportunity to this sort of player and they grab it with both hands. They don't let go after that. A long marathon innings, looked really good, managed every bowler to smash it. Maybe taken a little bit of extra time, but New Zealand needed him to be out there, and he was there till the end. 36 overs bowled in this session. The run rate may be a little slow, but they haven't lost too many wickets. Only 2 wickets went down. Hard work for Pakistan. The bowlers bowled quite nicely. They controlled the scoring rate, but it's very even. It's going to be a very interesting couple of days coming up.
Yeah, I guess that lot there will be thinking about it tonight. Any sort of a lead they can get around about. I mean, they'd love a lead of 80, 90 to 100, Chris Harris, but that's a long way away just yet.
Yeah, a lot more batting to do to get to that sort of lead. I think any lead's going to be valuable. Minimum 50 would be good. And let's look at the New Zealand card. Tom Latham with his 13th Test 100. Conway 8 short, and then Williamson still there on 105 not out. Nichols a bit of a short cameo, 22, and Mitchell disappointed to get out for 42, but came in with some real impetus in the New Zealand innings. Blundell out for 47. Showed on the replay that he might have got a feather. He obviously didn't feel it because he didn't review it. Bracewell short stay for only 5. And Ish Sodhi, you know, on 1 not out. New Zealand 440 for 6.
Good day's work and a lot of work. 99 overs between the 2 key spinners, plus 3 from Babar Azam. So 102 overs in total of spin. But Hamza was very good for his 20 overs. None for 56, and Mohammad Wasim 1 for 81. Highlights of the third session from day number 3. Started well with Kane Williamson and Blundell. There's some moments for Tom Blundell. He gave 2 or 3 half chances in between some very fine cricket shots. That one in particular way over mid-wicket, down the wicket and driving hard through long on. Williamson over top of mid-off. This one another opportunity that was just went big in the end in between 2 fielders. Imam not diving. Abrar not really diving either, or not trying to get in the way. That one was put down. Another opportunity, Imam there. And then this was the wicket of Tom Blundell. Replays did suggest there was a small inside edge, but it was a good bit of reverse swing bowling. That was Williamson's 100, his 25th Test match 100 for New Zealand. Brought it up in fine style. Bracewell with a boundary. And then just trying to turn one into the onside that hit the leading edge, went straight to Mohammad Wasim at mid-off. Stumps called by Alex Wharf. And New Zealand take a lead of 2 into day number 4. The lights were on. It was starting to get a little bit grim, but we only lost 1 over in the day's play. Pakistan, of course, 438 off the back of Bubba and Salman's hundreds. New Zealand in response, 200s for them as well. Latham and Williamson, 440 for 6. They will resume tomorrow leading by 2 runs. So big day, big start, a big morning in store for New Zealand and Pakistan tomorrow. KFC presents Duffer News Pakistan New Zealand Test Series. The first test of 2, day 4, will be live with you tomorrow at 9:50 a.m. local time from the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. We look forward to your company then. The first test, day number 3, and it is very evenly poised as we look forward to day 3. A great day of cricket yesterday. And that one has gone all the way.
That's going to be a boundary.
Oh, he's gone. And Tom Latham will pick up another test match century. Does that come off the glove? Come off the glove, I think. And Latham knows it straight away.
How good is that shot? How good is that? Inside edge, and he's got him.
Half century for Kane Williamson, number 34 in test match cricket. Good use of the feet, good early aggression.
Williamson's 25th Test match 100, and his love affair with Pakistan continues.
be a shared session, you'd say. The spinners have had their moments and they've loved those wickets because they are hard-earned wickets on this track, and they've been very persistent in bowled marathon overs. And Kane Williamson, class is permanent, gets another 100. And this is what the match summary looks like at the end of day 3. New Zealand are leading by 2 runs at the moment. They are 440 for 6. So they've got 4 wickets in hand, and they've still got their captain, Kane Williamson out there. Okay, welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. We'll have a long chat on what has happened today in the 3 sessions. But before that, we've got to welcome our special guest, Salman Agha with us. Salman,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, आपने हमें ज्वाइन किया. सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा सलमान, इनफैक्ट मैं उरूज को भी वेलकम करूँगा, क्योंकि अगर आपके पास कोई सवाल हो तो आप भी कर लें. आपसे हमारी बात हुई थी सीरीज़ के स्टार्ट से पहले, और आप कुछ चीज़ों से थोड़े बहुत डिसहार्टन थे कि एक मौके आए थे इंग्लैंड के अगेंस्ट जहाँ आपको लगता था कि आपको मैच फिनिश करना चाहिए था. जो इनिंग्स आपने यहाँ खेली, मुझे पर्सनली, हमारे जितने लोग ऊपर बैठे थे, बहुत पसंद आई, क्योंकि उसमें ग्रिट था, उसमें डिटर्मिनेशन थी, उसमें मेहनत थी, और टेल के साथ बैटिंग करना इतना आसान नहीं है. इस इनिंग्स को थोड़ा सा अगर आप कुछ कम अल्फाज में एक्सप्लेन कर पाएँ, क्या चल रहा था आपके माइंड में, और आप इस तरह चल रहे थे अपनी इनिंग्स को लेके कि देखेंगे सेशन वाइज क्या होता है, या आपने माइंड में रखा था कि मैंने लंबा ही जाना और 100 करने की कोशिश करनी है आफ्टर यू लॉस्ट योर कैप्टन इन द फर्स्ट ओवर?
जी, जब ऑब्वियसली बाबर जब आउट हुआ था, तो उसके बाद पिछली सीरीज़ में मैं ये कर रहा था कि मैं कोशिश करता था कि लास्ट 2 बैट्समैन के साथ जो है ना बाउंड्री ऑप्शन तलाश करूं. लेकिन इस बार मैंने थोड़ा चेंज किया. मैंने कोशिश की कि जब नौमी में बैटिंग करने साथ आए थे ना, तो मैंने कोशिश की कि मैं इनके साथ ही जो है ना वो कोशिश करूँगा कि बाउंड्री ऑप्शन को ओपन रखूँ. और मैंने फिर वही किया उनके साथ मिलकर, और फिर जितने बैट्समैन आते गए उनके साथ ये है कि मैंने ऑलवेज मैं कोशिश कर रहा था कि बाउंड्री ढूंढूँ, कि रन्स की तरफ जाऊँ, जितना मैक्सिमम रन्स कर सकूँ. और उसमें फिर ऑब्वियसली इतनी लंबी इनिंग होगी, इसके लिए मैं बड़ा खुश हूँ.
उरूज बहुत अपसेट थी कि नोमान ने 1 रन बनाया 45 गेंदों पे, तो मैं ये सोच रहा था कि ये कोई स्ट्रैटेजी का हिस्सा था कि आपने उनको बोला 1 एंड पूरा रोक दो, और फिर जितने, क्योंकि आपको थोड़ा ट्रस्ट लेवल दिख रहा था नोमान पे, और उनके फर्स्ट क्लास में भी हैं, 50s हैं, ऐसा नहीं है.
जी, मैंने उनको बिल्कुल बोला था, मैं नौमी भाई आप रन्स की परवाह ना करें, स्कोर मैं बना लूँगा, आप बस कोशिश करें कि आपने आउट नहीं होना. तो वो उनकी इनिंग ऑब्वियसली एक ऐसी इनिंग है जो जिसकी वजह से मैं इतनी लंबी इनिंग खेल पाया. उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट 80 बॉल्स खेले हैं, और उस वक्त रन मैटर नहीं करते थे. आपको मेरे साथ किसी को खड़ा रहने का मतलब था, लेकिन उन्होंने जो इनिंग खेली है वो अप्रिशिएट करने के काबिल है.
और नुमान ने उनकी बात इतनी सीरियस ले ली कि वो वाकई खड़े रहे, उन्होंने रन बनाने की बिल्कुल फिक्र नहीं की. बट आपने अपने इंटरव्यू में ये कहा कि उनके दूसरे एंड पे सपोर्ट की वजह से आपको उतना टाइम मिला कि आपने रन करते गए. सलमान, आपने अपने कल शायद इंटरव्यू में कहा कि आपको एक सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग मिली आज से पहले, जब आप बिग रन्स नहीं कर सके थे, जो थोड़े से मौके मिले अब तक, बट यू नाउ फील अ सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग एट टेस्ट क्रिकेट. थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताएं.
जी, जब तक आप इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में जब तक एक ऐसी इनिंग खेलना, या किसी भी क्रिकेट में, जैसे फर्स्ट क्लास में मैं नया आया था, तो जब तक एक ऐसी इनिंग नहीं खेली थी, जैसे मतलब ऐसी इनिंग जो कि आप याद रखें, तो उस वक्त तक आपके दिमाग में डाउट ज़रूर रहते हैं कि डू आई बिलोंग है और ना. तो वो कल की इनिंग ऐसी इनिंग है जो कि ऑब्वियसली मुझे उसमें ऐसा ट्रस्ट मिला है कि अगर मैं इस सिचुएशन में कर सकता हूँ, तो आगे भी पाकिस्तान के लिए ऐसी इनिंग्स खेल सकता हूँ.
और उस इनिंग्स में जब आप खेलते हो, अब तक जो आप इनिंग्स खेलते हैं, उसमें अक्सर आपके जो टेल के पार्टनर्स हैं वो चेंज होते रहे थ्रू आउट दिस फ्यू टेस्ट मैचेस. अगर हम देखें, कितना मुश्किल होता है या आसान होता है? आपके केस में आसान लगता है कि हर नए डिफरेंट पार्टनर को ट्रस्ट करना, खासतौर पे जब बिल्कुल ही टेल आ जाती है कि और आपके कुछ रन्स ऑफ अ माइलस्टोन रहते हैं.
जी, मुश्किल तो काफ़ी होता है, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली आपको डिफरेंट प्लेयर्स के साथ ट्रस्ट करना पड़ता है. लेकिन जब ऑब्वियसली टू बी ऑनेस्ट उस टाइम कोई ऑप्शन भी नहीं बचती है ट्रस्ट करने के अलावा, तो कोशिश यही करता हूँ कि उनसे बात करता रहूँ और उन पर ट्रस्ट करता रहूँ. और अभी तक जितना भी है उन्होंने अपनी मैक्सिमम कोशिश की है.
एक और चीज़ आपने इंटरव्यू में ये भी कही थी कि आपको लगता है कि आप पेस बेहतर खेलते हैं स्पिन के मुकाबले में. यहाँ पर हमें लगता है कि आप स्पिन बेहतर खेलते हैं. इसके पीछे भी कोई कहानी थी आपकी?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं पहले का स्पिन काफ़ी अच्छा खेलता था, तो उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा, अभी सब यही बोलते हैं कि मैं स्पिन अच्छा खेलता हूँ, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है पिछले 2-3 सालों से ना मैं स्पिनर्स पे मतलब उतना डोमिनेट नहीं कर पाता जितना मैं पहले कभी, मतलब अगर 2016-17 में देखा जाए तब करता था. क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि मैं स्पिनर्स पे अच्छा खेलता हूँ, और सब भी यही बोलते थे. तो मैंने फास्ट बॉलर्स पे अपनी गेम को ऑब्वियसली अपग्रेड किया. तो उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं स्पिनर्स पे भी उतना डोमिनेट नहीं कर पाता जितना मैं मतलब 2016 या 17 में करता था. लेकिन अभी अगर सब बोलते हैं कि मैं स्पिनर अच्छा खेलता हूँ, तो ये कॉम्प्लीमेंट है, और मैं उसको एज अ कॉम्प्लीमेंट लेता हूँ.
इस इनिंग्स पे एक आखिरी क्वेश्चन करता हूँ कि आपने ऐसा क्या अलग किया? एक तो आपने बोला कि बाउंड्री ऑप्शंस पे ज़्यादा गया हूँ, लेकिन टेल के साथ खेल रहे थे पहले भी, अभी भी खेल रहे थे. क्या वो ऐसा हरबा अपनाया था जिसमें आपको लगा कि वो काम कर गया यहाँ पर और मुझे साथ मिल गया?
मैंने जैसे पहले भी बोला कि मैंने पहले कोशिश करता था जब मतलब लास्ट 2 बैट्समैन आ जाते थे तो उनके साथ जो है ना वो मतलब थोड़ा कोशिश करता था कि अब बाउंड्री ऑप्शन रखूँगा। लेकिन इस इनिंग में मैंने जब वो नौमी पे साथ आए थे जो कि मेरे 6 आउट हुए थे जिस टाइम पे, उसी टाइम मैंने सोच लिया था कि मैं अब मैं कुछ भी हो जाए रन्स की तरफ जाऊँगा। कोशिश करूँगा कि ओवर में बाउंड्री ज़रूर हासिल करता रहूँ। मेरे ख्याल से वो काम कर गया ये।
सुबह वकार यूनुस ने कहा था, पूछ रहे थे कि अगर बंदे कम है तो बताओ मैं आ जाऊँ अंदर। 22-21 लोग हैं लेकिन हमारे पास बॉलर 4 ही हैं, थक गए। आप फील्ड में कब जाएंगे? 5वां ऑप्शन चाहिए बॉलिंग का।
मैं कोशिश की थी, मैं फील्डिंग पे गया हूँ लेकिन उसके बाद मैं आई वाज कॉफिंग वेरी बैडली। तो मैंने फिर यही सोचा कि अगर मैं मतलब बॉलिंग तो अभी ऑब्वियसली मैं 2 घंटे कर नहीं सकता था। तो फिर कोशिश यही की कि एनर्जी सेफ रखूँ और क्योंकि अभी भी मैं 100% नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि कल हो सकता है बारी आए तो ऑब्वियसली इज़ गोइंग टू बी अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नॉक। तो कोशिश यही करूँगा एनर्जी उसमें बचाकर बैटिंग अच्छी कोई करने की कोशिश करूँ।
मैच की सिचुएशन पे बात कर लेते हैं। आखिरी सवाल, 440 पे 6 आउट 2 रन की इनकी लीड है। अब 2 दिन है, एक तरह से आप समझ लें कि दोनों की एक एक इनिंग्स बाकी हैं। किस तरह देख रहे हैं प्लेसमेंट मैच की, और क्या लग रहा है आपको कि यहाँ पर कितने रन काफ़ी होंगे जब पाकिस्तान फिर आएगा बैटिंग करने?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस विकेट पे वेयर एंड टेयर्स आने शुरू हो गए हैं। तो अभी सबसे पहले तो इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि हम ये 4 विकेटें कितनी जल्दी लेते हैं, और ये जल्दी लेना काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि अगर वो लीड थोड़ी लंबी ले जाते हैं तो फिर हमारे लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा। लेकिन कोशिश यही करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इन 4 बैट्समैन जो रहते हैं उनको आउट करें और एक ऐसा टोटल बोर्ड पे लगाएं जो ओबियसली फिफ्थ डे कोई भी मतलब पाकिस्तान में या किसी भी एशियन कंट्री में आप फिफ्थ डे पे खेल रहे हो तो कोई भी टोटल मुश्किल होता है। तो कोशिश यही करेंगे सुबह आकर ये 4 विकेटें जल्दी से जल्दी लें और उसके बाद एक ऐसा टोटल बोर्ड पे सेट करें जो कि हम इंशाल्लाह डिफेंड कर सकें 5वें दिन।
जैसे 167 का टारगेट था वो नहीं कर पाए थे हम लोग, तो यहाँ इतना ही टोटल चल जाएगा अगेंस्ट देम जो 167 का पिछली सीरीज में था।
जिस तरह का पिच मेरे ख्याल से भी चाह रहा है, जिस तरह के वेयर एंड टेरिस पे आ रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल से 5वें दिन अगर 200 के राउंड अबाउट कोई भी रन हुए तो वो मुश्किल होंगे चेस करने के लिए।
गेट वेल सून सलमान,
Thank you very
और
much.
इंशाल्लाह आपको बहुत जल्द देखेंगे फील्ड में।
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to have a lot of talk on what the game was like today in the third session, and then of course what to expect tomorrow. Short break, and we'll come back to you. Welcome back once again to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We got Simon Dole joining us. Simon, we've had an eventful day, moments there when nothing was happening and then some wickets came about. But now it's really about the time game. 2 days left, still 4 wickets to go, yes. But enough time to bowl the opposition down, and so many things, so many calculations to go about. Are you satisfied with the way New Zealand has gone about 2 runs ahead? And we estimated that in our tea show, saying that if they match up to Pakistan's score, it's really about 1 innings each.
Yeah, it is. Look, I've been really happy. I think at times there was aggression shown. I thought what Daryl Mitchell did today was really good. What Blundell did was very good. The way that Kane Williamson has just sort of steadied that middle innings, and even through to tomorrow, you expect him to bat well with the tail, with Ish Sodhi, who more than capable, Wagner, Southey, they're both still capable. So New Zealand have an opportunity of a decent lead. It's just a matter of can they get one, and is there enough time to get another 20, what do we need, 24 wickets in this test match. I'm not sure. It's still relatively flat and easy for batting, but there are the odd little thing happening that would encourage a bowling side.
Yeah, and you talk about Daryl Mitchell, that's where the momentum came about. 4 runs in over in that particular session from lunch to tea, and Uruj probably exploited Pakistan's limited bowling resources also. Only 4 bowlers, tired spinners, bowling 30-plus overs. But he's done well. Not to take anything away from him, he's the one probably who's got them 2 runs lead.
And got them in quick time and took the effect of the new ball away. Completely smashed the new ball around, took any effect off the new ball if Abrar had or Mir Hamza had. And I think that's where the tempo changed. And now you're looking at New Zealand a couple of runs in lead. And what they'll want is a quick lead up front when they come out tomorrow. Get them in quick time, how far they can get. Don't forget, against England, it was a 50-run lead at the end, which their sort of tail got and which hurt Pakistan because they came out in the second innings and got bowled out for 216. It could be a very different game very quickly. Yeah. It just depends on the tempo that New Zealand come out with the bat. And like Dooley said, how much time do you need for the 24 wickets? But for Pakistan, the first 4 wickets very important.
Yeah. I'd like Simon to run us through or take us through Kane Williamson's 100. So I think if I'm not wrong, it's his first 100 after he's left captaincy. So as a batter, purely as a batter, where does this stand for him amongst all those hundreds he scored? He's the top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, classy, wasn't it? It was sort of slowish at the start. I think we've talked about a little bit. 7 runs off his first 42, 43, 44 balls. So slow at the start, but measured. And I love the way that Kane Williamson plays when he's just in a zone. And that's exactly how his batting looks to me. He's in a bit of a zone, and he's played a wonderful innings. 25th Test match 100 today, and superb.
You have a look at that, and you mentioned that the hundreds he scored against Pakistan, 2 in New Zealand, 2 in the UAE, and then you put 1 over here. And he's taken a liking. He's got 1,347 and counting.
Yeah, he's been brilliant against Pakistan. The 2 little concerns, I guess, for Kane himself, and he's he knows his numbers. He's all about winning games for his team. There'll probably be Australia and England. It'll be the 2 little concerns for him at the moment, and as far as the average is concerned, but he's just such a quality player. And I just hope that the relinquishing the captaincy, we just get back to seeing the best we have ever seen of Kane Williamson, because he really is a gem to watch.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, now we'll talk about the 6 wickets, New Zealand wickets that fell today, and we'll allow both of you to comment on that from bowler's point of view or from shot selection point of view, because we've got replays also in them, so you can share it amongst yourselves. Let's have a look at the New Zealand wickets that fell today. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, the first one to go was him playing back, wasn't it? Devon Conway going back when the ball sharply spun in. And on review, where it looked like it would have been missing, it was pretty straight as, wasn't it? It was a reverse sweep. There was a couple of ones a reverse sweep. I thought that was more of a gentle dismissal than anything else. He missed the line of the ball, played too far outside from his reach and gloved that. Top edged it, and then from his forearm into the keeper.
Yeah, it was the wrong ball to reverse sweep. I think it played some nice shots. Devon Conway had played a lot of reverse sweeps from outside the line, but it was the wrong one. That was probably not a bad ball to reverse sweep instead of the cut shot for Henry Nicholls. He's just got, it stayed a little bit low, to be fair to Henry Nicholls, and it has taken a good chunk of that under edge, inside edge, back onto the stumps. Might consider himself a little bit lucky, but is that the shot to be playing on this sort of surface out of the rough? Again, Daryl Mitchell, wrong line of the ball to be playing that reverse sweep to. Took a good chunk of that glove, that left glove, popped straight up in the air, and in the end, a very, very comfortable catch for Safraz. So the two reverses, possibly just the wrong line, I think, for mine.
Yeah, very happy up to that point. And again, after a partnership, these were the 2 wickets in the end that Pakistan's momentum was picked up. Tom Blundell chipping one, fairly simple and straightforward to give Abrar his 2nd wicket in this game. Simple catch to Mohammad Wasim. It was more of a push or a...
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
There was no Blundell wicket there. Oh, we forgot about Tom Blundell getting out LBW. Anyway, Tom Blundell got an in-swinger from Mohammad Wasim that came back to him, played a shot, hit the pads, was given out LBW. We thought there might have been a little inside edge on that.
Somebody is losing a job today.
Not me.
That's why we have you. Fill us in for whatever's left behind.
Okay. So now we come to that moment where the viewers have their say. And have your say, of course, is the hashtag. You go onto Twitter and ask your question to, of course, our guest over here. So let's have your say. Have your say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so fast forward to say around what is a good score. I know 4 wickets still left, but what is the score that New Zealand would be comfortable with? He's saying, okay, this kind of, lead with the 4 wickets remaining is fine.
Well, I think New Zealand are relatively comfortable now. It's what makes Pakistan uncomfortable. And I think that will be the point for New Zealand tomorrow. Does 80, 90 make Pakistan uncomfortable? I think it might. Yeah. And that's the key for New Zealand. Anything above 80 or 90, I think, is probably a target. Get through that first little bit in the morning, make sure that they get Kane Williamson back in amongst it, get Ish Sodhi off them, underway in his innings, and get 80, 90 in front. I think New Zealand will feel fairly comfortable, and it'll make Pakistan just a little jittery.
Would you also consider time on that as well? Because they'll have to take the wickets and then get that opportunity to chase it down.
I think any sort of lead beyond, like he's saying, 80, 90, even beyond 50, and then because your top order didn't do well, it just adds that much more pressure to first knock those runs off, and then for Pakistan to win, then they have to think of how many they need to get to leave New Zealand to get, where they dangle the carrot, where there's just enough when New Zealand go for it, or is it more of a draw playing out completely? So I think it's New Zealand's game to set up at the moment with the kind of lead they're looking at.
Let's have your say. I hope you got your answer. Have your say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so just about to wrap up, and let me ask a question each, and fast and quick. Babar's strategy, how do you see him, or you want him to approach the 4 wickets tomorrow to wrap it up as quick as possible?
I think he has to attack to look for the wickets. I think he should be okay. I mean, still look for Kane's wicket, but happy to give him the single and attack the tail. Now, Sodhi, Wagner, Ish Sodhi, Tim Saudi, Wagner, and who am I missing?
Patel. Your mate, Jazzy.
Oh, sorry, Jazzy.
Jeez.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, my good mate, Jazzy. Again, then if he tries to break through into that, probably the attack on from them. Abrar will be a good option against those, because sometimes the tail, when coming out for the shots, Abrar, I felt today was a lot more in control and a little bit more purchase of the surface today. Whether it plays the same way or not, but the first half becomes really important tomorrow morning.
When you look at this pitch, I'm not saying it's a jaw-dropping worry, but from New Zealand's point of view, do you feel that day 5, New Zealand batting, you'll have to really work this out?
If they get a decent lead, they won't be too worried about it. But if they get rolled over quickly tomorrow and only a 20, 25, 30 run lead, then they might be a bit worried about Abrar and about Numan. But the thing for them is that they bowled so many overs. Then the fingers get tired. Even spinners' fingers get tired, and they're going to have to bowl a few more tomorrow. So for them to come back just a day later and do the same thing might be difficult. They might have to rely a bit more heavily on the seamers.
All right, we'll let you guys rest. Thank you so much for joining us. So here we are, wrapping up day 3 and looking ahead to day 4. KFC presents Dafan News, Pakistan versus New Zealand. Day 4 test first, and it's going to be 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. That's when we join you guys from the National Bank Cricket Arena. Until then, it's goodbye and good night.
First test, day number 3, and it is very evenly poised as we look forward to day 3. A great day of cricket yesterday. And that one has gone all the way.
That's going to be a boundary.
Oh, he's gone. And Tom Latham will pick up another Test match century. Does that come off the glove? Come off the glove, I think. And Latham knows it straight away.
How good is that shot? How good is that?
Inside edge, and he's got him.
Half century for Kane Williamson, number 34 in Test match cricket. Good use of the feet, good early aggression.
Williamson's 25th Test match 100, and his love affair with Pakistan continues.
Numan bowled very slowly. That ball was 78 kilometers an hour. And he saw the flight, came down the pitch, but couldn't control the shot. 368 for 4. I think the ball just bounced a little bit more than a spin. He maybe wanted to go more toward mid-on, and the ball bounced and a little spin also. That's why I went toward the cover. Would have been a big wicket at this stage of the game. New Zealand still 70 runs behind. As they keep bringing that deficit down, the pressure will start building on Pakistan. At the moment, I would say it's pretty balanced. Things can change very quickly.